want to thank all of you for waking up early on a Saturday and being here. All right, at this time, I would ask everyone to make their way to their seats so that we may begin. And please rise if you are able as the Wilmington Minutemen present our nation's colors. I would request that you stay standing in a moment of silence for those men and women who have served our country, for those overseas whose safe return we await, and for those who we have lost this year who have served the town of Wilmington, including Charles Adie, Kelly A. Bradbury, Denise A. Brown, Neil L. Buckley, Janice M. Burke, Cornelia A. DeLuca, David S. Elliott, William J. Fay, Jr., Raymond G. Forrest, John R. Forrest, Louise A. Fuller, Scott C. Garant, Patricia A. Gerdy, John A. Gould, Jr., Albert B. Hale, Jean S. Hartka, Peter L. Holzmeister, Michael Kelly, Charles H. Lyons, Robert A. McLean, Gary P. Robichaud, Eleanor Mary Rogers, Kathleen M. Scanlon, Paul M. Tarantino, Ian Taylor, Janet M. Urquhart, Jane E. Vasseur, Margaret M. White. Please remain standing as the colors exit the hall. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated, and I did want to thank the Wilmington Minutemen for continuing to make that a part of our assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium at Wilmington High School for the 2024 Annual Town Meeting. Our open town meeting, the most direct form of democracy, meets today, and you, the registered voters of the town of Wilmington, are going to make a lot of important decisions to direct your town government over the course of the next year. I do have to, I'm sorry, folks, rough start. I do have to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. My apologies. I would ask that you again be standing if you are able. Sorry. No? I'm glad you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now we'll get started. Just a few announcements. The high school cafeteria has been set up for an overflow room, as has the gymnasium, if needed, which will be equipped with equipped with a television monitor and a microphone. George Hooper has been sworn in as a deputy moderator to attend to this room if the need arises, and I wanted to personally thank Mr. Hooper for volunteering to help ensure resident access to our direct democracy. Individuals are not permitted to bring any food and drink into the auditorium, but the Wilmington Public Schools Choral and Theater Support Group, CATS, will be selling food and drink in the cafeteria. Bathrooms are located outside of the auditorium to the right of the doors that you enter the building through. If you do use the bathroom, please take your voting card with you so that we know that you have already checked in. Additionally, for individuals who have signed up in advance, staff from CARES and student volunteers from the high school are providing childcare during the course of this meeting. I did want to express my gratitude for the CARES staff and those student volunteers for making it possible for many of you to attend, as it does help residents participate in our democratic process. Everyone should have the pink Finance Committee recommendations booklet, which contains the warrant for the annual town meeting, and a letter from myself, which contains the proposed consent agenda. Throughout the entrance to the auditorium, there are posters hanging up that include a QR code. QR code is a square black and white image that looks a little bit like a barcode. If you point your smartphone camera at a QR code, a link should pop up, which will bring you to the warrant and other related materials as well. At this town meeting, in addition to complying with the laws of the Commonwealth and the Wilmington inhabitant bylaws, we will use the same rules that we use at every town meeting. If you wish to speak on the merits of an article, I would ask that you approach one of the 4 microphones placed in the aisles of the auditorium, and I will call on those whom I see first at the microphones. Please identify your name and address so that we may accurately record the minutes of today's meetings. All motions or amendments having to do with the expenditures of money or any amendment of a bylaw must be presented to me in writing, and those are Articles 3 through 35. So if you are making a motion on those articles or are planning on amending a motion on those articles, I would need to have that in writing. The maker of the main motion can have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. All other speakers can have 5 minutes during discussion of a main motion. If you hear me tapping on my microphone, that is your cue that there are 30 seconds remaining in your time and to begin to wind down your comments. No person may speak twice on the same question except to correct a mistake or to make an explanation as pursuant to our inhabitant bylaws, Chapter 90, Section 15. If there happens to be a motion to amend, all speakers can have up to 5 minutes for comments, and debate is limited to 20 minutes total. So if there's a motion to amend, once debate starts, a vote on that motion to amend will occur 20 minutes later, even if there are individuals wishing to speak who have not yet had an opportunity to do so. Articles 1 through 28 will be taken up in order with the exception of the articles contained in the consent agenda, should that be the desired course of the meeting. I will ask for a brief recess after that last article taken sequentially, so after 28, before moving on to random draw, and Articles 29 through 36 will be drawn randomly. The petitioner of Article 35 has indicated his intent not to proceed, so when Article 35 does come to the Assembly, I will ask for a motion to pass over Article 35. Non-voters should have a yellow lanyard and should be seated to my right in front of the auditorium, or, if need be, in the overflow section of the cafeteria. All voters should have a hot pink voter card, which should be displayed for any standing votes so that the tellers can count you. To the tellers sitting in front, if you happen to notice that any of the individuals to my right or my left happen to wish to speak and my peripheral vision fails me, please just wave me down to make sure that I'm aware that someone on stage wishes to speak. If you are not sure what we are voting on, please raise your hand to make a point of order. I want to make sure that everyone is aware of what we are voting on at all times during the meeting. Most importantly, we will deal with each other respectfully, even where there may be issues where there is disagreement. We understand that not everyone feels the same way about all issues. However, we do want people to feel comfortable participating in town meeting, sharing opinions, and asking questions. Therefore, at this meeting, like all town meetings, we expect people to refrain from personal attacks, discussion not related to the matter at hand, and discussion raised for the sole purpose of disrupting the assembly, and addressing any other member by name, with all discussion to be through the moderator. I do want to thank our tellers, the Public Buildings Department, the Health Department, the Police and Fire Departments, the IT Department, Town Council, and the Town Manager's Office, as well as the Town Clerk's Office, and all town employees and volunteers who put in work to make today possible. I also want to thank our friends at WCTV who are broadcasting today's proceedings for the benefit of viewers at home and for recording today for future viewing. Lastly, before we get started, I did want to recognize and thank 7 longtime volunteers. David Tamang was first appointed to the Finance Committee in 2021 and has decided not to seek reappointment after his term expires at the conclusion of today's annual town meeting. Thomas Siracusa and Jacqueline Santini of the Board of Appeals. Mr. Siracusa was first appointed to the Board of Appeals in 2012, and Ms. Santini was first appointed in 2016. Laurie Robage of the Recreation Commission. Ms. Robage has served on the Recreation Commission since 2009. Rondi Holland of the Planning Board. Ms. Holland was first appointed to the Planning Board in 2001. Ann Berghaus of the Sarah D.J. Carter Lecture Fund. Ms. Berghaus has served on the Carter Lecture Fund since February of 1991. And M.J. Burns of the School Committee. Ms. Burns was first elected to the School Committee in 2012. Those individuals have decided not to seek reappointment or reelection to their respective boards, commission, and committee. And I want to thank those volunteers for their years of service to the town of Wilmington. Hearing no objections, I declare that the rules of the meeting to have been approved by unanimous consent. We can begin. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and in the manner prescribed by the bylaws of said town, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs to meet and assemble at the Boutwell School, Precincts 1 and 2, Wilmington High School, Precincts 3 and 4, and the Town Hall, Precincts 5 and 6, Saturday, the 27th day of April, A.D., 2024 at 7:45 o'clock in the forenoon. The polls to be opened at 8 a.m. and shall be closed at 8 p.m. for the election of town officers. Mr. DePalma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and make reference to each article by number.
Folks, could you hear that? Almost. Take two.
I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
All right, I'm pretty sure you heard that. Is there a second? All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. For those in favor of taking up each article by number, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 1, to bring in your votes on one ballot respectively for the following named offices, to wit, 1 select board member for the term of 3 years, 2 members of the school committee for the term of 3 years, 1 member of the regional vocational technical school committee for the term of 3 years, and the town moderator for the term of 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to present to you those individuals that you elected last week to the aforementioned offices. To the select board, Lilia Maselli. To the school committee, David Ragsdale and Nicholas Golden. To the Shawshene Regional Vocational Technical School Committee, Charles Fiore, Jr. And to the position of town moderator, some guy named Jonathan Eden. Thank you to all those individuals willing to step forward to put their names on the ballot to work to improve our community. And I want to thank those who have served in those offices previously. Again, M.J. Burns of the school committee. All right, Article 2. At this time, you're going to entertain a procedural mechanism that was introduced during our annual town meeting 4 years ago. We're going to entertain a consent agenda. The articles contained within the consent agenda are included in the chart contained in my letter that you received when you checked in or at the beginning of your booklet. Those are historically non-controversial articles. They are 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. One change to the consent agenda that is presented within my letter at the beginning of your packet. In addition to hearing a report from the Wildwood School Building Committee, the consent agenda will also hear updates from the Town Hall School Administration Building Committee and the Senior Center Building Committee. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. I move that Articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 be approved under a single motion by consent, with Article 2 to hear reports, Article 4 approved as written in the warrant, Article 7 funded by taxation in the amount of $75,000, Article 8 funded by appropriation from the PEG Access Special Revenue Account in the amount of $500,000, Article 9 funded by taxation in the amount of $50,000, Article 10 funded by taxation in the amount of $13,000. Article 11, funded by taxation in the amount of $1,500, and Article 12 to be approved as written in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. I recognize as the main motion. Do I have a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of all articles in the consent agenda. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the articles contained within the consent agenda, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear a report from the Wildwood School Building Committee. Dr. Brand, the floor is yours.
Mr. Moderator, good morning, everyone. My name is Glenn Brand, and I have the privilege to serve as the superintendent of the Wilmington Public Schools and also the chair of the Wildwood School Building Committee. I thank you for the opportunity this morning to provide an update to our community on this important project. Back in 2020, the Select Board and the School Committee approved and authorized our submission of applications to the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or MSBA. Well, we submitted a total of 6 applications for all of our elementary schools. Given their age and similar needs, we were required to prioritize one school, which we did with the Wildwood, hence why we now collectively refer to this project as the Wildwood School Building Project. Work is now well underway, and this is a great opportunity to share with the community where we are at in the project. Next slide, please. The project team is multifaceted and includes the MSBA as the primary grant authority in the state to help communities in offsetting costs for new school construction or renovation. Our project manager, representing the interests of the town, known as SMMA. Our design team and architect, Doran Whittier, who incidentally was the architect on this beautiful building that we sit in today. Representatives from the school department, the town manager's office, and the Wildwood School Building Committee. Next slide, please. Here's the current membership of the School Building Committee. As you will see, every effort has been made to include broad representation of our important stakeholders throughout the community, including representatives from our Finance Committee, Select Board and School Committee, the town and school departments, representatives from the town of Wilmington's Permanent Public Building Committee, school staff and school leaders, parents, guardians, and community members. Exactly as was the case with this high school project, the MSBA vests authority to the School Building Committee is the decision-making body on the project that ultimately will propose one building recommendation in size, location, and cost to the citizens of the community to consider and support. Next slide, please. Certainly time passes quickly, and even if you are a longtime resident in this community, it would be easy to lose track of the age of our 8 school buildings. As a case in point, the high school here where we sit today will soon be 10 years old. Here's an overview of the current ages of our other schools, and as you can see, while the Wildwood is the oldest of our 8 schools, the other elementary schools are not far behind, and in fact, with the exception of the Shawsheen, are now all older than the original high school was when the town and school department made the decision to close it and build a new one with the support of MSBA. It is because of this fact in which we specifically expressed our interest to the MSBA at the time of our application that our community was very interested in exploring the possibility of school consolidation or combining the Wildwood with the possibilities of the Woburn Street as a pre-K to 3 school and even consideration of incorporating the North, which would make it a pre-K to 5 school. With a clear understanding that if we could do so with this project, it would immediately take care of multi-facilities, bringing many benefits to many more of our students, staff, families, and the community all at once. Next slide, please. This project started with many options, but the building committee recently made the decision to shorten the list, and the short list of options can be seen here. This is also the graphic that is in the lobby for those that may have passed by the table. The MSBA requires the project to carefully consider certain things, such as the renovation costs only of the Wildwood School, but we are, as mentioned, exploring the possibility of other configurations. And those are where we're at right now with the short list of options. Slide 6, please. Oh, the next slide, sorry. The building committee is working hard to make this project accessible to anyone in our community who is interested. All of our meetings are open to the public. All of the information that flows through the meetings is available on the project website, and at all times, questions are more than welcome. Next slide. This is an image of the website specifically that I was mentioning, and it is off of the district's website for anyone who's interested in learning more. And on that note, I am pleased to be able to share this morning with you a debut of an informational video that has just been put together and that we will begin to push out to all of our community very shortly. It is about 8 minutes in length, so So I'll ask for your patience, but I think you'll see that it is packed with great information and has been put together to try and tell the story from where we started at the beginning of this project to where we are now. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information. I hope you enjoy the video.
You may have heard that Wilmington Public Schools is exploring the renovation, addition, or replacement of the Wildwood Early Childhood Center in partnership with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or MSBA. The MSBA process is like a marathon. It takes persistence, endurance, and a dedicated program that takes years to achieve. This short video summarizes the first leg of this marathon, which started in 2020. We'll show the opportunity Wilmington has to secure tens of millions of dollars in MSBA funding for the project, detail the physical need for a renovation, addition, or replacement of Wildwood, how Wilmington's educational plan for our students demonstrates a need for a school construction project to move our strategic objectives forward, and provide a timeline of the MSBA process. The town of Wilmington and our school district have a rare opportunity to fund a Wildwood construction project in partnership with the MSBA. It's a state agency that helps local school districts pay for the design and construction of schools. It's competitive and needs-based. When Wildwood Elementary was accepted into the program in 2021, it was one of only 15 projects selected, a 21% acceptance rate among 71 projects across the Commonwealth who applied in that round. The work is tough, but the payoff is significant. By completing the MSBA marathon, Wilmington will unlock tens of millions of dollars in grants that won't come out of our local property tax assessments. One factor MSBA considers is the facility needs of the entire district. How many buildings might get addressed at once? And when the MSBA accepted Wildwood into the process, it presented our town with an opportunity to explore consolidating one or more schools into the Wildwood project, which would reduce costs and our aging elementary schools. This opportunity created a long list of potential scenarios, like whether to choose renovation, addition, or replacement of Wildwood to update the Early Childhood Center for 130 kindergartners and approximately 100 pre-K students, or to consolidate it with Woburn Street School to create a single pre-K through 3 school for 510 students plus the same number of pre-K students, or to consolidate it with Woburn Street School and North Intermediate School to create a single pre-K through 5 school for 755 students along with those pre-K students. The Wildwood School Building Committee, a group of volunteers that include parents, school staff, and elected officials, conducted a feasibility study. Its due diligence on this long list of scenarios, including which site might provide the best conditions to complete the project, and the estimated costs of each possible solution. The town of Wilmington and Wilmington Public Schools pursued MSBA funding for a Wildwood construction project because each of its 6 elementary schools are approaching the end of their useful lives. 5 of these buildings were built before 1965, each now in their 7th decade of service. Shawsheen Elementary, the youngest, was opened in 1970. Wildwood, now unoccupied, is the oldest, built in 1955, the same age as the old Wilmington High School, which was torn down after its replacement in 2015. The Wildwood site and building have significant landscape, drainage, thermal envelope, and systems infrastructure issues that must be addressed. The building is not fully ADA accessible, suffers from 30-plus-year-old roof sections that need to be replaced, and steel windows that make the building inefficient, along with antiquated building infrastructure components like original unit ventilators and outdated light fixtures that would not meet today's building standards. While each of our aging elementary schools are excellently maintained by the town's buildings department, the relocation of Wildwood students demonstrates how an aging building can fail unexpectedly and disrupt more than one school's operations. Each school has capacity issues and lack the environments necessary to best meet students' educational needs. None of them have conditioned spaces or fire suppression systems like our new high school. And with each year, each building becomes more expensive to maintain and repair. These are just some of the reasons why in 2018, our town's facilities master plan recommended operating fewer, larger elementary schools. That master plan lays out a town-wide building strategy, some of which our community already enjoys, like in the new high school. The Wildwood project's acceptance into MSBA makes it the next opportunity. The town of Wilmington and our public schools partnered with the MSBA for partial funding for the Wildwood project to meet our educational goals. It's one piece of a whole, a strategic goal to provide a next-generation education to all of our students. School construction contributes to those goals, as we can see through our new high school for our oldest learners. And we believe the design of a school construction project should be integrated with our goals for our youngest learners as well. This includes design considerations like larger classrooms with more breakout space for children in the same grade to collaborate in communities, natural light and conditioned spaces for mental well-being and physical comfort, larger, more flexible space that educational planners couldn't imagine in the 1950s for things like project-based learning and STEM education, purposefully designed special education space to provide the support and education for all learners to be among their peers, and space to serve our multi-tiered system of supports to provide each student the right supports at the right time. By also evaluating whether to consolidate Woburn Street School and North Intermediate School into the project, we also may address another educational goal, reducing transitions. For our youngest learners, they'll transition between 4 schools before entering high school. These transitions disrupt continuity, a demonstrated driver of student outcomes in education. They also present logistical challenges for our families who face the prospect of having children at multiple schools more often than they would with larger elementary schools. And they increase daily transitions for our educational support staff who could spend more time on instruction and student learning in one place. The first leg of the MSBA Marathon began with a statement of interest in 2020. The work by our school building committee started with a preliminary design program where they developed a long list of potential options to address our facilities and educational needs in different ways and at different sites. Using an objective evaluation process, they identified a short list of these alternatives, which they continue to develop, including its cost estimates. The first leg culminates in August 2024, when the school building committee delivers its preferred schematic report, a single recommendation from that list of options that they did their due diligence on. Whether to renovate, add on to, or replace Wildwood, and whether this project should include Woburn Street School, or whether it should include both Woburn Street School and North Intermediate School. If the MSBA authorizes the project to move forward, the project team and its building committee begin the second leg of the MSBA Marathon, schematic design. This is where site plans, building design, and renderings become detailed enough to produce a project scope and budget, with hard numbers on the total cost of the project, as well as determining the portions that would be paid for with MSBA grant money and with local tax dollars. This second leg of the MSBA Marathon concludes with a town meeting vote in spring 2025. If approved at town meeting, the third leg of the marathon includes final design, bidding, and construction of the Wildwood project, with the goal of completion in fall of 2028. We've created several ways for you to engage this process, learn more, and provide feedback to members of our Wildwood School Building Committee. We have volunteer working groups such as communications and sustainability. You can dig into the project details, including cost estimates of the options our project team has evaluated, by visiting the Wildwood project page on the Wilmington Public Schools website. And you can correspond with the building committee and project team through a dedicated email address, wildwoodprojectquestions@wpsk12.com.
Thank you. Dr. Brand, that does conclude your presentation, correct? Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear a report from the Town Hall School Administration Building Committee and the Senior Center Building Committee. Mr. Hooper.
Good morning, Wilmington. My name is George Hooper. I'm the chairman of the Town Hall School Admin Building Committee and the Senior Center Building Committee. The 2022 special town meeting appropriated funds for the construction of our new senior center. The design development for the project was completed in April 2023. Construction documents and the bidding process was completed by the end of June of 2023. Informational notices went out to property abutters in October of 2023 for the start of the site work and the beginning of construction of our new senior center. The groundbreaking for our new senior center was held at the site of 130 Main Street on October 25th of 23. With the cooperation of Mother Nature and a mild winter, the project is moving right along at this point with no major issues. The underground infrastructure is complete. The foundation and concrete slabs were installed. The exterior and interior walls, along with supporting structural steel, are in place. The next phase of this project will be the installation of our roof trusses, which will begin next week. Once this is complete, the installation of our HVAC, electrical, and plumbing will begin. The building committee continues to meet throughout the construction process, and the construction team meets weekly on site to review progress and updates with the project team. This team consists of the project manager, the building designer, the contractor site superintendent, and members of the building committee. This project is on schedule and expected to be completed by the end of 2024. For additional information, including newsletters, watch previous committee meetings, please visit our town's website at wilmington.gov/building projects. I'd like to thank P3 from Norwell that serves our OPM, Dietz and Companies, the architect from Springfield, who is our building designer, our building committee, the support of our seniors from Wilmington, and the residents of Wilmington for this project. The Town Hall School Building Committee update. 2022, the special town meeting also appropriated funds for the construction of the new Town Hall School Admin Building. Design development project was completed in October of 2023. Construction updates and bidding process was completed in April of 2024. Informational notices went out to abutters for the installation of the construction fence and the start of the excavation. If you can see it at the site, the fence is in place and the construction trailers are up. The new construction fence was installed at 140 Middlesex Ave. Job trailers are there on site. The work was completed over April vacation, so it wouldn't impact the students in the parking lot. Site work, including excavation, is scheduled to start in the middle of May. The building committee also meets throughout this construction process. Weekly construction meetings will be held at the site on the trailer to be determined any progress construction sites that are needed. Groundbreaking for our new town hall, the school admin building, is scheduled for May 17th at noontime on site. Completion of this project is estimated to be completed around July of 2025. Current newsletters for each one of these projects are out on the tables out front. You can see them. They're also at the town's website. Again, special thanks to Johnson Roberts from Somerville, our architects, and the building committee for all their help on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. For residents, there are materials available in the cafeteria on all three projects. We'll move on to Article 3. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purpose of paying unpaid bills of previous years. Mr. Semaglia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that this article be adopted.
I think it's not adopted, right?
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry. I move that this article not be adopted.
Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, if you are in favor of not adopting Article 3, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Article 4. Article 4 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 5, to see how much money the town will appropriate for the expenses of the town and the salaries of several town officers and departments, and determine how the same shall be raised, whether by taxation, transfer from available funds, or otherwise, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Doherty.
Presented by the Finance Committee, raised from the fiscal year, thank you, fiscal year 25 tax levy and other general revenue of the town, or by transfer from available funds, as may be recommended by the Finance Committee, and be appropriated for the purpose set forth in Article 5. Each budget category, including general government, public safety, public works, community development, public buildings, human services, Wilmington School Department, and the Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, maturing debt and interest, unclassified and reserved and statutory charges to be taken up and voted on in the order they appear, subject to the amendment, and each budget category not to open for reconsideration until the entire budget is voted.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and second. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a procedural vote to take up the budget by category as it appears in the booklet from pages 2 through 9. The amounts that will be voted on are the amounts listed in the column recommended appropriation. The Finance Committee does recommend approval for each of these categories. So bear with me for one moment. We're going from landscape to portrait on this. So on page 2, at the bottom of page 2, there is an error. It was explained to me as the spreadsheet got smushed. I believe that's a technical term. But in information technology, which is the last category on page 2, under the last column to the right, recommended appropriation, I think John O'Neill, our IT director, does a great job, and I think he would deserve every penny of $412,900 a year. However, the economy being what it is, the numbers for salary director, other salaries, and expenses should be in order: 131,543 under salary director. Other salaries should be 281,447, and expenses should be 909 even, so 909,000 on expenses. So we're on total general government for $4,121,667. That is at the bottom of page 3. Do I have a motion? So moved. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Discussion. Seeing none. If you're in favor of $4,121,667 for total general government, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. On to pages 4 and 5. Total public safety, which is about halfway down on page 5, for $13,408,329. Is there a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $13,408,329 for total public safety, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Total public works, which is at the bottom of page 6. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. I move that the sum of $8,096,216 be appropriated for the Department of Public Works, and to meet this appropriation, $20,000 be transferred from the sale of cemetery lots account, and that the sum of $20,000 be transferred from the interest cemetery trust funds, and that both monies be applied to the line item from personal service cemetery full-time, and that the balance of $8,056,216 be raised from the fiscal year 25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Motion is made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval again of all these categories. Discussion. Mr. McDonald. Could we get the microphone to my far back left? Could you tap on that microphone, Mr. McDonald, just a minute? All right.
Good morning. Is the DPW director here?
Do you have a question, Mr. McDonald?
Yes. Contained in this budget item, does it provide for an additional employee to be hired to take care of the field that used to be, that's known as the former Avco field or Textron field?
Mr. McGaldy, if you care to address the issue of personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director. Answering the question, this budget does include an 8th Parks and Grounds member. It is not strictly to take care of just that field, but it is a big part of it.
Mr. Moderator, I rise to oppose that hire. I believe that it should be subcontracted out, and I'd like to give my reasons for that. I've been to pretty much all the meetings that Mr. McGaldy presented his numbers to and his slides to. That field is deficient. Mr. McGaldy showed
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to ask that you constrain your comments just to the scope of the article. Again, this is just on the monies being...
Mr. Moderator, if you'd be patient with me, I would explain to you how it's pertinent to the article. This is an expenditure that the town would, in addition to the salary, have to take on employee health benefits and also retirement. I don't know if you people can see this from where you're sitting, but these are some numbers that you can find in your book. That's the retirement contributions, almost $9.5 million. And
Mr.
we've got-
McDonald, we are on the limited budget category of
Yep,
total
I
public
understand
works.
that. And this is the other number, like 14.5 million bucks. That's for employee health. And I'm opposed to this hire because that field oftentimes has standing water. Mr. McGaldy did a presentation where he showed that the water table is down.
All right, Mr. McDonald, we're not talking about the water table at each of the fields here. We're just talking about the amount of money to be appropriated
I understand
for the
that.
Department of Public
And
Works.
I'm giving you the reasons why I'm opposed to the hire rather than subcontracting it, because I have some other thoughts and rationale as to what we should be doing. We have projects in town coming up, the water line project on Woburn Street. We have reconstruction on 38 and a realignment of Cross Street and Butters Row. And in the past, this property has been subletted as a laydown yard for construction companies. And I believe it would be prudent for us now to see if we could subcontract that field out, to sublet it out as a laydown yard and use all the money to eliminate the deficiencies in the field, raise the grade so the field's not underwater. So right now, to hire an additional employee, I think would be foolish and not the prudent thing to do. And so what I'd like to do is to put forth a motion to accept this budget minus the salary for that employee and any additional costs.
Are you making a motion to amend, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, and I'd like to have Mr. McGaldy specify.
Mr. McDonald, I'm gonna, do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Further discussion on total public works. Mr. Smaglia?
Mr. Moderator, if I may, the Department of Public Works does an amazing job throughout the entire town. And as you know, there are new buildings coming online, which will require more work, more maintenance, more landscaping. So to think that this new hire is just for one field is just wrong. And as I said, they do an amazing job landscaping and working all these buildings and fields throughout town. And this new person will be able to help continue that, to include the 2 new buildings that'll be coming online pretty soon.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on total public works, if you were in favor of $8,096,216, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That number includes the transfers. So the total is the $8,096,216. I'm sorry, you are correct. $8,056,216. Good catch. So indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. Total community development for $916,168. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
There's our building inspector here today.
Mr. McDonald, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Hooper gave a presentation about the school administration and town hall building. I had been to pretty much all the meetings with the finance committee, and I specifically asked the building inspector if there was a building permit issued for that project.
Mr. McDonald, we are voting on the salaries and expenses of these departments. We're not discussing permits.
I know that.
Okay.
Okay? You don't need to tell me that. My comments today will be pertinent to the article. So we're looking to vote on salaries. I'm just asking, with the presentation that we heard, all the work that we're seeing done there, is there still not a permit issued? And
Okay,
I will elaborate on that when I get my answer and show you how it's pertinent to the salaries.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, I'm going to rule that that question is beyond the scope of the article. Further discussion on total community development. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. $914,168. If you are in favor of that sum for total community development, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. Total public buildings in the amount of $5,838,370. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $5,838,370 for total public buildings, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Moving on to page 8. Total human services. This is towards the bottom of page 8. The amount of $2,317,011. Is there a motion? Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $2,317,011 for total human services, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Wilmington School Department, $49,444,217. Do I have a motion? Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
It's just a question for the school superintendent and Mr. Ruggiero, the finance director.
Mr. McDonald, you ask a question to me, and I'll direct it to whoever I feel is most appropriate and capable of answering your question.
Okay, that was a suggestion to you that
I appreciate
that's probably
it,
the most appropriate people.
Mr. McDonald, I got it from you.
So at previous meetings, school committee meetings, on 2 occasions, I had asked for these numbers to be presented today, and it was simply regarding the school budget, how much money last fiscal year was left over from the expenditures that went into free cash?
Mr. Ruggiero, if you could speak to the process of any unspent funds and whether they revert back to free cash.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Ruggiero, Assistant Superintendent of Administration and Finance. Any unused funds from the school department revert back to the town. I'm not sure what the town does with them.
Do you happen to have the numbers available from last year?
In FY23, the school department spent 99.78% of our budget, we didn't spend $98,800.
Thank you, Mr. Ruggiero.
And,
Further discussion
Mr.
on
Moderator?
public schools. Mr. McDonald.
I'd just like to inform people that when you are over budgeting, and that money's-
Mr. McDonald, we've been down this path before. Please restrain your comments. Do not be making any incendiary remarks or characterizations such as over budgeting, but continue.
over budgeting's a derogatory term?
Please continue, Mr. McDonald.
My other question is, that money that was over budgeted last year, how much of that is putting toward this year's budget?
Mr. McDonald, the money, as Mr. Ruggiero, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that money reverts back to free cash.
And so none of this budget is taken from free cash, even though people were taxed on that money.
Correct. These funds would be coming from the tax levy.
Additional double dipping.
Further discussion for Wilmington Public Schools.
Mr. Moderator, anything that is spent out of free cash obviously has to be voted on this body at town meeting.
Ms. Richards, just name and address for the record, please.
Kelly Richards, 31 Shady Lane Drive. So my comment about the budget is I obviously support the education of students going through school in Wilmington. Unfortunately, a lot of students leave Wilmington Public Schools to go elsewhere, excuse me, but including both of my children. And there isn't a lot of outreach to families or students as to why they're leaving Wilmington. And so in the presentation, building more schools, we want to serve all of our children. That really isn't happening. All of our children in Wilmington aren't being served. A lot of the children in Wilmington are leaving, and nobody is curious to ask, why are you leaving? Why aren't you being served? Why don't you feel comfortable in this school system? So I'll stand here today and I'll say, I support educating our children, and I support the budget. I support building schools. But I want to see more accountability and more reach out to serving kids who are leaving this school system. Otherwise, I will be looking at the future school budgets with a fine-tooth comb, because it's a lot of money that's being spent, and all of our kids aren't being served. Thank you.
Ms. Burns?
MJ Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. So I do have to say that public education and school funding budgets are spent differently. The board and the district have been nothing but transparent in the discussion of how they're spent and where they're going. To say that we haven't done reach out is, to say that, forgive my vernacular, to say that the school district and the board, the school committee board, have not reached out is far from the truth. They are constantly doing surveys at the middle school level, especially since that's where we see the largest matriculation out from our into the techs and to other aspects. I think it's a personal opinion with regards to service of students. Would it be ideal that the school department could keep 100% of the students and support all of them to provide faith and to reach each child's diverse learning abilities? Absolutely. The work, it's not just talk, there's a lot of action, and I think if anybody had watched the school committee meetings over the past 3 years especially, I think you could see those initiatives and programs of which that funding that we appropriated at town meeting goes directly to. Is it perfect? No. Cost of living, and as school districts become mechanisms of social services, that continues to impact the programming that it risks and continues to impact that programming. Again, remember that the budget that we are voting on now for the school department is level funded. We're not adding in any programs and any other initiatives. It's level funded for a second year, if I'm correct. So to say that there's a lack of action, it's farther from the truth, and I encourage anybody who questions that to seek out additional information from your elected officials, from your school administrators, because I think there's a lot of clarity that can be brought, a lot of clarity that can possibly answer some, if not all, of the questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Could we have somebody comment on the numbers of students both at in town and at Shawsheen? Any changes from the present year to 2020-25?
Okay. We're going to take up the Shawsheen after we're done with this, but either Dr. Brand or Mr. Ruggiero, if you care to discuss any of the enrollment figures.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Ruggiero, Assistant Superintendent of Administration and Finance. For FY24, we had in total 312 Wilmington residents going to Shawsheen Tech. In FY23, it was 313. The retention rate of really 8th graders to 9th graders has always been the highest it's been is around 75%, so meaning at least approximately 25% of our residents go to Shawsheen Tech for a vocational education. There were some years that our retention rate from 8th to 9th grade was quite a bit lower than that. This past year it was 71%. So we're doing all we can as a school system to reach out to our residents and tell them the benefits of going to the high school. Thank you.
Further discussion on Wilmington Public Schools. Mr. McDonald.
Yes. I follow the town postings for job positions, and I'm startled when I see the amount of turnover in teachers for the school system, and I'm further perplexed when I see the amount of money that a substitute teacher gets paid, I actually think it's like way below like Walmart or something like that. It's like unbelievable low. And so I respect the lady who got up and told us that she took her children to other schools to be educated. And so I'm concerned that there's so much turnover with the teachers and there's so many positions constantly being advertised to be filled in the school system. And I'd like to know why. Can the superintendent please tell us why there is so much turnover?
So, Mr. McDonald,
and how it could be
a lot of what you're trying to get is actually subject to collective bargaining and is really beyond the authority of this committee, or I'm sorry, this assembly.
The last thing I wanted to say is every single organization that I've been a part of, when I've gone to a body meeting and there was financial matters to be voted on, there's a specific dollar amount that you vote on. It's not hidden. It's not just a warrant number, but there's a specific dollar amount. And when I go to the school committee meetings, when I see the agenda posted, there's no dollar amount.
Okay,
We're talking $57 million.
Mr. McDonald, this assembly actually has no authority to dictate what's on an agenda for a school committee or any other board or committee in town. It's well outside the scope of the article, and this assembly, even if it were within the scope of an article, would actually have no authority to dictate what's on an agenda for a different body.
So we just heard Mrs. Burns get up and say that the school budget's level funded. And I'm just wondering, when contracts get signed and collective bargaining agreements get signed, how it can be level funded when there's increases in pay. That's my one question. The other question is, if there's anybody here from the Shawshene Tech, I have a question for.
Mr. McDonald, that is going to be the motion that we take up after this one is done. So,
isn't that the whole school budget that's combined with it?
No, we're right now just voting on the Wilmington School Department. Afterwards would be the Shawshene Tech budget.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shukas.
Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar Street. I have had kids in the school system for 62 years. I have never been more proud of them. They teach well. They take care. If there's a problem, they take care of it. I put 4 kids through, 2 grandchildren, and now I've got 3 great-grandchildren, and I can't think of a better place for them to get educated. Please, put this through.
I'm going to go to the back and then to Ms. Benelli. Yes.
Susan Stewart, 169 Shawshene Avenue. I myself do not have children, but I have friends who are teachers. I have a friend who teaches in Wellesley. I have a friend who teaches in Stoneham. I have other friends who teach in various other places around the state. The idea of teachers not getting the $200,000 a year they deserve is not a Wilmington problem. It is not a Massachusetts problem. It is a United States problem. And I would love to solve the United States problems here, but I don't think we should put that on the town moderator.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I think that the money is, we give them as much as we can, I think. Thank you.
Ms. Benelli.
Jennifer Benelli, 17 Jacob Street. I struggle a little bit with the idea that our enrollment's going down, so I'm going to scrutinize the budget more. Like, as MJ pointed out, I don't know if I'm allowed to say people's
Prior
names.
speaker.
They're level funded. I don't know about you, but if my dishwasher is not performing well, I need to spend money to get it to work better. If one of the many brands that I work for in my company, or in my professional life, wants to attract more consumers to buy their products, they have to spend money to do so. So we need to be spending money to stop attrition, not scrutinize and reduce the money. It doesn't make sense in any other part of our lives, and it certainly doesn't make sense in the school system. Thank you.
Mr. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Maselli, 25 North Street. Could I make a motion to end discussion and vote?
Well, no one's in line. You can move the question if you'd like. I see a second. So a motion to move the previous question would end debate. It would make the maker of the main motion, which was Mr. Doherty, up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if he wanted to. It is a 2/3 vote, but I can make the call by the voice. So all those in favor of moving the previous question, any discussion on Wilmington Public Schools, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. So we are back on the main motion on Wilmington Public Schools. If you are in favor of $49,445,217, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District in the amount of $7,562,850. Is there a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, is there somebody here from the Shawshene?
Do you have a question, Mr. McDonald?
Yes. As I was looking at the enrollment numbers, if you look at the bottom there, you will see that our responsibility as far as what we have to pay for that school district has gone up since fiscal year 2023, like about $1.2 million. And so I realize our enrollment has gone up, but my concern is when I looked at the enrollment for Bedford, they had like 35 kids.
Let's keep it to Wilmington, okay?
Okay.
So I can ask the superintendent, Mr. McIntosh, to comment on any trend in enrollment.
Tony McIntosh, Superintendent Director for Shawshene Regional Vocational School. So our FY25 request is based on 318 students attending from Wilmington. I have 314 from FY25, but one of my earlier colleagues presented 312. That amounts to 24% of the students enrolled at Shawshene for the upcoming school year. And looking back at the numbers, the difference between FY24, which was $4,786,050, and we are requesting $5,082,997 this year, which represents a 6.2% increase for Wilmington.
Thank you,
Moderator.
Further discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, in my book, I'm seeing a lot higher than $5 million. I'm seeing $7,562,650. So I was wondering why our numbers are different than your numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong page. My apologies. You're right. It is $7,562,850.
And
Mr. McDonald, just again, discussion by and through the moderator.
Mr. Moderator, could you ask him how much money that didn't get expended last year in the budget was left over and where it went?
Mr. McIntosh, to the process of any unspent funds from the town of Wilmington, what would happen with any unspent funds?
So Shawshene Valley Technical School is only allowed to keep 5% of any unspent funds, 5% of our previous year's budget in an E&D excess and deficiency account. There was money returned to all of our communities last year. And if you give me 1 second, I can tell you exactly what was returned to Wilmington. So Wilmington received a rebate for FY22 of $199,934.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh.
And Mr. Moderator, 2 last questions, and I'll sit down. I'd like to find out, since Bedford has like 35 students going there, what are they seeing as a problem to send more students there? And if Bedford decides to add more students the next school year, does the Wilmington enrollment go down? And the second question is that $199,000 that was over budgeted last year or not spent, is that factored in this year to diminish the budget?
So, Mr. McIntosh, I'm going to try and frame that question for you a little bit. What effect, if any, does the enrollment figures from other communities affect the amount that Wilmington would be paying towards Shawshene Tech? And I believe you had answered the last question, which was the monies were actually returned to the town. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
The monies were returned to the town. So yes, it wasn't included in our budget. It was returned to Wilmington to do whatever sees fit by the Finance Committee. We only accept a fixed number of students. How that distribution works out is allocated by our regional agreement and by our admissions policy. So currently, Bedford has 10% of the allocated seats. So we are looking at bringing in 350 freshmen in the fall. So Bedford would have 35. If they don't use all of their seats, then they are split up amongst the other sending communities that may have already filled their quota. So that is a moving target from year to year, depending upon the total number of applications we get and the total number of students that are accepted from each community.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
McIntosh.
I guess I just need to probably talk to some people from Bedford and see what the problem is that they're having with the school, why they're not sending students there. Thank you.
Okay, so if you are in favor of, I'm sorry, Ms. Glasgow.
Can I have Mr. McIntosh reconfirm how much Wilmington received back?
Ms. Gillespie, you probably,
Can I just have Mr. McIntosh reconfirm how much Wilmington received back?
The return from the excess, $199,934. Fiscal year 22. So we were over our 5% E&D cap for fiscal year 22, which prompted us to return $199,934 to the town of Bedford. Our FY23 E&D has not been certified yet, but again, when it is, if we are over that cap, that money will also be returned to our communities.
further discussion. I'm going to recognize Mr. Fiore if he wishes to speak, and then Ms. Bowden.
No, I'm the chairman of the board of the school committee, so I just figured I'd stand with the.
Just in
in
case?
case I had other questions that I needed to answer, so I'm good for now, but thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowden?
Bodwin at 1 Leonard Lane. Clearly we have a sort of percentage based on enrollment, but I'm curious about sort of total budget. Shawshene Tech has increased 15% FY 23 to 24, and then now additional 4% compared to 3.7% on Wilmington High School. So I'm just curious a little bit about sort of, how sort of what's driving those increases and how we think about that, and what the sort of responsibility of the town is in terms of interrogating increases on this budget versus sort of the Wilmington High School budget.
Mr. McIntosh?
Again, Tony McIntosh, Superintendent Director, Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District. So our overall budget number went up 3.75% for FY25. So I believe we are kind of in alignment with the Wilmington Public Schools. Because of the changing demographics in enrollment from community to community, some of our communities actually saw a decrease in their assessment this year, while some of them saw them go up more than the 3.75%. That is always based on October 1st enrollment numbers, and individual communities are charged based on the number of their students that are attending. There is no fixed number cap, anything like that. It's all based on our October 1st enrollment.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Further comment, Mr. McDonald?
Yes. If I could point out to your attention that the superintendent mentioned that he's allowed to keep 5% of what the school doesn't spend. So that would be every year. So can you tell us what that 5% has added up to, say, for the last 5 years?
We can only keep 5% of the previous year's budget each year. So that is not cumulative. That is a fixed amount. So based on what our FY23 budget is, we're told you can keep 5% of this in an E&D account. It's not 5% this year, 5% next year, 5% the year after. It's 5% total.
And the particular fund that goes into, what would that fund be called?
That's the excess and deficiency fund, and that's certified by the Department of Revenue.
So the excess and deficiency fund that you've been taking 5% out each year, what's your balance in that fund?
Mr. McDonald, I think you just clarified that this is not something that is
FY23
accruing cumulatively. It's year to year, and he would be spending it in the subsequent years. Do I have that understanding correct, Mr. McIntosh?
So all the 5% was spent that you took last year?
No, it stands at 5% of what the FY23 budget was. That's all we can keep legally.
I understand that. There was absolutely no misunderstanding when you said that.
Okay.
My objective is to find out over the course of the years, as that 5% has been taken out and has been going into that fund, do you have the total schools fund balance in that excess and deficiency fund?
So, Mr. Moderator, if you take the total Shawshene budget for FY23 and you multiply it by 5%, it will tell you what the maximum balance of that fund is. Again, it is not cumulative, and I'm not quite sure how else to make that point, but if you take our overall budget from the previous year, multiply by 5%, that's going to tell you the maximum amount we can keep in that fund.
It's about $780,000. If
Mr. McDonald, I think we've belabored this point. If there's any new and informative discussion on Shawshene Regional Voc Tech. See none, we're going to call for a vote for $7,562,850 for Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District. If you're in favor, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Total maturing debt and interest, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $6,868,784 be appropriated for maturing debt and interest, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $95,223 be transferred from the sewer available funds, and that the $443,030 be transferred from the water department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest water, and that the sum of $62,000 be transferred from the water department available funds and be applied to the item maturing debt and interest, authorization fees, and miscellaneous debt, and that the balance of $6,268,531 be raised from fiscal year 2025 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. That's the motion. Do we have a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Through you to Mr. Doherty, can you tell us the balance of the sewer account and the balance of the water account?
Mr. Morris, do you happen to know those numbers? That was incredible.
Did not hear a word he said.
It was like a KISS concert up here. So I'm going to try to relay your comments, Mr. Morris. I think the long and the short of it is you do not have those numbers available with you right now, correct?
So this body is being asked to take money out of the sewer account and the water account, and nobody up there knows how much money is in those balances. I think that's a little bit...
Mr. McDonald, perhaps let Mr. Morris elaborate.
Clarification regarding the motion. Funds will be spent out of next year's...
Can you go to the mic, please?
Yep. Mr. Morris, you can come on up.
Thank you. Those funds that are being voted on in this motion refer to funds that will be raised in the next fiscal year's budgets.
So we're looking to raise funds through taxation, okay? And I'm simply asking the question, what are the account balances? How much money is in the sewer account? How much money is in the water account? Because Mr. Doherty just mentioned that we're looking to take money out of those accounts. Is there a particular reason why nobody has those numbers?
Mr. McDonald, the motion is to be taking it from those accounts in the subsequent fiscal year that would start on July 1st of this year.
Okay, I understand that. But this fiscal year, how much money is in those accounts?
I don't think those numbers are available to us at this point.
Is there a reason why?
Mr. Morris has answered your question to the best of his ability. Further discussion?
Okay, the second question I had is concerning the maturing debt. How many more years are we going to be paying for the high school, and how many more years are we paying for the public safety building? And Mr. Moderator?
Mr. McDonald, we're going to do this one at a time, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I know the high school is till 2037. Public safety.
The high school is 2037. What was the other one you asked for?
Public safety building.
Public safety is done in 2028.
Okay. So part of this request, this motion, this expenditure has to do with the town hall school administration building. So I think this next question is pretty much totally in line with this article. It's not out of order. So since there's a large expenditure for the town hall school administration, I would like to ask, through you, Mr. Moderator, to ask the building inspector if there's a building permit been issued.
That is out of, well beyond the
It's
scope
not
of the
out of
article.
the-
This
it's
is
not.
Article 5 is
We're
to pay
looking
the
to
salaries.
spend funds.
Mr. McDonald, the question is out of order. This is an article to pay for the salaries and expenses of the departments. We are not using the annual town meeting as a checkup on the status of permits. Further discussion, Ms. Bodwin.
Barb Bodwin, 1 Leonard Lane. I wanted to get a little bit more insight into the debt that's being taken on for the senior center and the town hall. I know there's been increases on those projects, but my understanding originally was that we were using free cash, so I just wanted to understand sort of the decision-making around taking on debt here.
Mr. Morris, if you could explain the, I guess, the overall financing plan for, was it just limited to the senior center or the town hall administration building as well? Both.
Okay, senior center, $6 million was taken out of the capital stabilization fund. The balance is to be borrowed, and we're right in the process of that now. It will be borrowed next week. The town hall school administration building, $12 million was taken out of free cash. Again, the net balance will be funded through a bond issue coming up next week.
Net balances of that, because just want to make sure, originally this wasn't supposed to be sort of funded through town operating, so I just want to understand the impacts of this debt long-term, given the other projects that are coming down.
Could you clarify that question, Ms. Bodwin?
What is the balance that's sort of being funded through debt of the project?
Okay, we're going to give Mr. Morris a minute.
Okay, the net amount for the senior center building is going to be $11,264,000, and that may fluctuate a few dollars depending on how the bond issue comes out. And for the town hall school administration building, the amount to be borrowed is $24,881,000.
To the individual in the back.
Kim Lang, 3 Naples Road. I don't know if it was just someone misspoke, but they stated the total as $6,200,068,784, which is not what's written here, and I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, so the motion is, and I'll read the entirety of it, was for the $6,868,784, which is in your booklet. Of that, $95,223 would be transferred from sewer available funds. The sum of $443,030 would be transferred from water department available funds, and the sum of $62,000 would be transferred from water department available funds.
Okay.
Yeah, that would leave a balance, thank you, Mr. Doherty, from the tax levy of $6,268,531. Mr. Doherty?
Yes. My only comment is on the debt. There was no override, so it has no effect on the taxes for the for the town hall school administration building and the senior center. It'll come out of the regular annual budget, so there's no impact on your taxes.
Further discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I'm going to say that I disagree with Mr. Doherty on that, because when you have a line item that's like $2.3 million for the school administration building, that does have an impact on people's taxes, Mr. Doherty. And Mr. Moderator, I'm a little bit perplexed at your comment when you said that this is for salaries, because this is maturing debt and interest. I mean, that was part of the reason for my question, because this has to do with finance.
Mr. McDonald, I will reread Article 5 to you. It's how much money the town will appropriate for the expenses of the town and the salaries of several town officers and departments.
Are we on
This is an expense of the town.
Are we on maturing debt and interest?
Correct, which is an expense of the town.
And part of the expense of the town, if you look at the article, if you would mind looking at that, where it says Town Hall School Administration, is that the new Town Hall School Administration line item?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you please help me out here? I'm having a little bit of mental anxiety, and I just need a little bit of help with understanding how my question is not relative to the article, since this article is for a new town hall school administration building, and I was at a previous meeting, and I asked the building inspector, is there a building permit? And he said no. And so I'm just simply asking, since it's pertaining to this article, and we got like $2.3 million line item, is there a building permit? Why is that like a big secret?
Mr. McDonald, we're on maturing debt and interest.
I understand that, but part of it is the school administration, town hall, the new one for $2.3 million. And if there's no building permit issued, it becomes a question and a concern.
Mr. McDonald, if you have... What is your point of information, Ms. Shukas? Believe it or not, Ms. Shukas, he's been speaking on the same time mostly this entire time. So. There is. We are getting close to it. Any further discussion?
Can we get an answer to that, Mr. Moderator?
Mr. McDonald,
to the article. The building inspector sits
Mr. McDonald,
there. He gets
you are
paid a
out of
salary.
order. Mr. McDonald, you are out of order. Mr. Maselli.
Mr. Moderator, back here to do what I just did, motion to end discussion and to vote.
Okay. We have a motion to move the previous question that has been seconded. Again, there's no discussion on the motion to move the previous question. For those of you who wish to move the previous question and therefore end debate, it would give Mr. Doherty up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if he desires, and then we would come to a vote on the main motion. If you're in favor of ending debate, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. The measure passes. So we are on the main motion, which is for $6,868,784 from maturing debt and interest. Of that, $95,223 would be from sewer available funds, $443,030 would be from water department available funds, and $62,000 would be transferred from water department available funds. So indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. We are on to total unclassified and reserve. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $21,106,003 be appropriated for unclassified and reserve, of which the sum of $127,198 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve insurance account, and that the sum of $335,478 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve employee life and health insurance account, and that the sum of $11,625 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified reserve Medicare employees contribution account, and that the sum of $500,000 be transferred from the special revenue available funds and be applied to the unclassified reserve PEG cable access, and that the remaining balance of $20,131,702 be raised from the fiscal year tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. The motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Doherty. Are these numbers correct, that from the previous fiscal year, the employee health and life insurance has gone up what looks like to be about $1.3 million. Is that correct, Mr. Doherty?
I'm going to ask Mr. Morris if the employee life and health insurance line item under unclassified and reserve figure is accurate. You can just indicate yes or no from where you're sitting.
Yes.
It is accurate, yes.
It's accurate. And so this is a portion of the budget that the people here and the people in town pay on top of the employee's contribution. Is that correct? So the actual numbers would be more than this if you factored in what the employee contributes. Is that correct?
Mr. Morris, there is an employee contribution, correct?
Yes, 25% more.
Okay, so we're looking to hire an additional employee. Our employee health and life insurance has gone up $1.3 million. And my concern is that there's no like ceiling to this. It just keeps going up. The other concern I had is relative to ambulance services and billing. I guess this might, through you, Mr. Moderator, of course, this would probably be a question for the fire chief, because we were told that our ambulance got in an accident. I'd like to find out if it was totaled and if the insurance paid for it.
Mr. McDonald, the line item is for ambulance services and billing, so we will get to the fire department's capital expenditure later on, but asking about the need for
I was
an
just
ambulance.
curious, Mr. Moderator, if our ambulance billing will go up, if that ambulance is out of commission, if we got no money from insurance, if we're self-insured.
Okay, Mr.
and
McDonald,
those
you
types
just
of
thrown about
questions.
45 questions at me. We're going to try to handle this. I'm not seeing the fire chief, but... Mr. Kavanaugh, if you want to respond to whether or not the status of an ambulance has an effect on the ambulance services and billing line.
Sure. Bill Kavanaugh, 2 Jones Ave, Fire Chief. So that ambulance got totaled before last town meeting. It was totaled out. We did get the money. That money was used to buy a backup ambulance, which I picked up in Maryland with the help of the DPW, and has been in service since September. So, yeah, no, your money's not going to go up because we totaled an ambulance. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so on total unclassified and reserved, the total sum of $21,106,003. Of that, $127,198 will be transferred from the Water Department available funds and applied to the insurance account. $335,478 to be transferred from the Water Department available funds and applied to the employee life and health insurance account. The sum of $11,625 to be transferred from the Water Department available funds and applied to the Medicare employees contribution account. The sum of $500,000 to be transferred from the special revenue available funds and applied to the PEG cable access, leaving from the FY25 tax levy the sum of $20,131,702. If you are in favor of those amounts, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. We are on to total statutory charges. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $11,628,856 be appropriated for statutory charges, of which the sum of $967,300 be transferred from the Water Department available funds, and the sum of $45,472 be transferred from the sewer available funds, and that $28,505 be transferred from the special reserve available funds, and that the remaining of $10,587,579 be raised from fiscal year 25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I'd like to point out a few things on this particular item. Down the bottom, you'll see North Shore Agricultural and Technical School District. It's pretty much about $250,000. And for those of you who don't know this, Wilmington students are entitled to be able to go to this school. So if you don't like the Shawshing Tech or the Wilmington school system, you could send your kid over there. I failed to point out earlier that when you do the calculations mathematically with the amount of money that we're spending for the Shawshene Tech, and you divide that by the amount of students, it comes out to $20,000 per year per student to educate a student there, which is the same as Austin Prep. And so that to me was just eye-opening. And so that was one thing I wanted to point out. But the biggest thing here, the most disturbing thing, and I hope that you all are upset with this along with me, is the MBTA charge. $570,800, almost $600,000 to the MBTA. But the appalling part is that they've increased it. And they've increased it after it was their responsibility for killing a beautiful person.
Mr.
No,
McDonald.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr.
This
McDonald.
is totally in line, totally in line.
Mr. McDonald, that is well out of order.
How is that out of order when the MBTA is trying to
Mr. McDonald,
hammer us?
I can ask Mr. Morris if he can describe how the MBTA comes to the figure that is charged to the town.
It's a very complicated formula, frankly. It's based on ridership. It's based on miles of track in their capital whole program. It's far too complicated to explain. I mean, you need their people to explain it completely.
Mr. Moderator, everybody here is going to think I'm on another planet when I'm about to say this, because a lot of people here today are here to vote on the overlay district. And I think it might add a lot of shock value to the state government and the MBTA if we took this particular action that you're all going to think I'm on another planet suggesting. And that is, if you are against the overlay district, and if you're upset with a lady being killed, and the incompetence.
In theory, you could reduce this appropriation to zero, but the fact of the matter is, the state gives us local aid, Chapter 78 for the schools, unrestricted aid. When they send us the checks, not the checks, they're actually wired, they take these assessments off the top before we even get it. So they're going to do it anyway, and they have the statutory authority to do that.
Thank you. Further
Mr.
comment?
Moderator, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Sullivan, I'm going to Ms. Sullivan.
You interrupted me.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I have the
Suzanne
authority.
Sullivan.
One second,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Sullivan. Mr. McDonald, I do have the authority to preside over the meeting, and that is what I'm doing. So, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you,
address
Mr.
for the board.
Moderator. I just had a quick question on the school choice, charter school, and special education. If there is money left over, where does that money go? It seems like there's money that we appropriate, and then it's what we actually use, if I understand correctly. And how is that determined? I'm just curious why it's in here and why it's not in, like, the school budget.
Mr. Morris.
Any surpluses would be closed out, just like any other appropriation at the end of the year, and eventually roll through the process of ending up being free cash. These are specific assessments from specific school districts. The Wilmington appropriation for their schools is specific to the Wilmington School Department, not for these various places that get school choice. Yep. And again, they're required by statutory requirements.
Further discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, getting back to what I wanted to explain. I'm not going to do it, but I can guarantee you that I would second somebody's motion that would do it. If somebody gets up here and says, hey, we're going to vote to eliminate the train stations, we're going to vote to eliminate this expenditure, and then thus not have to comply or not have to be constrained to that overlay district and be negatively impacted with market rate values and a disregard for infrastructure and all the other problems that could cause. If I can tell you right now, I will promise if somebody gets up and makes a motion to appropriate no money for this and send a shock value to the MBTA and a very angry sense that we're upset that a lady in our town got killed. I will second your motion. I will second that motion, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to go to the gentleman in the back.
Frank West Jr., 2 Birchwood Road. I'd like to make a motion to move the question.
Thank you, Mr. West. Is there a second? There is a second. If you're in favor of ending debate, I would allow Mr. Doherty to, again, to address the assembly if he so chooses, but otherwise end discussion, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. So, we're back on the main motion for total statutory charges for the sum of $11,628,856. Of that, $967,300 will be transferred from the Water Department available funds, $45,472 will be transferred from sewer available funds, and $28,505 will be transferred from the special revenue available funds, leaving the remaining balance of $10,587,579 to be raised from the fiscal 25 tax levy. So indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your fiscal 25 operating budget. At this time, it is customary to thank the volunteers of the Finance Committee who sacrificed multiple nights per week from the end of January through mid-March and worked through town meetings scrutinizing the town manager's proposed budget so that they may make recommendations to residents at town meeting. Lastly, on this article, I do want to thank the following town employees who have either retired over the past year or who will be retiring in the coming months. From the library, Christina Stewart. From the fire department, Thomas Casella and David Woods Sr. From the police department, Christopher Dindo, Paul Jepson, David Bradbury, Brian Stickney, and Dan Cadigan. From the public buildings department, Marianne Gillis, Paul Dacco, Francis Merles, and George Hooper. From the Department of Public Works, Scott Bruce, Michael Underwood, Neil Waring, Joseph Duffy Jr. From the town manager's office, Wendy Martinello and Jeff Hall. Thank you for each of you for your service to this community, and we wish each of you a long, healthy, and happy retirement. Lastly, I do want to at least acknowledge a couple individuals who are here. We have our town manager appointee, I think is the unofficial official title, Eric Slagle. We have our assistant town manager who starts on Monday, but she's here a little bit early, Judy O'Connell. All right, we'll move on to Article 6. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase and equipping of new and/or replacement capital equipment, including but not limited to the following items, including any incidental and related expenses, and further to authorize the sale, trade-in, conveyance, or other disposition of any equipment being so replaced. Such funds will be spent by the town department so indicated with the approval of the town manager and to the extent set forth in Chapter 592 of the Acts of 1950, the Select Board as follows, and those are listed at the top half of page 13 in your booklet. It is customary to take up these items by one at a time, so I will divide the question accordingly, and I will defer first to Mr. Kyra.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Hello. I move that $93,000 be raised and appropriated from FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent, thank you, Mr. Bendel, to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and equipping of a handicapped accessible van for the Elderly Services Department, including all incidental and related expenses, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles be hereby authorized.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of all items of capital equipment listed on Article 6. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote for the amount of $93,000 for the purchase of one replacement handicap accessible van for the Elderly Service Department. If you are in favor of that sum, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Purchase of one replacement ambulance, Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $475,000 be raised and appropriated from available funds, free cash of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and equipping of one ambulance for the fire department, including all incidental and related expenses, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles be hereby authorized.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Through you, of course. At a previous meeting, I believe it was the deputy chief, since the chief was away that particular day, he came before the body and stated that the intention previously was to remove a body box, an ambulance body box, off an ambulance and put it on a new cabin chassis. A new cabin chassis would probably cost about $75,000. Let's just say the labor to change over would be maybe $25,000, figuring high. So we're looking at over $400,000 that we're being asked to fund for a new ambulance. And can the chief speak to us about the previous deputy chief's proposal that a box be taken off an ambulance and put on a new cabin chassis?
Chief Kavanaugh, on the limited scope of the due diligence that the department has undergone to come up with a figure of $475,000 for a replacement ambulance.
Yeah, so that was the original plan with the A2 that got totaled a couple of years ago, which we previously discussed. The ambulance we have now, like I said, we found an ambulance for under $50,000. We picked it up in Maryland. So it's not the typical manufacturer that we would use, the PL Custom. We usually use a Horton or a Braun is the one that we have on order from a previous town meeting. The safety enhancements that have come along since this one was made in 2016, which is the current A2, the black and red ambulance, have expanded quite a bit. So it is not in the best interest of the safety of the residents or the service to the townspeople to rebox and run that ambulance or that box for another 5 or 6 years until we replace it. That's why we didn't go with that this time around.
Thank you, Chief Kavanaugh.
So, Mr. Moderator, just a clarification. The chief mentioned that he has an ambulance on order from a previous town meeting. Can he elaborate on that a little bit?
Okay, so last year you guys voted to approve a new A1. We're still waiting on, actually that was 2 years ago. We're still waiting on that. So unfortunately, due to COVID, I'm gonna say it, we have had all sorts of backups in production and manufacturing, in availability of the chips for the keys for these vehicles that we now are required to have so we can actually start them. So unfortunately, we are still probably 1.5 to 2 years out of actually receiving that ambulance. If I wait until that one comes in and then try to order another one, we are currently running a 2016, which is the backup ambulance from Maryland, which I picked up, and then a 2018. Both of them have over 130,000 miles. Historically, the town of Wilmington has used these ambulances in a primary role and then in a backup role, and by 130, we're about putting them out the door because they have a lot of idle hours on, a lot of travel time on them, and it's just not feasible for me to wait and have to wait another 3 years and have 2 almost 10-year-old ambulances to service a town that's this busy. We're doing about 2,400 to 2,600 transports a year. So this is probably the most effective way to make sure that we're continuing to provide the right service to everybody here and everyone who didn't show up.
Thank you, Chief, for that. I stand opposed to it. I think that we can rebuild engines, and I think there's companies out there that can do it for probably under $10,000. We can rebuild transmissions and don't have to worry about keys to start it and that sort of thing. He's one of our best guys in town, but you know, sometimes even when you like someone, you can disagree with them, and I disagree with this purchase. Thank you.
Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Chief's answered a number of the questions I first got up here to ask, but I would question whether they did all their due diligence on the other companies that he mentioned. I've read articles from out in the Midwest where villages are purchasing ambulance for less than $200,000. So is it going to these other manufacturers? Are we asking for the gold standard and could do with a lesser one?
Chief.
Thank you for the question. So a lot of the ambulances that you're seeing that are under that 200,000 are what you're looking at for most of your private companies. They're the smaller ambulances. Most of them are van conversions, which leave very little room in the patient cab to actually work. This is what we've run. This is the trucks that we use for the DPW, their Freightliner bodies. So that's typically what we wind up using. If we were to get a lesser ambulance, you're also getting, they're not as heavy duty, so they don't last as long. Like I said, a lot of the private ambulance companies run them, and if you've ever been in the back of one of those, they're in really rough shape really quick.
Thank you. Other question would be, because he's having trouble getting the new one that we authorized before in, how do these funds get pushed around then? You know, we certainly don't pay up front, do we?
No. So we, if I could.
Mr. Chief.
Okay. So typically with capital items, they carry. So once we get it authorized at town meeting, we will sign a contract with the vendor, and we're locked into that price. So even though we're asking for more now than we did last time, unfortunately, because everything has gone through the roof, they are required to sell it to us at the price that they gave it, that they signed the contract for. So those monies that are in my capital account for the purchase of that ambulance just continue to carry, and then we expend it once the ambulance comes in and we take delivery of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Shukas?
Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar Street. Never, ever question purchasing an ambulance. A few years ago, the town said, oh, we can get another year out of this. You know what happened? Somebody drowned at Silver Lake, and they had to send a hearse to pick that child up. This is what you get when you think about your pocketbook before you think about safety. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion on this one, we'll call for a vote. If you were in favor of $475,000 to come from free cash for the purchase of one replacement ambulance, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. For the Department of Public Works, for a purchase of one replacement Vector truck, Mr. West.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, Town of Wilmington. I move that we pass over Article 6C.
Accept that as the main motion. It has been seconded. Discussion. Mr. Smaglia, to the rationale for passing over this article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We are going to, instead of taking $330,000 out of the water department and $330 out of free cash, what we're going to do with this Vector truck is we are going to use some of the ARPA funding that we are mandated to spend before the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Smaglia. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of passing over a motion or the purchase of one replacement Vector truck, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Also for the Department of Public Works, for the purchase of one replacement heavy-duty front-end loader to be assigned to the Highway Division, Mr. DePalma.
I move that I move that $205,000 be appropriated from the available fund free cash to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and equipping of one heavy-duty front-end loader for the Department of Public Works Highway Division, including all incidentals, related expenses.
Mr. DePalma, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I just have a question through you, of course, Mr. Moderator, for the DPW director as to what specific model, make, loader it's going to be. And I asked the question because I was at a previous meeting and the director said that on another piece of equipment, he can't get parts for it. So can you please tell us if this loader is going to be coming from like Indonesia or if it's going to be a Caterpillar?
Mr. McGaldy, I'm going to similarly frame the question that I did to Chief Kavanaugh. If you could discuss the due diligence that you undertook in coming to the figure of $205,000.
Sure. Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director. This quote is actually for a new Caterpillar 930 3-yard bucket loader. I believe the discussion from a previous town meeting on a truck model that was obsolete was actually for a Sterling series. That was a dump truck. This is a front-end loader. It's a Caterpillar.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, if you are in favor of $205,000 to come from free cash for the purchase of one replacement heavy-duty front-end loader to be assigned to the Highway Division, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Also for the Department of Public Works, for the purchase of one heavy-duty baseball infield groomer to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division, Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $38,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purpose of equipment of one heavy-duty baseball infield groomer for the DPW Parks and Grounds Division, including all incidental
Mr.
and
Bendel,
related.
does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion in the back.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, I'm Ronald Jordan from 6 Pilling Road in Wilmington. Most people here are for that housing, the MTA, and I was wondering, because we get elderly people here, we got people with kids at home, and that question ain't gonna come up till a long time from now. I wondered if somebody made a motion to go to that next.
So that's a very good point of order. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I'll give you the nickel tour as to why. Our inhabitant bylaws does prescribe the order of articles to be drawn. I can very briefly get you that order.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, I just for the benefit, I'll talk fast so people don't have to stay quite nearly as long. First is conduct of town elections, committee reports, the purpose of paying unpaid bills. That takes us through Article 3. To authorize the town treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements, that's Article 4. Appropriate monies for the expenses of town and salaries, that's Article 5. And then we're on number 6, which is to appropriate the monies for capital expenditures. That takes us through 28. Anything beyond 28, 29 through 36 is required to be done via random selection. So our bylaws do require the order in which today proceeds. So it's a fair point, one that has been made in the past, but my hands are tied, so to speak.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we are on discussion on the purchase of a heavy-duty baseball infield groomer to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division for $38,000. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you're in favor of, again, $38,000 for the purchase of one heavy-duty baseball infield groomer to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. For the Public Buildings Department, for the purchase of one replacement Ford F-550 box truck with lift gate, Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $89,000 be raised and appropriated from FY25 tax.
Mr. Kyra, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly. Folks in the back, can you hear him?
All right. I'll use Mr. Bendel's mic. Thank you again. I move that $89,000 be raised and appropriated from FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and equipping one Ford F-550 550 truck with lift gate for the Public Buildings Department, including all incidental and related
Mr. Kyra, does
expenses.
the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it is.
I will accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
I just wanted to point out to folks, if you could focus in on that amount, $89,000. This is even a bigger truck than an ambulance would need for their box at $89,000 with a body. But and that's why I was kind of opposed to the big expenditure for the ambulance. But my question for the DPW director or the manager, through you, of course, Mr. Moderator, is the policy. I got a question because I see a lot of employees taking town vehicles home. What's the policy on that? And
so, Mr. McDonald, that would actually fall outside of the authority of this assembly. This assembly does not create personnel decisions or policies.
Okay, but we can vote something down if we don't like the fact that we have a liability exposure and we don't like the fact that we're buying trucks and employees are taking them home. I think we had a fire chief whose daughter was in a town vehicle that got in an accident.
Mr. McDonald, we're not going to talk about employees' children. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for vote a sum of $89,000 for the purchase of one replacement Ford F-550 box truck with liftgate for the Public Buildings Department. If you are in favor of that amount and for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Also for the Public Buildings Department, the purchase of one Ford Maverick pickup truck. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $33,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and equipping of one Ford Maverick pickup truck for the Public Buildings Department, including all incidental and related expenses and further...
Ms. Maselli, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I accept that as a main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Can you tell us what the purpose of this vehicle is?
Mr. Kelly.
Dennis Kelly, Superintendent of Public Buildings. Our foreman drives around in this truck. We're delivering product from building to building. Right now, he uses a Ford Focus, which is well past its lifespan. So this allows him to go, when he's going to do his rounds to buildings to check on things, to bring product to and from buildings as well, on a smaller scale.
So, Mr. Moderator, could you tell the body here the size of the bed in the back of that truck?
I believe it's only a 4 or 5 foot bed. But it's, again, we have the box truck to move large quantities. This is usually smaller items. And having a small sedan really doesn't suit the purpose.
So you can't even get a sheet of plywood in the back of this truck. It's such a mini pickup truck. It's almost
Correct.
like it's a waste.
It's not. There's plenty of stuff we move around town on a daily basis for our school department and other departments that you don't need the big box trucks for. We already have a pickup truck in the fleet as well that can do has an 8-foot bed. We're just going to add something else with a bed. We don't really need a full-size pickup truck, which would be a lot more money. This will fit the needs of the department and allow us a little more flexibility.
And
Mr. Kelly, Mr. McDonald, just really quick, could you restate the vehicle this would be replacing?
It's a Ford Focus.
And will the employee be taking this vehicle home?
Mr. McDonald, this is again just the acquisition.
I know, but I think I'm opposed to it, but I'd like to know if he's going to be taking it home or not.
We're not voting on what the policy of the use of this vehicle. We're just voting on the acquisition. I'm going to go to Mr. Toth and then to Mr. O'Grady.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenz Drive. Just a quick question about, it's not noted as a replacement in your list. So the truck that you are talking about the person is using now, what will happen to that?
The DPW has deemed it as time to be replaced, and I believe it goes out to auction or disposition.
So this is a replacement?
This could be a trade-in as well, trade-in, yeah. Yes, it is a replacement. We're not adding another vehicle to the fleet.
So just to be clear on that point, Mr. Toth, the motion as was made did end with including all incidental and related expenses, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles be hereby authorized. So that would include a replacement. Further discussion in the back.
Susan Stewart, 169 Shawshene Avenue. Just as a point, if nobody has noticed this before, various state troopers and also various policemen of different towns all take their vehicles home. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the purchase of one Ford Maverick pickup truck, I'll call for the vote. If you're in favor of $33,000 for the purpose of purchasing one Ford Maverick pickup truck, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Lastly, on Article 6 for the school department, the purchase of one replacement handicap accessible minivan. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $75,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purpose and equipping of one handicapped accessible minivan for the school department, including all incidental and related expenses, and further, the sale, trade-in, or other...
Mr. West, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to call for a vote for the purchase of one replacement handicap accessible minivan for the school department in the amount of $75,000. If you are in favor of that sum for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. Article 7. Article 7 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 8. Article 8 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 9. Article 9 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 10. Article 10 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 11. Article 11 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 12. Article 12 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda, and the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 13, for a sum of money for the rehabilitation and lining of an existing 24-inch corrugated metal drainage culvert in the vicinity of 340 Ballardville Street. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At a much slower pace, I move that $135,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the rehabilitation and lining of an existing 24-foot metal drainage culvert in the vicinity of 340 Ballardville Street, including engineer services to support design, permitting, and bid specifications, site preparation and construction costs, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 13. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, of course. I would like to make a motion, but before I do, I just have a question because my motion is going to be relative to what the answer to this question is. I'd like to take the funds from the water department, and I'd like to know what the balance is in the accounts so we can vote on that.
Okay, well, Mr. Morris, do you happen to have the balance of the water accounts? I recognize that is a very vague character or description of, but do you happen to have with you the balance of the water accounts?
No, and is this water related is my first question.
Mr. McDonald, is the motion that you're alluding to pay it through water accounts?
I'm asking, what I want to do is I'm going to make a motion, but before...
Why don't you start with the motion?
I can't because I got to know if there's enough money in our funds to do it. And so since the drainage goes into the aquifer and we have a groundwater protection district,
Mr. McDonald,
it would be relative.
We're starting to get kind of I think we're down 3 or 4 different rabbit holes at this point. Mr. Morris, do you happen to have balances for the water accounts?
We do not have exact balances because I don't know what the end of the year liability was. But I would say there are sufficient funds if it was relevant to water to transfer those funds.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Moderator, I'll make it easy. Since you've heard that there's been extra money for the Shawshene Tech and the high school and the school department going into free cash, which is well in excess of what this is being asked. Can you give the dollar amount again on this, Mr.
$135,000.
Pardon me?
$135,000.
Okay, so to avoid people from being double taxed, maybe even triple taxed, okay, since that money you've already been taxed on went into free cash, I'd like to make a motion that $135,000 for this expenditure be taken from free cash.
Is there a second? All right. Because this motion to amend is for the expenditure of funds, I would need that in writing.
Would you need that before the discussion?
Correct. There was a second. Point of order, Mr. Turner.
In the estimated available funds, there's already a portion coming from free cash, which would go towards capital items, if I'm not mistaken, or is that towards operations?
So the scope of the article really outlays the universe of opportunities. So you can, by motion, either designate, and the main motion would be required to designate the source of funding. You can, by motion to amend, switch the funding source.
But effectively speaking, this, in theory, is already coming out of free cash. It's coming out of the universe of cash, which includes some from free cash, correct? I'm just asking if this is redundant.
The motion is that it come from the tax levy.
Okay.
So Mr. McDonald's motion to amend would switch that to, from, however he writes it, but from the water funds.
Okay, but point of clarification. Doing that simply means something else will come from free cash. It's just moving money around within the budget of allocations of existing income, correct? This will have no material impact on the town.
It would still be the same funds, the same amount of money. So the motion reads, I move that Article 13 be appropriated in the amount of $135,000 to be coming from free cash. So just after move, write amend.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. May we move the question before the amendment submitted?
It already has been accepted, so you can move it once we're under discussion. So we have a motion for the floor to amend the funding source to be $135,000 from free cash. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, before I discuss this, can you tell us what the total amount is in free cash, Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Morris. $29,800,000.
And can you tell us how much money is in the capital stabilization fund?
Mr. That is outside of the scope of your motion to amend, which is the switch
to free
cash.
No problem. Fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, each year you see budget items being way over budgeted. The $29,800,000 that's in free cash did not get there by some ingenious, marvelous management technique. It got there from funds that were not expended. So every time you vote on an article for a particular dollar amount and it comes under that, you get taxed on that and it goes into free cash. And oftentimes there's double dipping, like I mentioned earlier today. And so essentially what you're doing, if you don't vote for my amendment, is you're voting to be taxed double, maybe even 3 times, if you listen to the some of the previous discussion. So I would hope that you do yourself and your families a favor, along with the businesses in town that are paying, I believe it's like $32 per 1,000 in taxes, and we're seeing a lot of vacant buildings, office buildings, and that sort of thing. So, but particularly your families, I don't think that they deserve to be taxed double on these things. So I hope you vote to approve this amendment and take the money from free cash. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend.
Hello.
Ms. Shukas.
You have free cash in case something catastrophic happens in this town. You don't have a town meeting. You take it out of cash and you take care of it. And that's what all these people are supposed to do, and that's what they're doing. Let it go.
Mr. Semaglia.
Mr. Chair, the speaker is being a little disingenuous. There's a lot of planning that goes on where funds are taken from to pay for different items. We're not double taxing people just to increase free cash. We are very conservative in our budgeting, and we also have an amount of free cash that helps us with our bond ratings, so we get a better rate when we go to borrow on some of the projects that we have voted on at many town meetings. So the gentleman's being a little disingenuous on how things actually work, and I can assure you that as a taxpayer in town, we look at all the funding that we appropriate throughout the budget.
Further discussion. Mr. McDonald, you can only speak once on a motion to amend. So unless there's further discussion, we'll call for the vote on the motion to amend. All right. So if you are in favor of amending the funding source on Article 13 to be from free cash, so indicate by saying aye. you're opposed, say no. No. The noes will take it. The motion to amend fails. We are back on the main motion, which is for $135,000 to come from the tax levy on Article 13 for the rehabilitation and lining of an existing 24-inch corrugated metal drainage culvert. Further discussion on the main motion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. If you're in favor of $135,000 from the tax levy on Article 13, again, for the rehabilitation and lining of an existing 24-inch corrugated metal drainage culvert in the vicinity of 340 Validvale Street, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 14, for a sum of money to conduct a feasibility study for the Lowell Street Field / recreational area improvements. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $50,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager to conduct a feasibility study for Lowell Street Fields recreational area improvements, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 14. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator. Question for the DPW Director. Can Mr. McGaldy tell us if there have been $75,000 in federal funds that came for purpose of DPW expenditures?
Mr. McGaldy, if you could comment on any funds that have already been spent on this and any funding sources.
Sure, Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director. The town did accept an earmark from the DCR, I believe, of $75,000 for the purpose of athletic field improvements in the fall. We then acquired this space through a 99-year lease starting in January of this year. We did put a portion of that $75,000 toward a preliminary feasibility study on the Lowell Street parcel. We spent approximately $31,000 doing that. The purpose of this article would be to supplement the remaining money from that earmark to help with the next phase of the project, which essentially would be an advanced feasibility study into master phase planning of the project in order to help plan and permit long-term capital projects out there.
Thank you, Mr. McGaldy.
So, Mr. Moderator, I'm not being disingenuous when there was $75,000 that came from a government agency for this. We have people in town that are engineers. We have people in town who are supposed to know how to take care of a field, how to provide drainage. And for us to take an additional $50,000 to expend it on anything relative to a feasibility study, I'm opposed to that. I think it's preposterous that you should be asking people to hire people when we have people that are supposed to know what they're doing. So I'm opposed to this, and I hope you vote against it. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can somebody refresh my memory? Do we actually own these fields? Are we still leasing them? Because I thought we had an article a couple years ago about purchasing them.
So I believe Mr. McGaldy made reference to a 99-year lease. I believe, if my memory serves correctly, it was the 2021 annual town meeting that we authorized the board to
Yeah, they all kind of blend together.
You're telling me.
Yeah. So my only question is in the feasibility study, will the study actually determine what the viability of these fields are for what type of use? Because I know the parking's really tight and there's a lot of constraints there. So that's just my question. Thank you.
Mr. McGaldy?
Actually, as part of the preliminary feasibility study that was already completed, the results of which were presented to the select board, I believe, 2 weeks ago by me, we did determine through soil testing out there that the existing soil profile and biology on site, through the help of our turf management consultant, Tom Irwin, has determined that it is feasible to reuse the existing soils out there. So the good news is it does not look like we have to strip completely the fields out there in order to get those fields up to speed with our current inventory of fields. So that's the good news. This next phase is essentially kind of the hardcore permitting, similar to what we did at the Yentile property, which is right next door. This will look at connecting that Yentile property to the Lowell Street field, which was a long-term goal of the Yentile project anyway. And of course, as you know, there's a lot of resources areas on site, so this will take a look at responsible permitting of that. And again, it's really to help plan future capital requests to get that parcel improved over a long series of years. Internally, with our own staff, we are getting the parcel practice playable, which we've done now. If you've driven by there, you've seen some very great improvements that I'm proud that our staff has handled in-house.
Ms. Galeazzo?
I move the question.
We have another motion to move the previous question. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Again, a motion to move the previous question would end debate. It would give the maker of the main motion, which would be Mr. Kyra, up to 10 minutes to address the assembly if he so chooses. If you are in favor of any debate, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. So we will now go into the main motion. Mr. Kyra, do you wish to use any of your 10 minutes to address the assembly?
No, I'm good, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
The moderator appreciates it. If you're in favor of $50,000 to conduct a feasibility study for the Low Street Field / recreational area improvements, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. On to Article 15. For a sum of money to conduct a feasibility study / schematic design to locate a fire substation in North Wilmington, Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $600,000 be appropriated from available funds, free cash, to be spent by the town manager to conduct a feasibility study, schematic design, to locate a fire substation in North Wilmington, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? The motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Article 15, discussion. I'm going to go to Ms. Toth.
54 Fiorenza Drive. If you are asking for a feasibility study, have you already chosen a location for this fire station, substation?
I'm going to go to Chief Kavanaugh.
I can answer that too, Mr. Chair. As of this time, we do not have a specific location, but we are working on that. We have some RFPs. I believe we have an RFP out as well, but we are working on a location.
Okay, so you're asking for a feasibility study on a location that has not been chosen yet. You're looking at it, but it hasn't been chosen.
Correct, and this was put in place by my predecessor. The amount and...
They can't hear you.
Yeah.
You can't hear? Okay, so this amount was put in by my predecessor, the plan for the schematic design and thank you. So this plan was put in place by my predecessor. The amount, there's a formula they use with the square footage and what we're going to need in the area up there. We are working on getting property right now. So that's the amount come in from my predecessor, and we are working on getting a spot. Does that answer?
Sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you have a location in mind that you're asking $50,000 to do a feasibility study on that location, but you haven't gotten it confirmed yet.
Correct, because
Okay.
this is all for next fiscal year.
Right.
So when we get the property secured, we'll have the money to start the process to get it built.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
it does.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald and then Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, so you're working on various sites. Can you identify the various sites that you're working on, Mr. Semaglia? Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Semaglia, I imagine a lot of that is probably subject to executive session. Okay.
So you're looking for money that you can't disclose anything? Is that what's going on?
So
Because I think this is like a very irresponsible request to the people of Wilmington. No site, no money. That's the way I feel about it. But I have some other thoughts about this. If there is a need for a fire substation, if there is a need for emergency action out there, and it exists today, and it's existed for a year since the predecessor was there. If you recall, when they shut down 62 to build the culvert, the fire department set up shop behind the Hardin Tavern. They had a vehicle there. They actually had a camper there. and they actually conducted operations. So keeping that in mind, if there's a need now, we could take one of the bays from the highway department and put a fire vehicle there, an ambulance or first response vehicle, just like they did at the Culvert operation. So why that's not being done, I think is irresponsible. But what's even more irresponsible is to ask the people for $600,000 for a feasibility study when we're supposed to have a building inspector, we're supposed to have an engineering department, we're supposed to have a Board of Health person who knows how to do soil testing, but now we're looking for $600,000 for something that's invisible, okay?
All right, I'm going to go to
Now,
Chief Kavanaugh to
I just wanted to mention something. I read all the agendas for the Board of Selectmen executive sessions.
Mr. McDonald, Chief Kavanaugh is going to provide an explanation to some of the
Can I just
points
finish
raised.
this last thought?
We're not talking about the agendas for the Board of Selectmen.
No, the agenda was about the Sharapa property, okay? And so the property is not owned yet, okay? Now, if you decide to take it by eminent domain,
Again,
okay?
that's well beyond the scope of this article. Chief
Well,
Kavanaugh.
you
Chief
know-
Kavanaugh, Mr. McDonald, you're out of order.
Let me try to get everything that he said, and if I miss something, tell me. I'll take care of it. Okay, all right. So the reason for this article is, as Town Manager Semaglia, temporary Town Manager Semaglia stated, he likes to say that, is so that when we do issue this RFP, which is already set, we've already run it through legal, is that we don't have to come back to you in a special town meeting, spend more money and waste more of your time to get the money appropriated for the feasibility study. Unfortunately, and anyone up there, Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the feasibility studies are a requirement under procurement. So we don't have a choice and say, oh, we'll just do it in-house. We can't. We're not allowed. So that's the reason for the money. So that once the RFP comes in, if we get suitable property for a substation, we can go ahead with the feasibility study and then potentially come back at the next town meeting to get money appropriated for an actual structure. The reason for the DPW not being a feasible site, John, you want me to go into this or no?
I prefer you did.
You prefer I don't or I do? I'll give you a quick one. So the temporary fire station, which was dubbed by the police department Camp Kavanaugh, so everybody knows, last year was exactly that. It was temporary. It was originally slated for a month and wound up being 6 weeks. I cannot put firefighters in the DPW as it is because it doesn't have the exhaust systems in there that are required to be in place, doesn't have adequate sleeping quarters. So I just cannot do that for an unspecified amount of time. So just like Mr. McDonald said, no building, no money, no plan, no movie. Sorry, I can't do it.
All right, thank you, Chief Kavanaugh. Now, I think pretty much everybody here understands why you wanted to be very briefly. You wanted to slip in that Camp Kavanaugh comment. All right, we're going to go to Ms. Sullivan, we're going to Ms. Bodwin, and then Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't have a problem at all with $600,000 for this. I just a little curious about the secrecy about the locations. If someone could just, is it more than one location? Is it just one location? I mean, you can at least tell us that, right? I don't understand why that's covered under executive privilege. So that's all. Thank you.
We're going to go to Chief Kavanaugh. You might as well stay around the microphone for this one.
I'm going to hang out with Mr. McDonald for a little bit. Everyone back here is watching us dance. Ms. Sullivan, there are no secrets. When we put out the RFP, I don't know who's going to come back with it. At one point, if you remember correctly, we did put like an ad in the paper looking for people to come forward with maybe property that they may own or know of that would be suitable. I got one resident who was, they owned 2 acres up on Park Street, but it just, the way it was situated, it was kind of a weird angle. We couldn't use it. So there's no secret. I just don't know what's coming in. That's all.
Ms. Bowden? Could you tap in?
No?
I think we're good.
Okay. I was just curious about whether the substation is in the facilities master plan.
Mr. Semaglia or Mr. Morris? Mr. Semaglia is indicating it is.
It is, okay. I didn't see it in there, nor a timeline for it, but I wanted to just, this, and it has nothing to do, there's lots of conversation about, and this has been in topic for a long time in terms of the need for a substation. I think my question now is there like expectation for the facilities master plan to be updated? There's been so many changes, including our most recent projects in terms of how much they are today versus when that plan was created, as well as lots of shifts in timing and in obviously school planning associated with the MSBA project. So I'd love to understand sort of the timeline from when we're going to revisit that master plan. It's referenced quite frequently in terms of it being the roadmap for the town, and I just want to make sure that we're revisiting that work on a regular basis.
So I can say that there is no article on this annual town meeting's warrant to provide funding for a new facilities master plan. However, the town manager's office does revise its 5-year capital improvement plan every year, which is more of the living version of what you're talking about. So that is a document that is a good reference point for residents to really cross-check with the facilities master plan as to where those projects identified in the facilities master plan are within the next 5-year window in terms of the financial projections of the town manager's office.
And just to clarify, so in order to get into the capital plan, though, they have to be voted on, right?
So
Here?
the 5-year capital improvement plan is not voted on. That is something the town manager's office prepares with various department heads. So that is just really projecting out not just the fiscal year 25 that we voted on today and we're continuing to vote on the capital projects for, but also 26, 27, 28, 29 as well. What today the town manager's office is projecting out for those years. So it is more of a living document. There's no vote on it, but it is something that the town manager's office for the past 10, 11 years has been providing to not only the board but residents as well, so that they can kind of see a little bit further into the future than just really we're just voting on things through June 30th, 2025.
Okay, but the capital plan is what's in the pipeline. The facilities master plan is a longer-term planning vehicle for the town.
Yeah, that goes out through the middle of next decade, if not longer.
Okay, is there a way to make a motion to actually revisit the ability to make a facilities master plan?
That would be outside of the scope of this article, but that could, in theory, be on a subsequent town meeting as an article.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, Mr. Bendel, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think the chief beat me to it, but I did want to respectfully dispute one of the previous speakers that if there's a need, I think there's most definitely a need for this, and this will give us the ability to move faster. Every second, every minute matters when it comes to public safety. If this board or a future board is able to acquire a piece of property, we want to be able to act as quickly as possible with the authority of this body through the legal requirement of a feasibility study. And to the point of another previous speaker, we are looking at all options, public and private. If it's private, then we most certainly wouldn't discuss a person's piece of property. But I can assure everyone here that the board is currently and has been looking at every single option, and that's why we're looking for your support here today on this article.
Ms. Shukas.
Hello. Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar Street. 2 years ago, we voted on this. What happened to it? There was a feasibility study voted on 2 years ago and accepted. Now, what happened to it? Feasibility is supposed to be finding a site. 2 years later, you still haven't done it. Let me tell you something about your feasibility studies. 52 years ago, when a train gets stuck in North Wilmington and there was a fire, North Reading had to come to our aid. And that's when I was on the committee at that time, and we were told there would be a feasibility study. I think you guys are a little bit slow.
Mr. Semaglia, to the issue, the question of whether there's been a feasibility study for a North Wilmington substation in the past.
Yes, I believe so. I believe so.
The mic's not working.
yes, there's been feasibility studies. I don't think we're slow. I think there's a process and everything, and the feasibility studies are mandated to move forward. What I've learned over the last 6 months is municipalities and federal governments and governments do move slow. I'll agree with you on there. The master plan, just to go back on that, if I may, Mr. Chair, is kind of a roadmap. It's not binding. And on the capital improvement plan, we do have in there for a fire substation. So we are moving forward, and again, everything is part of a process. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Smaglia. Ms. Galazo?
Mr. Moderator, I move the question.
We have another motion to move the previous question that has been seconded. There is no debate on a motion to move the previous question, which would effectively end debate. It would give Ms. Maselli up to 10 minutes to address the Assembly. If you are afraid of ending debate, I'm sorry, if you're afraid of ending debate. We're going to take a 15-minute break once we get through 28. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 15, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say no. Okay. The yeas have it. We're going to go to the vote on the main motion on Article 15, which is for the sum of $600,000 to come from free cash for a feasibility study / schematic design to locate a fire substation in North Wilmington. If you are in favor of that sum for that purpose on Article 15, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The yeas have it. The measure passes. Article 16, which is for a sum of money for the installation of a fiber connection at the new Elderly Services Center, Town Hall / School Administration Building, and the 4th of July building. Mr. West.
I move that $50,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the installation of fiber connection at the new Elderly Service Center, Town Hall / School Administration Building, and the 4th of July building, including any...
Mr. West, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Correct.
I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 16. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator. Maybe Mr. West might have the answer to this. This is for the new Town Hall School Administration Building?
Correct.
Correct?
The
Okay.
new Elderly Services Senior Center.
And it's $50,000?
$50,000 is the
Okay.
total sum.
Okay, just want to make sure I got that right. So through you, Mr. Moderator, can Mr. West tell us, since this is a fairly large expenditure, if there's been a building permit issued for this property?
The question is out of order. Further
How
discussion
is that
on
out of
Article
order?
16.
Well, how can you spend money when there's no building permit? And there's questions about
Mr.
septic,
McDonald.
sewer.
Mr.
No, Mr.
McDonald.
Moderator, I appeal your
Mr.
decision. I appeal your decision.
Mr. McDonald, there is no appeal on a matter of order. Mass General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 15 begins with the moderator shall preside and regulate the meetings and decide all questions of order.
How can
If you do not like my decision,
Mr.
I'm
Moderator, Mr. Moderator, can you explain how it's out of order?
it is out of order because we are not talking about the building permit process, whether one has been applied for or not. All this would do would authorize the town to spend it if and when the circumstances presented themselves where they could actually install fiber connection at those buildings.
Mr. Moderator, I want to explain to you why I keep asking this question, okay? Because there is a huge question mark as to whether or not they could even get a building permit because of...
Mr. McDonald, as I just explained, this authorizes, it does not obligate the town to do so. So if a building permit is never issued, the town is not going to spend $50,000 to install fiber connections in invisible buildings. Further discussion on Article 16.
But they, Mr. Moderator, point of
Going to
order.
the back. Mr. McDonald, you're out of order and you're being disruptive. The gentleman in the back.
Hi, my name is Mark Nowacki. I live at 169 Shawshene Avenue. It looks like this is some kind of a utility connection. Is that correct?
I'm going to go to either Mr. Kelly or Mr. O'Neill, whichever.
My name is John O'Neill. I'm the town IT director. This is network to connect these buildings to our municipal fiber network. Utility, it would connect a management system, but as far as sewer, water, any of that stuff, That's not with this article.
Okay. Follow-up question, Mr. Moderator? Wasn't this part of the plan originally when we designed and planned these buildings to make this kind of connection? Why are we asking for more money to do it now? Why wasn't that part of the original design and plan?
Town council, do you care to weigh in on this? Yeah, I mean, either Mr. O'Neill or Mr. Rich. As to why this was, whether this was within or outside of the scope of the article at the special town meeting from November of 2022.
From my understanding, the cost for this particular need was not addressed in the scope of that article, and so we decided rather than using the technology budget, we'd get further with our buck if we went outside the building contract and source this ourselves.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 16, we'll call for a vote in the amount of $50,000 for the installation of fiber connection at the new Elderly Services Center, at the Town Hall School Administration Building, and the 4th of July Building. If you are in favor of that amount for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 17, for a sum of money for the maintenance of the Police Department firing range, including design and engineering costs. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $40,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenue of the town to be spent by the town manager for the maintenance of the police department firing range, including design, engineering costs, and
Mr. De Palma, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 17. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. De Palma. Can you tell us where this shooting range is located?
I'm going to ask Chief Desmond to respond to that. Again, Mr. McDonald, conversation is to go by and through the moderator. So if you have a question, you pose it to me, and I will find the appropriate individual to try and answer it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Chief Desmond. It's located behind the DPW off of Andover Street, what they used to refer to as Abigail's Island.
And would it be fair to say that's surrounded by a groundwater protection district and our water well fields directly abutting that?
I'm not qualified to answer that question, Kevin.
Is there somebody here that can?
Mr. Samaga?
Mr. Moderator, through you, this question has been asked and answered at many meetings from this gentleman. What we're asking for here is to maintain the firing range and the system that was voted on many years ago and put in to capture all the fired lead that is there, and it captures it, encapsulates it, and then every, I think, 10 years, you need to go in and clean it out. So it is safe for the environment, it is safe for that area, and this is minimal cost for what that range offers to our men and women on our police department to be able to train and stay on point and be able to protect us better, being more trained with their firearms.
Mr. Moderator, obviously, if we have lead contamination out there, it has to get cleaned up now, okay? But for this to keep going on and on and on and have more expenditures and more expenditures when there are indoor shooting ranges in various other towns that are not in a groundwater protection district, it doesn't make sense. Folks, this shooting area was shut down, and then it was put back online irresponsibly. This is directly in our groundwater protection district. I asked the chief the question because I wanted him to confirm, or somebody to confirm, what I said. I wouldn't be standing here opposed to this shooting range if I didn't know what I was talking about. So you have to spend this money now, but for this to perpetually go on is irresponsible. I don't know who thought it was a good idea putting a shooting range where lead gets deposited into an area that's in a groundwater protection district, which is directly abutted by our water wells. It's senseless. So you're going to have to vote for this today, but if it's possible, Mr. Moderator, maybe you can answer this question if it's in order. Can we as a body vote to approve this expenditure for the cleanup, but at the same time, vote to discontinue the shooting range.
That would be outside of the scope of this article.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Quick question, I didn't see this on the agendas in the past. Is this something, having heard what you said, that happens every 10 years, or is it going to be every year?
Chief Desmond?
So we estimate probably every 5 to 10 years, depending on how many rounds are fired, how often it's used. So it's not something that happens every year.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 17, we'll call for a vote. Are you in favor of $40,000 for the maintenance of the police department firing range, including design and engineering costs? So indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
If you are opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 18, for a sum of money for the continued phased cemetery development, including design and engineering costs. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $60,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the continued phased cemetery development, including design and engineering costs and any incidental related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 18. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Let Ms. Sullivan go first. She was here first.
That's awfully polite. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would just like a little bit of detail what this entails.
Mr. McGaldy.
Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director. This warrant ends up showing up at the last several town meetings, kind of as a revolving warrant. This year, the request is for $60,000. It's for miscellaneous cemetery expansion. So primarily, this would be used to further the installation of the subsurface monument footings in the new Section Q. Right now, only 2 strips of monument footings have been installed. We're going through those burials rather quickly, and now we're looking to spend some of the money to install new strip monument footings. The remainder of the funds would likely be used toward guardrail refurbishments and also road resurfacing in the cemetery.
Thank you. I just have maybe another couple of questions. One of them would be, I would like to see some more planting in the cemetery. A lot of the trees are in decline there. And, you don't plant trees for now, you plant them for the future. And unfortunately, I don't see a really good effort. I know Jamie, awesome. He's our tree warden for everybody in here. Wilmington actually has a tree warden, and Jamie does a great job. I would be very willing to, and I don't know if it's appropriate through this article, but I would be willing to entertain an increase of money on this for some additional tree plantings for the cemetery.
That would be within the scope of the article. So
It would be.
It would, yeah. It would need to be I would need that motion in writing. But, if you want to come up with a figure and see if it's seconded.
Well, I would defer to Jamie as far as if he could just even give a round figure.
Mr. McGaldy.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the compliments. The way this article is worded is it does include incidental costs. So as part of cemetery expansion, we would likely be able to use some of the funding toward planting. We do have, as part of our annual bids, tree planting services that go out. So the way we do our planting in town is we kind of see what we have left in miscellaneous contractual in our tree department budget. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't believe there's a need to add to it. We could certainly set aside some of the funding of the $60,000 to make it easier for town meeting to include some tree plantings. Again, being the tree warden, I'd be happy to do that.
I'd be happy with that also. So what could this body do to include more tree plantings in the whatever it is, $60,000?
So the article is limited to the continued phase cemetery development, including design and engineering costs. What could be changed is I guess the sum of money that has been moved, that could be amended. It's currently $60,000.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Rich, on the issue of including the specific item of additional plantings.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, as you note, the language of this article is actually fairly broad, continued phase cemetery development, and as Mr. McGaldy indicated, including incidental and related costs. Tree planting development is all part of the phase development of the cemetery. And as you've heard from Mr. McGaldy already, the tree planting itself can be incorporated into this article without further language. It's certainly something that would be anticipated as part of the development of the cemetery as its phase. So I think you've heard Mr. McGaldy's commitment to further consideration of plantings. I think the article as it stands right now would allow for those plantings.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Sullivan?
It does, thank you, procedurally. I guess I just want to make sure that it's not just a consideration, that it's actually an action. And I trust Jamie. I know he'll do whatever he can to pursue that. I just want to make sure that the tools are in place for him to be able to plant more trees and not have it be, well, maybe we can, maybe we can't. I just want to see an action that says we're going to do it. And
is this mic still on? Okay. So this year, because the majority of the actual grading work for Section Q has been done, and we're asking for $60,000, there's definitely more money in the budget this year to include plantings. As part of the expansion last year, as you know, we did include 10 new trees in Section Q. I just want to make everyone aware, though, the primary use of the cemetery is for burials, of course, and we are at a premium for space. As much as I would love to pepper the cemetery with brand new trees, we have to be very selective with where we put them. So they might include putting tree plantings on the outskirts of the cemetery rather than right in the middle, because really every spot that's there is a prime real estate need at the moment. But that being said, I have no problem committing to spend approximately $5,000 of that money toward new plantings.
thank you. And I would be very happy even if there were plantings along the edges because of the encroachment potential just from the daily operations of the cemetery on the wetland resources. That's an Atlantic white cedar swamp there, which is actually a pretty rare and unusual habitat now in Wilmington and in this area. So thank you, and I appreciate it, and I'll just try to keep following up with Jamie throughout the year. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, I just had some questions for the DPW director, if that's possible.
Yeah, ask me your questions.
Okay.
Best we can.
Part of the cemetery, according to my understanding, has a very high water table, and you can't bury caskets there. I think it's for vaults for like cremations. And could the DPW director speak to us a little bit about those sections and if Section Q is the section that was taken by eminent domain?
So, Mr. McGaldy, if you could just kind of discuss in generalities what the continued phased cemetery development would include.
Happy to. So to answer the question, Section Q is the new section, for, the former 64 Wildwood Street. That is not the area that we're experiencing high groundwater in. We have existing full burials there now, full casket burials, and are not having an issue with high groundwater. Existing Section O, which is the section adjacent to the beige garage, the Cemetery Commission recently voted to make that our first cremation burial upright monument section. So that takes advantage of there, yes, being relatively high groundwater where we might not be comfortable putting a full casket in, but it suits the area nicely to do cremation burials there. So it does work out.
Thank you, Mr. McGaldy.
So he's looking for $60,000 to improve the cemetery. Is this a possibility? Is it a possibility to build retaining walls and build up the grade to get cemetery plots such that you can bury a casket that it's not in the water table? How would that affect any drainage? How would that affect the overall cemetery?
Mr. McGaldy, for what is being asked of this assembly today, in your continued phased cemetery development, I did not hear any reference to, and I don't believe that there are any plans to build any retaining walls. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can they be done, though? That's my question.
That's really a question for probably a different meeting at
Okay.
this point. We're just talking about what's being asked of this assembly right now.
And lastly, since he confirmed that this property was the Wildwood property and it was taken by eminent domain, there was an executive session meeting where it was relative to a legal matter. And so the property, in my estimation, was worth $2 million, and the people got like $400,000 for it. And so my question is, has any litigation or any actual lawsuit or settlement?
I get that. Mr. McDonald, the article that you're referencing for the eminent domain taking of 64 Wildwood Street was in the 2020 annual town meeting.
Yep.
Whether or not there was any litigation that followed is well outside of the scope of an ask for this assembly to authorize $60,000 for the continued phase.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I want to just explain something to clarify something. If we're looking to raise $60,000 and there is a legal matter.
Mr. McDonald, the taking has already occurred. What we're doing with that property would actually be immaterial.
So there was an executive session relative to litigation on that.
Yeah, there's no
address.
executive session of town meeting, Mr. McDonald.
No, but what I'm saying is, you're looking for $60,000 and there's a legal matter, okay?
Yeah.
And so, what's the situation?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Attorney Rich on this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. As the moderator has already indicated, the property at issue was the subject of an eminent domain taking. That taking has occurred, and the property belongs to the town. Any further action that might involve that property would not involve or impact the town's ownership of that property. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, can the attorney confirm or deny if there's an existing legal issue relative to that site?
Town council, you can answer that if not. I'm saying he's indicating no.
Which means there is a litigation issue.
Okay, Mr. Maselli. Thank you, Mr. Maselli. The motion to move the previous question has been made and seconded. That would, again, end debate. It would allow the maker of the main motion, which was Mr. Bendel, to address the assembly for up to 10 minutes if he so chooses. If you are in favor of otherwise ending debate, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Now back to the main motion, which is $60,000 for the continued phased cemetery development, including design and engineering costs. If you are in favor of that sum for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 19, which is for a sum of money to operate the Department of Public Works Sewer Division Enterprise. Mr. Kyra.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move that $3,540,096 be appropriated from department receipts to be spent by the town manager for the purpose of operating the Department of Public Works Sewer Division Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 19. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Kyra, can you tell us the balance of that enterprise fund as of right now?
Question to Town Accountant, Mr. Morris. Do you have the balance of the Department of Public Works Sewer Division Enterprise Fund? Not at this point. No is Mr. Morris's response.
Okay, thank you for coming to the meeting very prepared.
Mr. McDonald, you are out of order, and you have been continually disruptive. Under Mass General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 17, I am declaring that you have been disruptive to the meeting. If you continue on being disruptive, we will cause for a recess, and I will have you removed from the assembly. Further discussion on Article 19. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor on Article 19 of the sum of $3,540,096, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 20, for a sum of money for engineering services for the design of a replacement pump station at Industrial Way Pump Station, including design and engineering costs. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $135,000 be appropriated.
We're just going to do a walking tour right now, so.
This is ridiculous. Thank you. I move that $135,000 be appropriated from Sewer Enterprise Fund retained earning to be spent by the town manager, excuse me, for engineering services for design of a replacement pump station at Industrial Way Pump Station, including design and engineering costs and any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Did folks in the back, were they able to hear that? All right, I'm going to take it that it was. A motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 20. Discussion, Mr. McDonald.
Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I guess this would be a question for the town council.
Again, Mr. McDonald, you can ask your question to me, and I will try to find the individual best suited to answer it.
Can you get an answer for the body as to what dollar amount triggers the town to have to put this out for public bid?
Attorney Rich, I'll come to you. $50,000.
$50,000, thank you.
Further discussion on Article 20. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of $135,000 on Article 20 for engineering services for the design of a replacement pump station at Industrial Way Pump Station, including design and engineering costs, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 21, for the sum of money for the replacement of classroom projectors at the high school, Mr. Samaha.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $130,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement of classroom projectors at the high school, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Samaha. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 21. Discussion. I'm going to go to Ms. Toth.
Linda, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Linda Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. My question concerns the next three articles from the school committee about all of the electronics that they want to replace at the high school, the replacement of projectors, of network switches, and upgrade of wireless access points. We keep asking for upgrades every single town meeting for the electronic stuff for the high school or the middle schools. How can we be ruining projectors every 2 years and asking for wireless upgrades and all of these things, and now even Chromebooks? Why are we having to do this? Are they using it so much that they're wearing them out, that they have to replace every 2 years, 3 years?
Mr. Lord.
Ken Lord, Director of Technology. We have a 5-year capital plan which looks out 5 years for the replacement of technology items. The projectors that are being replaced in this specific article were the ones purchased with the building in 2015. So they're approaching 10 years of age, so that any of their lifespan. The same is true of the wireless. You'll see we've asked for money for projectors and wireless across multiple buildings over the course of the years as we've spread this cost out. So it's not that we're replacing things every 2 or 3 years. Every 2 or 3 years, we're replacing things at different buildings. So they're not all the same thing. So 2 or 3 town meetings ago, we replaced the projectors on the first and second floor, and we spread the project out. So this is the completion of that project that replaced the remaining projectors on the third floor.
And why are the Chromebooks that we are replacing?
Okay, I recognize you want to ask about that, but I do need to kind of set the boundaries as to this article. So
right.
Expect to see you on the next one too.
All right, it was all. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Further discussion on Article 21. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $130,000 for the replacement of classroom projectors at the high school, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 22, for a sum of money for the replacement of network switches at the high school. Mr. Turner.
Good morning. I move that $114,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement of network switches at the high school, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Mr. Turner, I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 22. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Moderator, can the gentleman tell us who provided the last switches, who was the contractor?
Mr. Lord.
Ken Lord, Director of Technology. The network switches are being replaced in this article were the ones originally bought with the building in 2015. I don't know the vendor that installed them, but it was part of the building project.
Is there a particular reason why these switches are deficient, or, I mean...
They're approaching their lifespan. They're almost 10 years old.
I mean, are they made in China? What's going on with this? Maybe that mic is too.
All right, well, I'm going to ask for a brief recess after this one to see if we can get the moderator a working microphone. But Mr. Lord, if you could comment on... How about this one? Can you hear me now? Mr. Lord, if I can remember the question, could you speak to what is the expected life of network switches in general, and approximately how much more do you have left in the expected lifespan on the network switches currently available at the high school?
We generally use an 8 to 10 year lifespan on network switches and wireless access points.
All right, I'm going to try to yell and use my dad voice so you folks can hear me. On Article 22, if you are in favor of $114,000 for the replacement of network switches at the high school, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. At this point, I'd entertain a motion for a 10-minute recess to address the microphone. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Thank you. No. All those in favor of a 10-minute recess, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Can't take this opportunity to purchase some food and drink from cats if it doesn't allow. just about ready to get back started, so I'd ask that you make your way back to your seats.
Anybody up there moves a question, I want you to disregard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while people make their way back to their seats, I'm speaking to the Select Board and the Finance Committee just as a housekeeping measure. So members of the Select Board, members of the Finance Committee. Psst, Gary. We're talking to you. Okay. So members of the Select Board, members of the Finance Committee, you have one portable microphone on your table. We're all going to cooperate, and you folks are going to be passing that down. If we have to have the town manager answer a question, you folks are going to be responsible for getting that one portable microphone back to that individual. Are we clear on that? Good enough. All right. Thank you for your patience, folks. We are back on Article 23, which is for a sum of money for the replacement/upgrade of wireless access points within the high school building, including design and engineering costs. Mr. Mercaldi.
Thank you. I move that $90,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement, upgrade of wireless access points within the high school building, including design and engineering costs.
Thank you, Mr. McCaldy. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 23. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you are in favor of $90,000 for the replacement/upgrade of wireless access points within the high school building, including design and engineering costs, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Voted. Article 24, which is for a sum of money for the replacement/upgrade of Chromebooks in schools across the district. Mr. Golden.
Hello. I move that $75,000 be raised and appropriated from FY25 tax levy or other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement/upgrade of Chromebooks in schools across the district, including any incidental or related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 24. Discussion. Mr. O'Grady.
Can I just ask why something like that would not be under the school budget?
That's really a question of order. This is a capital expenditure.
Okay, so it wouldn't fall under equipment or anything like that?
No, otherwise we would have handled that. It is equipment. That's why this article is where it is.
Okay.
Further discussion on 24. Mr. Toth.
John Toth, 54 Firenze Drive. Just a quick question. How many Chromebooks does this pay for?
Mr. Lloyd?
We pay about $250 per Chromebook. That comes with the license fee. We have some operating budget money we're spending. We're going to replace about 275 Chromebooks overall this summer.
Further discussion on 24. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $75,000 for the replacement/upgrade of Chromebooks in schools across the district, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 25, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the other post-employment liability trust fund. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $1 million be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be deposited in the, quote, other post-employment benefits liability trust fund in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 20.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 25. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Through you, of course, Mr. Moderator. Can you tell us how much money currently is in that fund? And in addition to that, how much money is expended each year out of that fund?
Mr. Morris?
in the OPEB fund. Currently, there is $14.3 million, and $0 have been spent out of that account yet this year.
And do you anticipate money being spent out of that account this year?
No, the answer is no.
So why are we putting money into it?
Mr. Morris, to the thought process behind contributing to that fund.
Because we have a liability there going forward, and we're trying to put money aside so that we don't face budget shocks in the future.
And what is that commitment going to be? Do you know?
So, Mr. Morris, I'm going to frame this question as, do you know what the unfunded liability would be under OPEB?
Right now, the last assessment I had was approximately $100 million.
And that's for pensions, or is that for health benefits?
Health.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on Article 25. So none will call for a vote. If you are in favor of $1 million to be deposited in the other post-employment liability trust fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 26, for a sum of money to deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund, Mr. De Palma.
I move that a sum of $1 million be appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenue of the town to be deposited in the capitalization fund as established by the vote.
Mr. De Palma, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the book?
Yes, it is.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 26. Discussion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Moderator, can you tell us how much money is in this fund now and what these funds are used for?
I can answer what these funds are used for. These funds they're not permitted to be used without a subsequent town meeting vote. Mr. Morris, to the question of what is the balance in capital stabilization today, to the best of your knowledge?
$3.7 million.
And Mr. Moderator, how much money does he anticipate having to spend this fiscal year out of that account?
Again, that funds from capital stabilization are not permitted to be spent absent a town meeting vote. So currently we've had 0 motions to be spending anything from capital stabilization. I'm not anticipating any motions to be spending out of the capital stabilization fund.
I'd like to just state that I'm opposed to this. There's millions of dollars in this account, and I don't think you need to be taxing people more to put more money into a capital stabilization fund when we have like over $29 million in free cash, where that money could be coming out of free cash if we need it, if it has to go before the town meeting vote. So I hope you vote against this. Thank you.
All right, further discussion on 26. See none, I'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $1 million to be deposited in the capital stabilization fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 27, for a sum of money to pay the Middlesex retirement system in addition to the annual assessment, Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $1,500,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY25 tax levy and other general revenues of the town for payment to the Middlesex retirement system in addition to the annual assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 27. Discussion.
Mr. Moderator, through you, can you tell us what our annual assessment is?
Mr. Morris.
Would that be $9.4 million?
Closer to $9.5 million.
Okay. And can you tell us the employee contributions to this? What percentage out of their pay has to go to this system as their responsibility?
It depends on the individual, how long they've been working for the town. There's been different amounts in various years. Right now, I believe it's 9% on the first 30,000 plus 2% on the next dollars.
And has there been any analysis done as to the investment fund return in terms of, is it making money?
So that is really outside of the scope of the article, Mr. McDonald. So this has been really talked to death at several meetings over the course of several years. That there's, I believe, a committee of employees that actually make the decisions relative to their retirement investments, also controlled by the state by statute. So
The
we're really
reason
just
why-
voting
the
as to
reason
whether
for
or
my-
not, Mr. McDonald, you're going to let me finish. We're really just voting on whether or not to contribute $1.5 million in addition to the annual assessment.
Yeah, the reason for my concern, Mr. Moderator, is because I've requested the selectmen to have an agenda item where we have people come down from the Middlesex Retirement Board, from, say, Mass Mutual Investments.
So,
to
Mr.
actually-
McDonald, again,
I just would like to finish my thought like I shared, like I let you finish your thought.
That's not really how this works, Mr.
And
McDonald. So, Mr. McDonald, the employees have the ability to make decisions as to their retirements. So, again, we're not discussing anything other than on their contributions, as Mr. Morris just outlined. We're having a discussion on whether or not to contribute in addition to that annual
I understand.
assessment.
I read this. I was crystal clear on that. My concern is, are we bailing out bad investments?
Right.
And the selectmen have refused to have an agenda item on this, and I think that's irresponsible. So because of that, I'm going to vote against this, and I think that it would be in the spirit of transparency for the entire town to be able to see what's going on. There's a amount of money that's being spent, and we can't even get any kind of answers or any kind of agenda or any kind of meeting so that people can have peace of mind to know that they're not dumping their money into something that's being invested in another country or in some type of investment like crypto coin or something.
Okay,
like
Mr.
that.
McDonald, we're getting a little bit beyond what's going on right now. Is there further discussion on Article 27? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $1.5 million to be paid to the Middlesex Retirement System in an annual assessment, say no. Voted. 28, to transfer into various line items of the fiscal year 2024 budget from other line items, from other available funds, or taken this being called to order. Doherty, what was the Finance Committee recommended to pass over Article 20?
At this time, I move that we pass over.
Motion, there a second? Motion has been made and discussed on pass 28. See none, I'll call for the vote. You are in favor of passing Article 28. Aye. No. Voted and unanimous. No. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to today's meeting, I did announce I was going to have a 15-minute break to the end, the sequentially drawn articles. We have just taken up both of the not too long ago, but because there may be folks that may be meeting to meeting in the recess, if they're watching at home on WCTV, I do want to honor that promise that I made to folks. So I would now ask for a 15-minute recess. I recognize the 10-minute recess was not exactly 10 minutes last time. I'm seeing that the clock is 12:42, so I'd ask for a recess until 12:57. Is there a motion? Motion is made. Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor of taking 15, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. Well, okay. Onward and upward. We're going to go forward. Whoops. Hope nobody had to go to the bathroom. Yeah. When did you send that? I have not been on my email since about 9 o'clock last night. I didn't see it. I don't have a computer with me, Mr. McDonald. We're going to go forward to random draw. I got to be honest with you, Mr. McDonald. I'm going to ask you to go back to your seat. I don't even know what you're asking me right now. Mr. McDonald, I'm going to go to random draw. Going on to Article 33. Article 33, ladies and gentlemen, the subject property is on a map on page 37 in your booklet. It is to rezone from residential 60, R60, to residential 20, R20. The following described parcel of land or take any other action related thereto. The land at and known as Edgewood Street in Middlesex County, MA, as more fully described in a deed recorded in the Middlesex North District Registry of Deeds, Book 31921, page 227, containing approximately 2.7 acres of land shown on Wilmington's Assessor's Map 11, Parcel 6. Is the petitioner available? Mr. Langoni.
Yes. I move to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington by voting to rezone from R60 residential to R20 residential, the following described parcel of land, or take any other action related thereto. The land at and known as Edgewood Street in Middlesex Ave, and more fully described as a recorded in Middlesex North Registry of Deeds, 31921, page 227, containing approximately 2.7 acres of land shown on Assessors Map 11, Parcel 6.
Thank you, Mr. Langoni. Is there a second? The motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 33. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 33. Just a housekeeping measure, just by way of explanation, folks. On Article 33, there is a typo. It is a resident petitioned article. The street at issue is referenced as Edgewood in the text of the article, which is consistent with the petition that was submitted by the resident. However, there is no Edgewood Street in Wilmington, and the intent was very clearly for Edgeworth Street to be referenced. The lot at issue is referenced by map and parcel number, map 11, parcel 6, and the book and page number as recorded in the Registry of Deeds, and that deed references that same lot and parcel number, again, parcel 11, lot 6. I believe the intent is pretty clearly to be referencing Edgeworth Street and not Edgewood, and do not believe that the street would need to be referenced given the other identifiers present in the article. Mr. Langoni. Are you yielding your time to Ms. Costa? Thank you. Ms. Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kristen Costa with LA Associates, here on behalf of the owner at Elm Tree Development and the petitioner. Parcel 6 is located in an R60 zone in town, R60 requiring a minimum of 60,000 square feet for any new lots, the land area. Parcel 6 is surrounded by lesser zoning requirements, R10 and R20, R10 requiring 10,000 square feet, R20 requiring 20,000 square feet. That is what this rezoning is requesting, is an R20. The rezone would allow parcel 6 to be potentially subdivided into 4 lots. The lots would actually have frontage on Bruning Road, which also abuts this parcel. Edgeworth, which is the assessor's map address, is actually a paper street. It's unconstructed. Bruning Road is partially paved, so that is where any potential future lot frontage would be. In consideration of this rezoning, the owner is offering to do off-site improvements. Specifically, there is a drainage pipe in Dorchester Street that directs water over and onto 2nd Avenue, which is the approach to Bruning, and it has, over time, undermined the road, caused heaving and crumbling of the surface. So as in consideration of this rezoning, the owner is offering to install some kind of a drainage swale, grass swale, to manage the runoff coming from Dorchester Street and allow it to seep in the ground and before it even gets to 2nd Avenue. Additionally, the owner is proposing to repair and resurface 2nd Avenue. Now, I just want to be clear that this zoning article is simply a first step. It's not an approval. It's not a decision that this can happen. It just will allow the owner to move forward and apply to the Planning Board and Conservation Commission for further development. And those filings would include these off-site improvements I've described. They would be part of the permitting process, and the design and details would be under the direction of the town of Wilmington. Any drainage necessary for any future lots would be located and maintained on the parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Langoni, I should have asked, do you have that motion in writing? I should have mentioned it, I thought I had, but if I had not, the Finance Committee recommended approval of Article 33, and the Planning Board recommended approval of Article 33. Further discussion on 33.
Joseph Jackson, 10 Apple Tree Lane. I just wondered if Burning Road is already an accepted street. I know that's a discussion that other people bring up.
Mr. McGaldy?
Bruning Road is not an accepted street.
It seems like that should be under consideration if there's 4 new houses going in potentially on such lot.
I'm going to go to Mr. Sadowski in the back.
My name is, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Greg Sadowski at 5 Bruning Road. I've lived there for 34 and a half years. And this project, which would change over from a R60 to R20, which is larger than most of our lots near there. And the back side on Dorchester, those are all R20s. So it conforms to the local environment of single-family houses. And with the addition, not only was 2nd Ave going to be repaved, but Bruning in some sections. So this enhances the entire area for the residents that are there. There was also discussion of a sidewalk that might need to be done to be up to code. And this would set I think would pave the way to be an accepted road eventually. Unfortunately, to get there, we've got unaccepted roads before us, so I don't think it can be accepted at this time until the roads coming down Dorchester and 2nd are accepted. So I'm going to vote in favor, and hopefully everybody that doesn't live in the area votes for it because it will help our neighborhood. Thank you.
Further discussion on 33. Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Because this requires a 2/3 majority, I would ask that the tellers take their place. This is going to require a standing vote, so you can get your hot pink voting card at the ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in favor of rezoning the subject property on Article 33 from R60 to R20, so indicate by rising in your seat if you are able and displaying your hot pink voter card. All right, you may be seated. If you are opposed to rezoning from R60 to R20 on Article 33, so indicate by rising in your seat if you are able and displaying your hot pink voter card. You may be seated, sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the vote is as follows: 212 in the affirmative, 12 in the negative. The measure passes. Article 35. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned this in my opening comments, but the petitioner has submitted a letter indicating his intent not to proceed with Article 35. The Finance Committee and the Planning Board both took no action on this article, so at this time I would entertain a motion to pass over Article 35. Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no in favor of passing over Article 35. Voted unanimously. Article 34. Article 34 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the selectmen to enter or otherwise dispose of all or a part of the following described parcels. Following determination made by the town manager that the land is not needed for 16 bylaws, inhabitants of the town of Wilmington revised, and other Malay Road, and described in the town assessor's records as parcel 130 and parcel 4029, or take any other action related to be accepting an affirmative motion on Article 34. I would need that the town manager declare that these parcels are surplus to the needs of the town. Mr. Samaglia, what is your declaration of surplus?
We have declared these properties not surplus.
Okay. That being said, I again am incapable of accepting an affirmative main motion on Article 34, so I would entertain a motion to pass over Article 34. Motion has been made and seconded. If you are for discussion, seeing none, if you are in favor of passing over Article 34, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 36. Article 36, to see if the town will vote to rename the Woburn Street School to be called the Richardson Elementary School. It does continue at the bottom of page 31 in your booklet. Mr. Ballou.
Moderator, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Folks, thank you very much. It's nice to assemble here. It's a great form of democracy. I was on the Board of Selectmen myself from 1980 to 1993 with a brief interruption. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Mr. Moderator. And the reason why I'm looking for your support today is because, and excuse me, I had a heart attack and a stroke, so excuse me, folks. But anyways, I grew up in 1950 at 29 Oak Ridge Circle, which is part of the Woburn Street School District. And my 4 children went to school there. Danny, Sean, Rory, and Megan. Anyways, I'm looking for your support to rename the school to the Richardson Elementary School because the Richardson family had a farm at 280 Woburn Street, and it was a working farm. It was called the Wheelgate Farm, and they had 3 daughters, of which graduated from Wilmington High School, as I did as well. And Alvin and Maud Richardson hired all the young people in the neighborhood to work on their working farm. I milked the cows and gathered the eggs from the chickens and learned how to grow produce of a great variety, and sell it to the people. And they were very neighborly and good people, loving people, wonderful Wilmington people. And anyways, I just wanted to rename the Woburn Street School because they were really true, dedicated Wilmington people that gave to their community and to their neighborhood. And they believed in education. They had 3 daughters. The daughters' names were Eleanor, Willards, and Winifred. Winifred graduated with a master's degree in education, and she went to Phillips, was an employee of over Phillips Academy, and they were very strong believers in education. And former town manager Mike Kyra said that this property would, because they were giving it to the town of Wilmington as a beneficiary, would be a great asset to the town of Wilmington for educational purposes and for cultural and historical purposes. The town would receive this property on their goodwill and philanthropic nature. I thought it would be a good gesture to rename the Woburn Street School after this beloved family. Winifred passed away, and she loved the town of Wilmington, and she had a vision to give this property to the town of Wilmington, but because of all the legal different things that come up, it gets complicated. But the town does not own the property right now, but the town is the beneficiary. The value of the property, 5.7 acres of land, the house, the barn, and everything, is to go to the town of Wilmington. It's a $1.45 million value, and due to the good managerial leadership of town manager Mike Kyra, 10% of that value goes into an escrow account for the maintenance of that property, so the town of Wilmington does not pay anything to maintain that property. And I think that it would be a good thing for the children that attend the Woburn Street School to get a little bit of the history of what took place before them, and that there was a wonderful family by the name of the Richardsons. That beautiful farm, they maintain the New England character of our town, and beautiful, lovely farm. And they could have easily sold that to a developer and built many homes on that property and changed the nature of the character of that whole area on Woburn Street. And I'll tell you, down on Fordham Road where the shrine is at the dead end there. Well, many of you probably know where FedEx is right there. Many of you probably gone to FedEx. Well, I grew up at 29 Oak Ridge Circle, right? This Gowan Road off of Park Street, Marcus Road, and so forth. All us kids, when we were growing up, we had our own little Field of Dreams. You know that movie, Field of Dreams, with Kevin Costner? Well, we had our own right there. That was a field the Richardsons let us play baseball, and it was just tremendous. That was when Wilmington was, you know, an agricultural town, you know. So I hope you give me your support today. Excuse me if I get a little emotional because I think back about how our town was back then. I love the town of Wilmington, and I love the people here, and I love you all. My father was a police officer here. This town was always good to us. And when I got elected to the Board of Selectmen, it was the greatest moment of my life. I just want to thank you all to listen to me today. God bless you all. God bless America.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. To Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Ragsdale, 18 Marion Street, and Chair of the School Committee. At the April 24th school committee meeting, the committee passed a resolution recommending disapproval of Article 36, and I would like to explain my reasons for voting in favor of that resolution. And I do want to clarify right at the start that nothing in our resolution or decision goes to essentially the merits of the decision. The petitioner has spoken very eloquently about this wonderful Wilmington family. And the reason that I recommend and vote in favor of the resolution recommending disapproval is for two basic reasons. And one is timing, and the second is process. And so to speak to the timing issue, as Dr. Brand presented at the beginning of this meeting, that we are in the middle of a school building project that is potentially going to touch on all of the schools on the north side of town. And the Woburn Street School will very likely be part of whatever ends up coming out of that process. So in several years, there is a very good likelihood, or certainly at least a possibility, that the Woburn Street School will simply not be operational. It may not even exist anymore. The school may be torn down and the property reused for other purposes. So simply on a timing basis, this doesn't seem the right time to be thinking about, or actually, not thinking about, but should not be the right time to be renaming any of the schools on the north side of town when their future is unclear at this point. The second point has to do with the larger process, that renaming a school that's a big deal. School names matter, especially to the community and to the people who are there. And most of the community of Wilmington, I think, will not feel that they have had an opportunity to think through for themselves what might be appropriate for renaming a school or for naming a new school. And this is something that, especially for the community of Woburn Street itself, the people who especially we don't know how they feel about it are the kids who go there, the staff who teach there, and the families that are part of that educational community. Your school name is a big part of how you think of your school community. You have that Woburn Street pride. You are a Woburn Street community. And it's something that I think needs to have a more open process. There needs to be much more discussion among that school community and among the town before decisions are made about especially renaming schools. Naming schools is an important thing too when we eventually have a new school to name. But renaming a school is something that is especially fraught and I think shouldn't be gone forward with without real buy-in from the communities that are most affected by that renaming, which is the Woburn Street community itself. Thank you.
I want to give Town Council an opportunity on a point that you discussed as to whether a vote of town meeting would be binding on the naming of a town building.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. As some of you may know, there is a bylaw in town. There's a section town meeting has authority over the naming of schools. And also a line of cases that discusses the authority to legislative, town meeting, legislative branch. Town meeting enacts bylaws and town meeting appropriates funds, as we've been doing tonight. There is sometimes a crossover, but in this case, you have a school property that's under the care, custody, and control of the school department, and you've heard an eloquent discussion of why a renaming should occur. You've also heard the commentary from the school department as to concerns with respect to their use and development of the property. And so what we come down to is an issue here with respect to who has the care, custody, and control, and hence the executive authority over this property. So generally, case law has indicated that the legislative cannot dictate to the executive. That's why when we talk about actions here, I think the moderator has alluded to even today that that town meeting authorizes certain actions of the executive, but the executive has ultimately the executive authority to act on the authorization given by town meeting. So in this case, notwithstanding the existence of the bylaw, the property is under the care, custody, and control, in this case, of the executive body being the school department, and the school committee has the authority to make its determination. So in my opinion, notwithstanding the bylaw, action on this matter would essentially be a sense of the meeting by town meeting. Town meeting can express its position, but ultimately a final determination as to the naming of the school would be an executive process to be retained by the school committee. So that's where the process would lead ultimately is back to the school committee, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Town Council. So we're going to start with my left, your right, front, back. My right, your left, front, back. To the individual up front in the black.
Michelle Feeney, 5 Arlene Ave. I have to say this is a tough one because I want to thank Mr. Ballou because that was an amazing lesson and overview of our town history. So thank you so much. I loved hearing it and I got emotional myself. It's hard for me to stand up here and oppose that, but I just think we're heading down a slippery slope when we start dedicating public buildings. I think they should remain agnostic and and have that tradition. I went to the Woburn Street School. I won't say how many years ago because it was a long time ago. My children went to the Woburn Street, and I think it is a tradition to have the schools in town named after the streets. What I would suggest is, I think we're all sitting in the Joanne Benton Auditorium, is that correct?
It is.
I would love to see something dedicated to that family after hearing the history, whether it's something at the library, maybe we can name a room after them. After hearing all that and what they gave to the town, I think it would be appropriate to consider other ways to honor them. So that's all I wanted to say. I oppose it, but it was really hard because I also appreciate the history. So thank you.
And to the individual in the back.
Susan Stewart, 169. I agree with the young lady about what a lovely speech Mr. Ballou gave, and the Richardsons seemed like wonderful people. I was wondering, well, and maybe they do some kind of a display or bulletin board or something in the school talking about the history and stuff. My curiosity was about the administrative cost or administrative process of renaming a building. I mean, you're talking about reprinting all of the school stationery, changing all of the printed materials that the school is using, changing the maps of the town, and I'm sure there's other things I'm not thinking about, but there's got to be some kind of a cost associated. You can't just change the name on the building and say, okay, we're done. There's a lot of other things that are going to have that name on it.
All right, I think I heard a question in there, so I'm going to ask Mr. Ruggiero if you could speak to any of the potential costs to renaming a school. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Ruggiero, Assistant Superintendent, Administration and Finance. You are correct. There are numerous additional costs, not only what was mentioned here, but signage for the building, signage inside of the building, and so forth. So there are some other costs that I couldn't enumerate right now, but there are certainly costs.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Burns and then Mr. McDonald.
MJ Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. Since everybody kind of stole my thunder on the speech I just wrote, it only took me an hour and a half, but that's okay. I do respect Council's clarification on that aspect where I appreciate it because not everybody is as aware as to where school governance responsibilities and roles come from, and a lot of which is in the Department of Board of Education with the oversight with regards to how school committees oversee the operations of the facilities, in turn are the learning environments of the town community. So I very much thank you for bringing that forward and clarifying that. I too, it's not the integrity of this warrant that I do not support. It really is the process of which it came forward. And I would commend the petitioner and appreciate the petitioner for the time and the research and bringing forth that rich history that is a piece of fabric from Wilmington that is one of the foundational reasons to where our community is now, is because of those agricultural residents that drove this community, and is one of the reasons why we still have people seeking Wilmington out as a community to raise their family in. So I commend that, and I thank you for your time.
We're going to go to Mr. McDonald and then Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are attorneys for plaintiffs and there are attorneys for defendants. Attorneys have opinions and sometimes they're wrong. So I rise in support of this renaming, and I travel around to communities like Cambridge and I see the buildings at Harvard, hundreds-of-year-old buildings. Drive around Beacon Hill and see 100-year-old buildings. Go down to New Haven and see the buildings at Yale and various other Ivy League schools that are so old. And to hear our school committee member suggest that we have to knock a building down, that doesn't make me happy.
So just to be clear, I just want to make sure that the late breaking news is not that this assembly is deciding to tear down a school today. So I recognize the point you're just responding to a previous speaker's comment as to what could happen in the future, but there's nothing on today's warrant that could effectuate that. I just want to be crystal clear.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, because I would have never known that.
I don't, Mr. McDonald, just by way of explanation, I was not inferring that you did not understand that. I just want to make sure that anybody that happens to catch a glimpse of this meeting did not cherry pick a line and think that there's an imminent plan to tear down any school. I just want to be very clear that this is framed. Any articles that come out afterwards does not infer that any decision has ever been made on what to do next with the Wilmington School.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So you could look at it this way. Right now you have a school named after basically asphalt, Woburn Street, okay, and another town, Woburn. I want to first of all thank Mr. Ballou for his service. I've known him to be an honest man, a good guy, a hardworking guy, family man, and so he's one of the assets in town. You heard his passionate plea to rename the school. To try to vote against this because you got to change some lettering on the school and we got $29 million of free cash that people were taxed. To think that you're going to have to reprint some papers. You just look through your book. Are the annual reports here, Mr. Moderator? Because they weren't at the election day.
I have not seen them yet. I'm told that they are not.
They're not here. Okay, so basically, it's been pretty much a year since the last town meeting, and the annual reports, when the fiscal year ended last June, are still not here.
So
but when all the other years they were here.
Mr. McDonald,
No,
I'm
the reason for it.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to give the floor back to you, but I am going to interject to at least acknowledge and thank Mr. Somaglia for his service as temporary town manager. As the town's really central top administrators, there's been a little bit of turnover. So I want to thank Mr. Somaglia for his service to the town of Wilmington. I also want to thank Mr. Morris for coming out of retirement and serving as the town accountant / finance director. So when a short-staffed town manager's department is not able to print the annual report in advance of the town meeting, I'm sure that they understand that that can be a frustration, but everyone is doing the best that they can to make sure that the wheels are still turning.
My deepest sympathy on you for that, so I'm sorry for that. And
Mr. McDonald, you're on a short leash at this point, so
yeah,
please wrap up your comments.
I just wanted to encourage people to read the Town Charter Section 7. But back to this article, I'm in favor of it. I think that this family was a wonderful family. Mr. Ballou did his homework. The North Intermediate is not named after a street. The West Intermediate is not named after a street. So not every single school is named after a street. So I thank Mr. Ballou for this. I'm going to actually support you on this, and thank you very much. Read Section 7, Town Charter.
Mr. Jackson?
Joe Jackson, 10 Apple Tree Lane. I'm in love with Wilmington's history. When I moved here, I investigated things, and I've since joined the Historical Commission. So I'm not speaking on behalf of the Historical Commission, but I'll tell you some things that I've learned in the course of that. One of which, we have had several schools named after people. For example, the Swain School was renamed after some of the famous teachers. When we had a new high school built, we couldn't have the old high school also called high school, so it needed a new name. The Buzzell School was named after the favorite doctor in town after his death, in honor of him. And the Walker School was named after a famous scientist who discovered the rotation of Saturn around our sun. So we've had some famous people and some beloved people and some people worth memorializing. They've been of generational impact, each of these individuals. I didn't mention the Mildred Rogers School, and that was named after the principal of the school who died at the Coconut Grove fire. So thinking of each of those schools that were named in behalf of people, they were well-known and of impact to the town. One of my private projects has been to investigate the history of the town, and prior to 1900, we've had 3,500 citizens, individuals who were all also primarily into farming, a lot of hops production and general agriculture, growing hay and animals. And among those, we have many family names such as the Bucks, Eames, Jakewiths, Carters, Gowings, many other names where there would be 5 and 6 generations of people living in town of great, love and support. So thinking of all of the people who were critical to their community, building up the history of the town, it's kind of insufficient to just pick one or a few to name the buildings after, because we are agriculture and everybody was agricultural. In the 1800s, even over the course of that 100 years, between 1800 and 1900, the citizenship of the town of Wilmington remained fairly steady, between 8 and 900 citizens. So it was a very, very stable population until the growth of the tannery and the railroad brought more people through and Boston expanded. So as I mentioned this, we do have notorious citizens who have gone and done wonderful things even outside of the scope of Wilmington. For example, I recently learned about John Ball Brown, who was born and raised in Wilmington. He was born in 1784, and he's considered the father of modern American orthopedics. He learned how to brace legs and fix scoliosis and worked on wry neck. So we have people of town who might be worth memorializing in a school name, similar to how the Walker School was named. But to do that, as Mr. Ragsdale mentioned, it would be worth considering what the options are. It would be worth considering what the impact generationally or to the town and our notoriety. So for that purpose, again, process would probably dictate that we slow down when considering what to name our schools. Thanks.
Ms. Jones.
Megan Jones, 126 Grove Ave. I grew up in a very farming community, so I know how important they are. I just wanted to say that it sounds like perhaps this family, rather than having a pile of brick and stone named after them, perhaps in the new Wildwood School project, I know this is outside the scope, we could name a school farm, school, not livestock obviously, but something like that after the Richardsons, both to continue their farming legacy and bring that forward into the future.
Further discussion on Article 36? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of renaming the Woburn Street School the Richardson Elementary School, so indicate by saying aye. If you are opposed, say no. The measure fails. Article 30. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject properties on Article 30 are located on maps on pages 33 through 36 in your booklet. The text of Article 30 begins on page 18 and it ends on page 19. Article 30, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington as follows: to create a new MBTA, Communities Multifamily Overlay District, or take any other action related thereto. Again, Article 30 begins on page 18 and it continues through page 29. The Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 30. The Planning Board recommends approval of Article 30. I recognize that this topic has generated a fair amount of discussion and many of you wish to speak. I just want to kind of lay the ground rules for those of you who might have come in later. Again, we don't need to all agree on things. This is a democratic process. People are supposed to engage in it. Ultimately, there will be a vote. Someone will be happy, someone will not be. That being said, if there are assertions of consequence, so if someone is making an assertion of what would happen, our bylaws do permit that someone is able to speak to at least correct an error or provide an explanation. So it'll be a judgment call, and I will navigate this as best I can. If someone has a concern as to what might happen, it may be appropriate to be asking the Planning and Conservation Director or the Planning Board to weigh in as to what I guess is alleged to be the consequence. So without further ado, Mr. Boland.
Sure. So Terry Boland, Planning Board Chair. I move that the town vote to approve Article 30 as printed in the warrant with the following amendments. Amend the proposed definition of multifamily housing set forth in section 612.3.3 to include the following sentence: multifamily housing shall not be age restricted or restrict the number of bedrooms, the size of bedrooms, or the number of occupants. Add a new section 612.10 that reads as follows: 612.10 conflict with other bylaws or sections. To the extent that a conflict exists between this section 12 and others, this section 12 and the provisions therein shall apply. 3, amend proposed section 611.4 to read as follows: 611.4, special permit and or site plan review. The development of any project under this section shall, this section within the MOD shall require site plan approval from the Planning Board. All other projects under this section shall require site plan review and a special permit from the Planning Board. Number 4, amend proposed section 611.5.1 to eliminate the words "at least" prior to 10% in the first paragraph.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Boland. Are you yielding your time to Ms. Gingrich?
Yep, I'm going to ask the director to give a presentation.
Ms. Gingrich.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning Conservation. I'm going to run through the Planning Board's proposed article today with a PowerPoint presentation. There it is. So we'll do the first slide. So many of you are familiar with this, but I want to give some background before we get into the actual proposal. Go ahead. So this legislation was in 2021 signed by Governor Baker. It impacts 177 MBTA communities, and it requires them, as a new law, requires them to enact as-of-right multifamily housing zoning district of reasonable size. And this has nothing to do with affordable housing. This is a housing supply effort. So it's market rate, full price housing, not affordable housing. So before we get into the ins and outs of the proposal, I wanted to go over some of the financial impacts. That's been a lot of the questions that we've gotten. What are the impacts of not complying with this new law? So first, the Housing Authority, Wilmington Housing Authority on Deming Way, their funding would be cut, we estimate around 11%. And next, the town would be ineligible for grants like the MassWorks grant that we got 2021, almost $4 million for the replacement of the Lover's Brook Culvert and the extension of the sewer from Salem Street down to North Wilmington Station. And next slide. Another impact, the DPW just applied for, like last week, applied for a grant for study and design of the Martinsbrook culvert. So the culvert between on 62 after the health center, before you get to Benevento, that kind of low point in the road, there's a culvert under there. That culvert needs to be addressed, and it's not optional. So they applied, DPW applied for a grant through the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant Program, MVP, for about $350,000 for study and design of that culvert. That grant program is on the list of impacted grant programs if the town doesn't comply with the new law. We would be looking also for construction money from that grant program, and they allow up to $3 million for construction projects for things like culverts. And then next, I guess, is the more undefined and general. We don't know exactly what it means, but there was kind of a catch-all that other discretionary funding would be impacted. And what we can say about that is the governor in an interview talked about schools, bridges, roadways. We've heard from folks at MassDOT that they're having discussions now about how transportation funding would be impacted, not if it would, but how it would. So we know that there will be some impacts there. And then I think you've probably all heard of Milton. They are not compliant with the new law. Their deadline was the end of 2023. So we have a little bit more time, but they're a rapid transit community, so their clock, they had a deadline of the end of last year. Since they didn't meet that, since they're non-compliant, that's why you're seeing the lawsuit and some grants being taken away from them. The grant that was taken away for a seawall, that grant program was not on the list of grant programs that were to be impacted. So we're seeing the reach of the impacts go wider than the lists we've seen. I think we can go to the next slide. So zoning. Zoning is basically, so this is a zoning requirement, first of all. It's not a requirement to actually build anything. Zoning is the kind of set of options that a property owner has to do on their property, right? So if you have an industrial parcel, you can do this list of, warehouses, whatever. You can do a list of uses, and then it also sets out the rules by which you can develop your parcel. So, so it sets up things like, well, let me get into that. As of right. So uses that are as of right, and you'll hear this as part of the requirement, it has to be as of right multifamily housing. So that means that you can't have a special permit process where a board could say, no, you can't do multifamily housing here. As of right means you can do the use, you can't get denied for it. Now, it still can be reviewed by the planning board for stormwater and parking lot circulation and things like that, the details of it. But the board can't say, no, we don't want multifamily housing here. It's an as of right use, so that's what that means. Zoning also sets up, and John, you can go to the next, kind of the rules, the dimensional rules of what you can build. So how far your building has to be from the lot lines, how high you can build, which is the next. And that there's other things like how much parking you need to provide. There's like a set of rules of what you need to do. It doesn't require you to do anything. It's the list of things you can do and how you can do it. So that's what's required here. So we can go to the next and even the next. Okay, so what does the law require of Wilmington specifically? First, we have to have an 50-acre zoning district. We can split it up into sub-areas, but it has to total 50 acres. And next, half of that has to be within a half mile of the train station. So we'll go over the districts, but half of that area has to be within a half mile. And then the unit capacity, this number's been seen a lot, I think. So I have to talk about this number. This is the number that we have a spreadsheet from the state that we have to fill out for this, for compliance. That spreadsheet has to result in an output of the spreadsheet saying 1,248 units. That spreadsheet relies on maps, GIS maps that aren't entirely accurate. So they may show, I'll show an example further on, but Regency Place on West Street is in one of our districts. That parcel is built out as multifamily currently. It was a 40B development. The maps show some wetlands on that property, but it doesn't show all of them, right? So there's another stream, there's another piece of wetland, and so the spreadsheet is saying you can build a lot more units there than you can actually build. So the spreadsheet has to equal that number, but the on-the-ground number of units that would be built is much less. And I'll go into that more and maybe make more sense of that. So, but just a note on that number. And next slide. So the planning board, lucky them, they were tasked with putting aside, thoughts and feelings on this requirement being forced on us and coming up with a proposal that, works for Wilmington, has the least amount of impacts and makes sense. So the focus was on not, single-family areas. The focus was on existing multifamily areas where if you have multifamily there already, and now you're allowed to do multifamily, there's really no difference, right? There's already multifamily. The other area to focus on was commercial areas. And next, we had a set of constraints that we had to work within. We couldn't have any parcels within the groundwater protection district or the floodplain district because those parcels require special permits. So we had to kind of navigate all of the constraints. And then we did ask for input from a survey to see which areas were more preferred by residents and get resident input from that survey last year. All right, next slide. Okay, so the proposal that the planning board came up with, and again, this is a zoning proposal, right? So these are options. This is actually next slide. So this is an overlay district, and that means that everything that's allowed already, this is something that's allowed in addition. So you can still do everything you currently can do, but this is another option put on top of that list. So you could, if you can do, a business, house of pizza, I always use that example. You can do everything now that you can do, but you could, if you wanted to, if you own that parcel, you could now, if this is enacted, do multifamily as well. So it's another option on the list. The sub-districts, I'll go through each one of these, but I wanted to make it clear that, and you can go to the next one, John. The areas in which you can do multifamily because of this proposal, it's only within certain outlined areas. This is not like 40B where you can pick a parcel anywhere in town. This is only within these confines that we're going to go over in a second. So new options only within these areas. Okay, starting out with West Street, which is not in the half mile. To orient you, 129 is up at the top of the screen, Lowell Street, highway on the right side, and West Street runs pretty much down the middle of the map, starting at the corner with 100 to 104. That parcel was approved last year as a 40B development, so it's already been approved as multifamily housing. It's going to be 132 units. So again, you can With this proposal, you can build multifamily in this district, but we already have an approval for multifamily on this parcel. Moving south is 108, is a small parcel, but then the larger parcel is the storage facility where you would now be able to do multifamily housing. If you were the landowner and you wanted to tear down the probably pretty lucrative storage business, you could build multifamily housing there. Going across the street to Regency Place, which is already multifamily housing. You can go to the next one. You see it there. So again, this proposal would allow you to build multifamily housing where we already have multifamily housing. And the rules for this district, 3-story height limits, 20-foot setbacks, and you would need to provide 2 parking spaces per unit. Now moving to the 3 sub-districts that are within a half-mile of the train station. So there's the Main Street mixed-use sub-district up near the top, and then the Burlington Ave sub-district and Deming Way sub-district, and I'll go through each one. So next slide. All right, so zooming in, and you can hit the clicker. This is the Burlington Ave sub-district, which is actually just the metro parcel. So the metro development at 10 Burlington, it's already multifamily housing. It was a 40B development. So with this proposal, you could build multifamily housing. We already have the multifamily housing there. And on the map, you see there's a lot of green space as part of that parcel. That's not developable. It is wetlands, and it's also got a conservation restriction on it. So you wouldn't be able to build more housing and expand into that area. So the rules for that, again, 3 stories, limit, 20-foot setbacks, 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And moving on to down Burlington Ave to Deming Way, which is the Wilmington Housing Authority site where we already have largely senior affordable housing. And you can hit the next button and the next. So there's already multifamily housing there, and you would, with this new proposal, be able to build multifamily housing. And the rules for that, 3 stories in height, 20-foot setbacks, 1.25 parking spaces per unit. We reduced it here because it's a lot more than the ratio they currently have, and they have less drivers in that community. So that is the Deming Way subdistrict. The next subdistrict, the Main Street mixed-use subdistrict. To orient you, because we kind of twisted the slide here to get it on the screen. Running the top line, the top red line is the railroad tracks. The bottom line is Main Street. And this runs from the corner at Burlington Ave, the train station, up to the Hyundai dealership up there, and includes just that side of the street. So the next click would show some of the businesses that are in that area. It's kind of a strip, again, between Main Street and the tracks. From the corner up to Hyundai includes House of Pizza, Dunkin' Donuts, Meineke, all these businesses. In this district, you would be able to also, in addition to what you can do today, build multifamily housing. And I guess one thing to note, the Hyundai parcel is the biggest parcel in this district that could accommodate the most amount of housing. And so they are actually in front of the planning board currently with a proposal to redevelop the site as a new dealership. So they are not proposing multifamily housing. The height limit is 2 to 3 stories. I'll explain that in the next slide. 20-foot setbacks, 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So on the next slide, we called it the Main Street Mixed-Use District because we really want to encourage commercial uses. It's Main Street. We want to keep it active. It's a commercial atmosphere, right? So, so what we did is we crafted it so that if you're going to do only residential, and John, you can hit the next one, only residential, and again, you have a height limit of 2 stories. So think about maybe a 2-story townhouse or something. If you're going to do a mixed-use development, which is the next and the next, let's say your House of Pizza, you own the, House of Pizza, you own the property, you say, I want to redo our business and we can build 2 stories of housing above it. And, so you could do a 3-story building if you're going to have a commercial active ground floor, like a typical main street. All right, we'll go to the next slide. Some of the other things that are in the zoning, streetscape design requirements, trying to keep the streetscape very walkable, focusing on a pedestrian experience, parking on the side or in the back so that you have a larger sidewalk and storefronts. We are asking the state for to include, because this is full price housing, we have to ask and get an approval for our typical 15% affordable requirement for multifamily. Hopefully they will approve that. If they don't approve it, we can kind of fall back to a minimum of 10% of the units would be affordable, and that would keep us kind of treading water with our 40B 10% requirement. Another thing is we had to clarify our site plan review section to make it very clear that as of right uses cannot be denied by the board. They can have conditions put on them, but they cannot be denied. We had to clarify that, make that very clear. They're very much having us dot our I's and crosses our T's, which the next slide, you were probably wondering the changes in the motion. I'll go through those. Again, this is your eyes are gonna glaze over because this is getting into a very nuanced wording. But we wanted to be clear, first of all, that multifamily housing in this district, things are not limited, like the number of occupants are not limited, so that we comply with the law. Another thing, we added a kind of catch-all conflict section that if there are conflicts, then this section, prevails, so that we catch it all. And then to our affordable inclusionary bylaw, we wanted to make it clear that typically the process is to have a special permit and site plan review for a development. For this district, you only need to do site plan review. There's no special permit requirement. And then lastly, we cannot, if the state doesn't approve our 15%, we cannot ask for anything more than 10%. So we had at least 10% in there, and that was flagged as something that we should just say 10%. We don't even want to say at least, because that implies more than 10%. So really got into the weeds with the wording to try to make sure that we were compliant with this. And next slide. The deadline for Wilmington to enact zoning to be compliant is the end of this year. Unlike communities like Milton, you may have heard of what's happening in Milton, their deadline, because they're a rapid transit community, their deadline was the end of last year. So they're past their deadline. Commuter rail communities like us, like Marshfield, Littleton, Wakefield, those communities voted no so far, but their deadline hasn't passed. They have until the end of the year. They could bring it back to another town meeting. They could re-vote on it. It could be a different answer. So they're not out of compliance until the end of the year, so they could change their outcome at this point. So that's why you're not seeing any lawsuits or grants being taken away from Marshfield and from Wakefield and those communities. Actually, Littleton voted no. Previously, they're actually bringing it back, and I think they have town meeting Monday night, and they're going to re-vote on it. So it's not a no currently, doesn't put you into noncompliance. You have until the end of the year, and at that point, you would be looked at to see whether you're compliant. And I should note that 44 communities have voted yes to approve zoning. You hear less about that, I guess. So 44 communities have voted yes to approve the zoning. A yes vote at this point would give time, because they're being very strict about wording. We've been advised that the sooner you can do this, the sooner you submit it for approval, and if there's anything that needs to be revised, you have time to come back and fix those things. So I wanted to kind of outline those options. And for the next slide, just kind of circling back to some of the financial impacts, Wilmington is very good at using grant money. I think that, you know, with the things that are still kind of unknown, with MassDOT saying transportation funding will be impacted, we just don't know exactly how yet. There's a lot of unknowns, but there will be impacts. What we would be getting for grants would have to be paid for elsewhere. And I think the planning board did a really good job of coming up with a proposal that on the ground doesn't have as much impact as what you see in a 1248 type of number. If the parcels in the districts were redeveloped, it's really kind of the Main Street stretch where there's opportunity for multifamily. And that stretch, if things were redeveloped there, it would be more of a 200 unit number rather than a 1,248 unit number. So that number is a little misleading. So I hope that you consider a vote today, and I am happy to answer any questions through you.
Thank you, Ms. Gingrich. We're going to go to Mr. O'Grady, Mr. Smaglia, then we're going to hit the floor.
Hi, my name is Kevin O'Grady, 9 Harold Ave. I am pro-growth as long as it's done reasonably and in a logical fashion. Next slide, please. Here's a paragraph that comes from the state's website. It would appear that their goal is not really to create more housing, but to make housing more affordable. At every town meeting I attend, I hear people talk about the need for affordable housing in Wilmington. Our seniors can't afford to live here. Our kids need to move out of state to be able to buy a home. But let's look at what this law actually is about to accomplish. Next slide, please. The state wants Wilmington to increase our housing by 15% by contributing 1,248 new units, and that's right there in the state's website. So it won't be long before developers are buying up any of the abutting properties and land, trying to get it rezoned so that they can build many more units. We already see that happening. R60 is being rezoned to R20 and even to R10. R20 is being rezoned to R10. I've heard people mention that we just have to create this zone, but we don't have to build anything. I would encourage every resident to think about the long-term ramifications of this change. Do you really think that the state is not going to want those 1,248 units after all of this? Of course they are. Those units will be forced upon us one way or another. Next slide, please. According to the state, they claim that we have 538 acres within a half a mile of radius of both train stations. Here's the area that could be impacted by Main Street Station. Next slide, please. Here's the area around North Wilmington Station that could be impacted. Next slide, please. So if the goal is to add more affordable housing, then why is it only focused on those communities with MBTA service? Why is there no affordability component required? Why is Boston exempt? Why is Avon exempt? How about the towns surrounding other MBTA communities like Plainville, Dayton, Dartmouth, Westport, and Acushnet? Towns like Bolton, Clinton, Berlin, Hudson, Boylston, Dunstable, and Pepperell, they don't have a nearby T-stop, so they're not required to participate. There's plenty of land available in those towns. So I would suggest it's not about creating homes for that matter, or for that matter, I should say, creating affordable homes. This law is discriminatory and not evenly applied. Creating zoning that applies only to towns with MBTA service, which, by the way, we don't have the ability to opt out of or eliminate, is discriminatory. Show me any other type of zoning that has been incorporated in this way. There is none. Next slide, please. So this law requires that we create zones that would require a minimum, and let me say that again, requires a minimum of 15 units per acre, located not more than a half mile from the commuter rail station, and must allow for families with children and cannot be age restricted. Next slide, please. Read the bottom statement, and hopefully everyone will question why. And I'll read it, and I quote, the department, in consultation with the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority and the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, shall promulgate guidelines to determine if an MBTA community is in compliance with this section. Why in the world would the MBTA be involved in any of this unless it was to benefit from it? I believe this is an attempt to increase ridership and not about affordable housing. Next slide, please. So what does 15 units look like? 15 units per acre look like? The Loom apartment complex, 635 Main Street, 49 units on 4.57 acres. It's only 10 units per acre, 10.72 acres. And oh, by the way, $2,000 to $5,000 for rent. How is that affordable? Next slide, please. Rachel's Village, 168 Lowell, 36 units on 3.23 acres, 11.15 acres, 11.15 units per acre. Next slide, please. The Alice, 50 units on 4.64 acres, or 10.77 units per acre. Also going to include 13,000 square feet of retail. Next slide, please. This slide shows that our town is getting more and more dense. Notice all of the orange. These are the locations zoned as R10. Light brown is R20, and the dark brown is all that's left of R60, and that's rapidly disappearing. As a matter of fact, Article 33 today just eliminated more of that R60 and turning it into R20. Owners of parcels abutting MBTA zones can come before the town to request a zoning change, and we're seeing that happen all over the town with other zones. If we add 1,248 units to the town, we will certainly need to add infrastructure. That means more taxes, and most seniors can't afford the taxes that we have now, so I guess they'll be moving out. We barely have enough water now to support the town, so we'll need to tie into the MWRA permanently. That means more higher water bills. How about the school system? Do you think we can add another 1,248 units and not include children? We can't figure out what to do or where to put them now. Will the state be widening roads so traffic can flow better? Look how long it's taken for the Butters Road Bridge. Just take a look at Main Street. I don't see the state jumping up and down to say that we want to help you alleviate your traffic problems. As a matter of fact, this zoning will only add to that problem. Again, there is no true affordability component to the law. All of these units can be sold at market rate. They have not taken into consideration why housing is so expensive. Prices of building materials are still at all-time highs. Labor and wages are still a huge part of that equation for builders and developers. If it's truly an issue of affordability, then the state needs to look at the factors that are driving housing costs up, and mandating new zoning is not the solution. They have not addressed the cost of labor, building materials, regulations, conservation concerns, and other bureaucracy related to build in this state. Finally, don't look at the locations or the proposed locations. It goes beyond that. If the citizens allow the state to force certain cities and towns to incorporate special zoning, then I ask, where will it all end? Again, if this is about creating affordable housing, then why is it not being implemented statewide? I want to close in saying that if there's truly a housing crisis in Massachusetts, then it should be addressed with every single city and town, not just the one serviced by the MBTA. Next slide. So, wow. So I guess I don't have to encourage everybody to vote this down.
I do have a running list, so Mr. Samaglia, you'll be up next, followed by Mr. Maselli, the gentleman in the white shirt out back, and I'll keep it going.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will keep it short. I agree with everything you said, sir, and I'm not sure if anybody here or anywhere likes to be told what to do or forced what to do and threatened with financial losses. But I will say this, Wilmington is an extremely active town in looking for grants, getting grants, working for grant money. And he's also correct, there is no affordable housing component in this. But Valerie Gingrich and her team have done an amazing job what they've had to work with. I'm not saying vote for it or against it, but I do want to recognize the department and all the work that they've done that I feel is like the least impactful way to do this from the town's perspective. So, yeah, they've done yeoman's work, and there's been a lot of curveballs thrown in throughout this whole process. So, good luck on the back and forth, Mr. Moderator.
All right, Mr. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Maselli, 25 North Street. Once again, I want to thank Valerie, Planning Board, for all the work. Obviously, it's not done overnight, so I do appreciate it. But I've lived in this town for 21 years. It's my whole life. I love this town with all my heart, but I definitely don't love all this. So I'm urging you all to vote no, because I don't feel like we've considered the humanity of this. I get we've done the research. I get we would have financial impacts. I go to school for finance, so I understand how the grants work to an extent. But we need to also consider our schools. We need to consider just how the town would look, because we all come here for the charm Wilmington gives. And I want to live in Wilmington when I'm older. I want to raise a family here, and this is not making me stay. You know, heck, all this, everything that is going on with this and the state legislature with this law is not even does not make me want to stay in Massachusetts either. So I want to live in Mass. I love Mass. So that being said, I do urge a no vote, but I also want you to think about my generation, because I'm here to represent all of them, because we're all going to be buying homes soon, raising kids. So think about our generation. Think about the traffic that all these units would also add as well. And just think about how you found Wilmington. How would you want to leave it? How would you want to leave it for my generation? Because we're all here, and you're going to make a really big choice today. So please vote with your conscience, vote with the future in mind, and vote no. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the gentleman in the back in the white shirt, followed by Mr. McDonald and then Ms. Burns.
Good afternoon. My name is George Patriarca, 12 Evans Drive. In my mind, when I look at this, I think of it less about housing than more about social engineering. At the point of a gun. In this case, they're going to threaten us, the state, or taking away funding. When the mob does that, they call that extortion. And I'm going to say that I strictly reject the government's attempt to fundamentally transform this beautiful town of Wilmington. I urge everyone to vote no.
Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to point out a few things that are concerning. First of all, losing state aid. We do not have to vote on this today one way or the other. We have until the end of December to vote on it. If you're not aware of this, there are amendments working their way through the legislature to actually change the law. And so when I'm around places like Chelsea, between their high school and 2nd Street and inside of Route 16, if you've not been down there, you might want to take a ride down there and take a look at what's going on down there. Since Chelsea adopted this, it's just probably unacceptable to everybody here if it was done in Wilmington. The problem that I have with the town's chosen overlay district to comply with this is that the 40B projects that are already approved that do have an affordable housing component to them, if this is voted on, those projects now can have this type of zoning, and they can do away with the affordable units there. Because as you've heard, these are market rate homes and units. And so I'm opposed to your choice of the overlay districts there.
All right, Mr. McDonald, we're gonna hit pause on that because I just want to make sure you did make an assertion of consequence, and I want to allow Ms. Gingrich to provide an explanation.
Thank you. We were very careful with the zoning dimensionals to make sure that we were keeping our existing 40B developments non-compliant when we created this zoning. So Metro, for instance, it's too high. It doesn't meet the new zoning. Regency, also too high and doesn't meet certain setbacks. So those developments, we were very careful to keep non-compliant so that they have to stay affordable 40B developments. They can't rely on this new zoning, so that we keep all of those affordable units.
Mr. Moderator, I just want to respond to that. The state legislators are aware of that. And that's part of the reason why there is an amendment process that's working their way through the legislature to change the law to include those places. Okay, if they change the law to include those places that they now are free to do whatever they want, you do away with the affordable aspect. The state pushing this on us has not taken into consideration the infrastructure, the traffic, or anything like that. And I agree with, probably the first thing I've ever agreed with Mr. Semaglia is that nobody likes to be told what to do. But what I'm suggesting today is to actually pass over this article, to not take any vote, yes or no, allow the amendments to work their way through the legislature and come up with a better district. Because unfortunately, Mr. Moderator, when I walked up to the podium earlier, I told you that I sent you an email last night with a link to the state law. I was hoping you could put it up on the screen, but since you don't have your computer, that's not going to work. So, Mr. Moderator, through you to the Town Council, can I make a motion to actually pass over this article and take no action?
So, Mr. McDonald, we actually had a motion to pass over on a main motion a couple years ago when there was an article to rezone. How about now? All right. So motion to pass over is actually out of order. We had this happen about 2 years ago when there's an article to rezone some parcels up in North Wilmington. Right now there is an affirmative main motion that is under discussion. Motion to pass over is it's a negative main motion, but it is a main motion as well. The effect of an affirmative vote in a motion to pass over is the same effect as a vote in the negative on the motion that is currently under discussion. So when you have competing motions of the same rank, which a main motion and a main motion, you have to deal with them in order, and because the negative main motion would ultimately have been adjudicated by the decision on the motion under discussion currently, a motion to pass over is actually out of order.
So, just to be clear, I can't make that. We're going to take a vote up or down on this article, okay? If people vote against it, we are actually going to have to come back before December or fight it in court or lose funding. And so, would this be in order? If I was to vote against this and the noes prevail, can I bring it up for reconsideration for the purpose of passing over it and taking no action?
I think I'm just stunned by the fact that you were trying to actually verbalize how you're trying to manipulate parliamentary procedure. So please just allow me for a second. No, that would be purely to try to manipulate parliamentary procedure. So that would be out of order.
Okay, so somebody else could do it, but I'm going to be voting no against this. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Burns, and just before you start, Ms. Burns, I do want to let folks know who's on the batting lineup right now. It's Ms. Burns, Mr. McCoy, Mr. Golden, Mr. Robertson, and there's a couple other people after that. But I am trying to keep track of the folks as they come up in order, but we've got a lineup that's growing. So, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I'm Jay Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. I stand in opposition of this warrant and appreciate the discussion that had previously taken place with the Board of Selectmen and Representative Robertson. Generally speaking, I do think this state law is out of line and holds communities like ours hostage, purely that, for ransom. And it's going to create lasting negative impacts to the vitality and stability of communities like ours. Knowing that current state funding for transportation, education, circuit breaker would not be affected only adds to my position. I strongly suspect if the town were to bow under the pressure of this warrant as it pertains to additional state funding for grant projects, there's no guarantee the additional funds would cover the financial impact our community would need to absorb. Having heard this past year from our state legislators on the funding shortfalls of fiscal year 25 state budget and how municipalities need to tighten their operating budgets, I can't see how there will be appropriate funding or a financial guarantee to support this state zoning act law over the long term for our community. It has the markings of underfunded legal mandate that will be placed on municipalities and residents to absorb through tax revenues. With our public schools facing another level-funded budget for fiscal year 25, which risks the ever-growing need to develop new programming and initiatives to develop education to the ever-growing diverse student body, I can't in good conscience support this warrant until our schools receive adequate funding to move the education of our students forward. I am aware of the housing crisis within the state and the want to retain talent from leaving the Commonwealth. If this is a priority, it is my belief that the government needs to prioritize this just as much as housing needs for our homeless veterans, our immigrant families, and our elderly, and create language to create a balance that will meet the goals of the Commonwealth in this housing discussion. Lastly, in hearing that this law continues to evolve is a risky ask for communities to take a vote at this juncture. I recommend that the MBTA first focus on the operation, safety, and maintenance of their train lines and exorbitant salaries at the leadership level, and keeping costs of ridership affordable before forcing communities to revamp zoning bylaws that are created to protect the betterment of residents and the municipalities that serve them. Mr. Moderator, would it be possible to ask for clarification on how these state laws supersede federal and state EPA laws and regulations on wetlands that are meant to protect community resources in order to build these types of projects, and of which can be risked by meeting the overarching guidelines of this particular law?
Ms. Burns, could you restate that question, please?
I'm going to try. I can speak loud. I'm sorry. I don't want to blow anybody out with my tone. So I'd like clarification. Thank you. I'd like clarification on how these state laws supersedes federal and state EPA laws, regulations on wetlands that are meant to protect the community resources in order to build these type of projects, which I can only see with the amount of swampland Wilmington currently has, how we could even meet that state bar with regards to land that's really not developable, developable.
Ms. Gingrich, could you address the question, I guess, of as how, if I understand your question correctly, Ms. Burns, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's how does a state law supersede, if it does, EPA regulations on the protection of some of our wetlands?
If I could add an example, maybe that would be help clarifying where my question arises.
Okay.
So I know in North Wilmington, with a multi-unit apartment building going in near the North Wilmington train station of forgive me, I can't think of the number of units going in. It abuts wetland, and I know there was an appeal out because in the design of this multifaceted housing unit that's going in, I know that it encroached on certain state laws as it pertains to building near wetlands. Does that help?
Ms. Gingrich?
Thank you. So the new state law does not supersede any EPA or current state laws about wetlands. You would still need to meet all of the requirements for wetlands, and the North Wilmington is not within this proposal at all. That area is not within the sub-districts that we're proposing for this article, but you still need to meet the wetlands. And that's part of why that 1248 is a fake number, because if you have wetlands on your site, you can't, you still have to meet all of the current wetland laws. You can't just fill in all the wetlands. So where the maps might show some of the wetlands, they're not perfect. There's more wetlands out there. Well, it doesn't mean you can build on them. You still have to meet all of the environmental requirements that are out there.
Thank you. So we have Mr. McCoy, we have Mr. Golden, we have Representative Robertson, and the gentleman in the buffalo check shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I could, I rise in opposition to this article, but I got to give kudos to the planning board for coming up with this article, because you have to show due diligence to actually show something in order for people to vote on that. And I just want to mention, you talk about overlays. We already have on the books multifamily overlays. We have neighborhood mix, central business district. We've also met the 10% relative to 40B. So we've shown due diligence to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that we are doing something in an affordable way. And I just want to mention that we were talking about the legislators that voted for this in 2001. Now, under former Governor Baker, he had Secretary Ash on a PR move. I served on the Board of Selectmen at that time. I think Selectman Kyra and Bender were on at that time. Secretary Ash, who worked for Governor Baker as the Secretary of Urban Development, came to the town of Wilmington when I was serving on the board promoting this. And I said to the secretary, I said, you know, you got to realize something. There's a big difference between, and this is verbatim, between city life and country life. You want to come up with a formula. People who live in the city or people who move to the city realize it's cluster development, high rises, multifamily. A lot of folks that move from the city, and a lot of us that lived in our community all our lives, we're trying to keep it, and I understand, I'm not against development and for orderly development, but we try to keep it as a community if we can. But we voted, this body, to accept certain cluster developments, and it's passed, and it's on the books. So he really didn't have a good answer, but he says, oh, we need to do this, we need to do that. There's a huge difference, and they never implemented. I said, if you want to do something, have 2 steps. 1, come up with a bylaw that helps the cities and a bylaw that helps the towns. And I just suggested the Board of Selectmen, the new town manager, if he comes on board, that there's well over 100 communities that this is dealing with. And if we not donate, we take money out of our free cash, say $10,000 times 100 communities, that's $1 million that we would have to fight this legally. And sometimes you need to take a stand and tell people where we're coming from, especially the state government. And the other thing is, right now is this. I remember Secretary Ash saying, this is progress. Some people say, you know, folks, this is progress to the town of Wilmington. You know what I say? This is an invasion in our community, and we shouldn't put up with it. Vote this thing down, send a strong message, and I hope that we put this money in case, because I don't like it when there's, you know, the Attorney General says, well, all right, we're going to take Milton to court. Strength comes in numbers, folks. Vote this thing down, send a strong message that we're not going to take it, and this is our town. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go to Mr. Golden, Representative Robertson, the gentleman back in the red shirt, in the back with, I'm going to call it a navy blue shirt, but I could be wrong. It's kind of far from here. Mr. Golden.
Test. Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Nicholas Golden. I live at 453 Shawshene Avenue, speaking on my own behalf today, and I am thoroughly in favor of this article. I cannot be more in favor. Frankly, I don't think it goes far enough, and I will tell you why. A couple nights ago, I was at a bar here in town talking to a young man who's an assistant coach on one of our sports teams. He's lived here his whole life. He and his girlfriend met at Wilmington High, the old Wilmington High, and he was telling me, you know, I love this town. I've loved it my whole life, but I can't find anywhere to live here. I don't know what I'm going to do. My girlfriend wants to get married. We need to find somewhere to be. I want to stay here, but I can't. He can't. And listen, we all talk about wanting to build housing. My gentleman colleague here mentioned that all the young people oppose this. I think a lot of young people actually support this. I think a lot of old people, older folks, support having more housing because we have a housing crisis. Everyone here mentions we have a housing crisis. No one wants to do anything about it. Do we understand? This is a really moderate proposal at the end of the day, all right? The state could have just rezoned the entire Commonwealth, right? The colleague gentleman over there said, why is there no affordable housing? It's supposed to be affordability. There's no affordability clause. If this had had a stronger affordability section in it, everyone would have said, the state is building so much affordable public housing, they're going to ruin the town. This is incredibly moderate. It is free market oriented, right? Because if we just tell business owners, you can't build that there, that's just government intervention, right? It cannot be stated enough that, you know, we're only here, many of us, because our parents or grandparents or we ourselves moved here because people in our past rezoned it, right? Wilmington had 2,000-ish people in 1920. That jumped to 4,000 in 1940. The population doubled, more than doubled, after World War II. There was a zoning meeting then. If those folks had done what we are planning to do now, clearly by voting no on zoning, to say no one else deserves to live here, how many of us wouldn't even be here in this room? And finally, to the gentleman who spoke before me, listen, you should fight things when they're unjust. Absolutely. But we also need to be adults. We tell people, we tell our children in this very building, when you have a choice before you, you can't change the world around you, you have to deal with the choice in front of you. If we lose the grant money, we will have to make choices. If we don't get $500K for a culvert, does that $500K come from an ambulance? If we don't get $1 million for a MassWorks grant, does that $1 million come from a police car? We have a serious choice here. We have to be mature adults. We can't use incendiary language or act like it's the end of the world, because this is the choice before us. So yeah, we can vote no and come back, and that could be really reasonable. The planning board has done a great job. I think a lot of us here are really sober-minded about this. But there are trade-offs. There's no joke here. Like, who among you is willing to say, I'll sacrifice another ambulance replacement because, you know, and that's fine. That's your choice. It's a democracy. But I think that, you know, it's really moderate choice. We have a housing crisis, and I think a lot of people in this town want to stay here. They want to live here. Kids, adults, seniors want to downsize. And again, you still have to approve the plans at a planning board meeting. This doesn't happen overnight. It would take a generation for this 1,248 number, which is, again, not completely even accurate, because it would only be probably 200, as the planning department mentioned, in the next year or so. So, you know, are we going to be with these 5 towns that have voted no on this, that are, then we might be, we probably will be, but that's our choice. But 44 others have voted yes. Are they crazy? Are they somehow, in any case, I hope you vote yes, or at least be willing to come back and do this again, because we should not be losing out on millions of dollars. It's entirely irresponsible to do that and to get into a lawsuit with the Commonwealth. So that's my take, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Representative Robertson, we're going to go to the gentleman in the red shirt, woman in the navy blue shirt, and then Ms. Benelli.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I expected to go earlier in the batting order, which would have saved some back and forth amongst here. So in the next 3 to 5 minutes, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you the context of how this bill was, as well as I'm going to go over some of the things in a little bit of a story kind of style, which I believe, based off of what was fielded from your comments and the folks over in Tewksbury, led this to be the least bitter pill. So to give you a little context, back in 2017 was the first big swipe when Governor Baker, I was still just an aide, proposed a $1.8 billion bond bill that was designed to get the housing market kick-started. I was excited. I was 27 years old. I just dumped an ex-fiance at the time, and I went, I don't know where the hell I'm going to go. I wound back up at home, and I spent my down payment here convincing you folks to put your faith in me to win my first election. Since then, and I don't want to air the dirty laundry of anyone in town, but right now, I have the same amount of money saved up that my parents paid for their house in 1988, and I can still not get my foot in the door because I am a single professional individual. To give an appreciation, this bill was passed in 2021. As I mentioned, our first kind of kick to try to get the housing market jump-started was in 2017. The town of Wilmington, and this was confirmed, I first discovered it through a study, but it was confirmed by the folks over in the building department, built about 175 houses over those 4 years. That's not even enough for one high school graduation class. On top of it, you know, this represents a 2% of our 2020 current housing stock, but home prices increased 18.7%. Over the past 10 years, Wilmington housing costs rose 90%, and last year it was 9% on average. I understand that folks are very, very, very against this becoming a Somerville or Eastie. So, as I mentioned, the first thing was H4536. $1.8 billion, we increased tax credits, we matched funds, we did a helmet to hard hat program to decrease wage, we talked about bulk ordering, we even talked about an increase to brownfield recycling credit so that we could take previous industrial sites and flip it over to housing. It didn't really show much in the terms of development. More recently, tried attacking it from the affordability side by reducing your tax burdens amongst the state. showed some preservation, it showed some impact on reducing evictions and meeting affordability around the maintaining of houses and that, but for its actual purposes, nothing. So we started to get a little bit more and more desperate, wondering what we can do in a way. Now, this is an absolute no for me, but one of the big pushes for proposals now that's being counterattacked by mass realtors and more sensible folks was the idea of a 2% transfer tax. I think this would lead immediately to a 2% increase in housing prices. The government would then take it, go through the bid process, and with all due respect, we don't have a hammer and sickle in front of town hall. We shouldn't be building private market developments. Amongst other things, an idea was floated increasing the required amount of 40B. As you know, 40B, as Ms. Gingrich said before, is a very, very serious thing for the state to threaten. It can happen in any neighborhood. It can happen with just about any reason to continue going forward, no matter how legit our concerns are amongst water runoff, traffic, impacts on the school. There was even, as Mr. Golden, I believe, mentioned before, a water zoning reform, as seen out in California, which I can't use the language to describe how that implementation went in California in a school. It was a terrible idea. So along comes the MBTA Act. It's not the most thrilling thing in the world, or it's not the thing to be most thrilled about, but it was different. The Communities Act was proposed as a unique remedy. Now, first I gotta say, I'm standing in front of you today as a hypocrite, because just recently, I was down fighting with Nichols Street and South Street in Tewksbury and elsewhere, going against dense apartment developments. In one case, 16, another was 30-something. Over in South Street in Tewksbury, they were trying to put a contractor yard in a bunch of homes. It was very bizarre. And here I am standing before you today, asking you to reconsider your position so folks in my generation and that can find a starter home, and the older folks are able to downsize. Now, I thought one of the benefits when the MBTA Communities Act was presented to us, that this created a zone to push and condense, kind of more dense residential. I live at number 7 Middlesex. If you don't know what that is, that's across from Napa. Part of the consideration as well, as Ms. Gingrich mentioned earlier, we were zoning for housing that already exists, and in the fact of Metro, I believe Metro exceeds the 15 units per acre, if I recall. So it was, in a way for us to comply, get extra money to develop housing, talk about placing some residential over commercial along that minor part in Main Street. But from the time West Street was undergoing the development and proposal at the time, it was redundant. It was already multifamily housing. Metro was already multifamily housing. And let's face it, that little strip that goes up to the car dealership and that isn't the most optimal for housing, but I'm telling you, especially at 3 a.m. when the Boston Sand and Gravel train rolls through, it's already a developed area. So in a sense, if anyone comes down and says, hey, I want to build 30 apartments up off of 129 or over on Allenhurst or something where we all show up to our meeting, we organize as neighborhoods, I show up, select board members make the commentary, the zoning board folks hear the same arguments over and over. Well, now we have one zone to push and contain. Unlike the increase on 40B, as it was mentioned before, these are market rate. And at the time, I really liked the fact that Wilmington was able to govern what they thought the ratio of affordability would be. Typically, 40B gets dropped of us right after every time we do the census, and then we get information from mass housing, whatever our percentage is. I appreciated the fact that the state was allowing us to govern this impact, because one of the major concerns that I want to address, and that was stated by a few people before, is the worry about the town finances. Again, I don't want to air anyone's dirty laundry. So I live at number 7 Middlesex. I have 1 residential neighbor, 2 commercial. That is part of maybe about, I think, 16 units, give or take. I don't know if Mr. Lango is in the audience. He's the one that sees it. But my tax contribution and the density alone will exceed that of R20 and R40 because these are market rates. These folks, if this is built, and as Mr. Golden said, first the property needs to be sold, then the plan needs to be approved, then they need to be built with whatever the town decides to put on them to meet these requirements. These folks with the density will be subsidizing all of you. You can look it up. It's pretty universal across the board, but density almost always beats the detached single family. I like that because every year your select board takes a vote to shift the burden over to commercial as much as possible. But your taxes locally are now driven primarily more about the inflationary cost of housing than it is actually to run the goods and services provided by the community. Now, we can make cutbacks, but when it's just the valuation of the house alone driving, we have to mitigate that. There's no other way. I can cut taxes again, and it would just be eaten up by the cost, which is exactly what happened when we tried to cut taxes a few years ago. So when it comes to why the stick, this is another big thing, right? And I empathize, I hear you. There's a stick involved because if you know, and you're a bit of a history nerd or, a legislature, when I went back and looked at the historical battles, 40B back in the 60s was literally called the NIMBY law. And that was because Andover and Westford and Winchester and all the big money towns said absolutely not. And they spared no expense foisting it upon Wilmington and Tewksbury and Barica. They fought the implementation. Greater Boston right now is short about 200,000 units of housing. There's two primary demographics when you look for folks that are kind of driven out. Under 40 that are looking for a family house to begin, and then folks who are retired that are looking to downsize. There is a market mismatch. So I understand the hostility today because we don't want to be Somerville or Eastie. Again, I understand that. I do say, though, the zoning board has capped it at 35 feet, which is about the height of the unit I live at currently behind Napa. It's shorter than the unit that's across the street there, and these units already exist in the overlay. We have the train station, we have Big Joe's, we have a little bit of potential, but again, the full 1248, when I sat and looked at this, and the proposals that were already built, were already permitted, they ate up, something like 15 acres at Metro alone, if I require the 50. So it seemed like a decent way to say, you know what, maybe EJ's, maybe Wilmington House of Pizza, if the private landlord, the landowner agrees, could put an apartment above. Because hell, that's my apartment and I'm right across the street. And maybe this would cool the housing market in such a way that you folks that already own a property can keep the appreciation and assessment, and we can plateau out the prices, and I can continue saving, and everyone else in my age group can continue saving, rather than trying to double our down payment every 10 years, which is the current race. So let me say this. Obviously, I thought, and I still think, that overall, it's a step in the right direction. But if it's rejected today, my oath is to you, the townsfolk. So that will be the position I take. I'm very happy to answer any sort of questions. Ms. Gingrich covered most of it already. But as I mentioned, there was even 2 or 3 more radical kind of notions on how to fix zoning. I felt that this still retained local control. It didn't make us sacrifice anything for 40B. It was market rate, so we were getting a good, healthy tax base designed to come in, supplement the commercial properties, make dual use of it, and help contribute that towards local services. And that way, try to keep your property down while opening up some new housing. For context, I just want to say this, right? Because there's a lot of talk about where kids can go elsewhere. Despite the growth in housing, 90% growth again last year, Wilmington now has 45% of their families, or folks that live in residential, paying more than 30% of their income, which means that if you're renting, you can't be saving for a mortgage, and if you're a mortgage, you're in a high-risk default category. During that same time, Wilmington's population decreased 2%. So it's a bit of a conundrum. What really is, at the end of the day, it's the young folks, your sons and daughters, our investments in tax dollars for education that are getting priced out after waiting and being sent to other states. I am very worried as folks age and retire due to the market not being fluid and not allowing folks to downsize properly. What's going to happen is mechanics and nurses and teachers' assistants and all that are going to have to increase wage demands in order to keep up with their mortgage and rent. That's going to, in turn, increase prices and push inflation across the board for every one of us. Healthcare costs right now are sky high. And in fact, a number of the retirement communities here lobbied me, and I have no influence over immigration on a federal level, to ask our federal government to see if we could start sourcing foreign healthcare workers. Because young kids cannot afford to stay here, They're going to leave, and I'm worried that our market for labor is going to bottom out in 10 to 15 years. We're not going to have anyone young enough here to fulfill the job duties as folks retire, and it's going to be $25 for an apple down at Market Basket because the poor kid's going to get 75 bucks an hour so he can get that 900 square foot unit like I did. So that's my pitch. I'm going to leave it all to you to vote as you feel today. Whatever you vote on, like I said, is what I take back to Beacon Hill. So I'm going to avail myself to any questions. Mr. Moderator, I appreciate you letting me go over the limit a little bit here, and I'll turn the microphone back over to folks on the floor.
All right, we're going to go to the gentleman in the red, then the woman in the blue, then Ms. Benelli, then Mr. Peterson.
Hi, I'm Scott Oglesby from 6 Grove Lane. This is my first time speaking at a town meeting. I am into this proposal, sorry, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's a bit mid, honestly. And it's sort of...
I'm going to interrupt you. For folks that may not be as hip as you, could you just describe or define
I'm
mid?
sorry. So, I think it's important. It's middle of the road. There's a lot of needs. Like, I'm really looking for that affordable housing to increase supply because, like, in Wilmington High School, they're talking about, like, supply and demand or something. But when I think about it, it's not really going that hard as a thing that will do everything, but it's also not doing nothing. The way that I see it is it's like a step in the right direction. I share a lot of concerns about people my generation not being able to necessarily afford to live in Wilmington. Like, there are a lot of my friends from this town who, like, they don't vote here because they don't live here because they can't afford to live here. I also think about the friends that I made, like, when they built Avalon Oaks in 1999. That was pretty cool because I made new friends because people moved there. Okay, that's more sentimental than tactical, but I just think that this seems rather sensible to me. I'm into it. If it's not sensible to you, that's really cool. I love living in Wilmington. I love being in community with all of you, and we get to talk about this. But we should keep talking about this and finding those solutions to have more housing available in some way, whatever way that works. This isn't the worst thing. This isn't the best thing. This is like a pretty, the way that I see it, I mean, I might be wrong. I think correcting happens in this process. But it seems pretty middle of the road. And I'm going to vote for it. It seems like it makes sense, but we're really going to have to come together as a community to come up with solutions for how we have more housing so that younger folks, not all younger folks apparently, but a lot of younger folks, my generation, people who went to Wilmington High and stuff who graduated within the last 20, 30 years, it'd be cool to afford a house. It'd be cool to be able to live in this town and to have roots and things like that. And honestly, it'd be cool to live on top of a pizza place. That's what's up.
All right, to the woman in the blue, I challenge you to top that ending.
I don't think I can top that. But I do agree with everything he said, and I want to thank Rep. Robertson for his really thoughtful comments, and also to the planning board and the planning staff for coming up with a really modest proposal that I think really fits the character of Wilmington, talking about 2 or 3 stories in areas that already have multifamily housing, already have commercial development, is really not suggesting a huge change is going to happen. And I know there are a lot of concerns around infrastructure, how we're going to pay for water and sewer or school children, but I think it's important to note Wilmington isn't obligated to pay for any of those things. When a developer puts a project before the planning board, they have to make the case that there is adequate infrastructure to support that project. And if there's not, the developer usually is going to pay out of their pocket to add it. And so that's upgrades that we are getting as a town that we as taxpayers don't have to pay for. Also, just in terms of how it impacts us related to taxes, I know Prop 2.5 is a little wonky, but new growth is not subject to the same limits as Prop 2.5. So basically, we get a lot more money added to our tax rolls from new development than that we then don't have to pay for. Because we all are existing landowners, we are capped at 2.5%
increases each year, but any new growth is on top of that. So that's all additional money that we get and that we can benefit from. And so between that money, between all of the grants that we would become ineligible for, that's all money that we don't have to vote to appropriate, to raise our taxes, to have overrides for. I also, the gentleman before me kind of mentioned basic economics and supply and demand. I think it's really important to realize that even if most of the new housing that would be built is market rate, that is then freeing up another unit that might be less expensive for somebody who can't afford that market rate unit. And so just by having more inventory, we can have a more fluid system where people can just have more options for where they might be able to live. And that really benefits our seniors who want to downsize, but they can't afford to find a smaller unit in town, so they're kind of stuck in their bigger house. And then, a family with children doesn't have that option to move in there. It's really important for younger folks who want to start their lives in Wilmington or who want to continue living here after they've, grown up here. And so when we talk about wanting to maintain the character and the vitality of Wilmington, I see this as something that's really investing in our people and in our future. And yeah, I think that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Just real quick before you step away, I should have asked you at the start. Can you just say your name and address?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I'm Emma Battaglia. I live at 37 Grace Drive.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go, and again, this is the order that I saw people approaching the microphone. We're going to go Ms. Spinelli, Mr. Peterson, the two women behind Mr. Peterson, Ms. Sullivan. So Ms. Spinelli.
Great. I have two questions and a comment. You may just lay them on you, or?
Sure.
Okay. So my two questions. The first one is Ms. Gingrich spoke to 1258 is not an accurate number. There's, environmental concerns that would probably restrict that. I know from some Q&A that she and I had, there's an MBTA parking lot there where I don't think they're going to get rid of their parking lot that would impact that. So my first question is, what is the actual number of units that she thinks that, based on our other zoning laws, would be built? Range is fine. Number two, what would the cost for a special town meeting be if we punt this down the road? Are we costing ourselves money there? And then my third comment question is, so there's been so much work and so much support for this actual article. Like, we're being asked to vote here on, is this plan that the town put together to meet the law of the state, is that the best plan? That's what we're being asked to vote for. What I hear opposition saying is, well, I don't want the state doing that. And in my world, why are we punishing our town for something the state did? If my analogy is if the Major League Baseball changed the rules of baseball, and I'm part of the Red Sox, do I just sit down and lose the game? No, I go and protest to the Major League Baseball. I ask them to make the changes. So for all of you who are angry about the state's motion, support your team today, right? Our team here, we're the Wilmington Wildcats, and they're planning to abide by the law. And don't let your anger towards the state be just in this room. Take it to the appropriate authority and use it there. And maybe Mr. Roberts could tell us what that appropriate place would be.
I'm going to, just to provide an explanation, I'm going to go first to Ms. Gingrich on, I think we're using this term loosely, but the actual number, and then Mr. Robertson.
It's a very difficult question. If you make certain assumptions, right? So let's assume that the 40B developments that are out there or approved stay the same. No one's tearing them down. Let's assume that the housing authority is staying the same. Let's assume that the Hyundai dealership which is in permitting for a new dealership, is going to be a dealership, not multifamily. If you make all of those assumptions, I did a rough calculation, and I think it's about 200 units, because it's really that strip of Main Street that if those property owners want to redevelop, they could. Again, they'd have to choose that. They'd have to want to do that. But other than that strip, there's really not a lot of room for change.
Representative Robinson.
And if you don't mind, I just want to reiterate their question. I believe it was, who is the correct authority on the state level to send back changes to? Me and Senator Feingold. That's why I'm down here today. I'm not going to lie. I think there's a lot of problems I had with the way the executive branch implemented it, but I'm a legislature. They take the guidance from us, and I believe that our body bears blame as well on it. I wanted to, if you don't mind, because I can also kind of quasi-answer another question that was proposed earlier. Is that okay, Mr. Moderator?
Briefly, but yeah.
Okay, it's on topic, I promise you. There was a discussion of amendments. I believe this was in reference to the meeting that I had previous Monday when I met with your fine select board. There were 3 amendments. I do not want folks in this room, in this community, to think that these are silver bullets. But myself, a few other centrist Dems, and Brad Jones just around the corner who reps North Reading, had the Republicans, we attempted implementing them. One was a year delay to give us until December 31st, 2025 to do. The second one was to include anything, and this is something I'm really pushing for in Wilmington, that would have met this definition that was developed within the last 3 years since this bill was passed in 2021, which I believe is a big oversight by the state. It's complex. One of the things that I highlighted at Wilmington when it came to me making this decision was, we're already building multi-unit family there. You can thank your zoning board and select board for having that foresight. And that is the popular thing in urban planning to do right now. And it's something that I hope that with a little bit of politicking when it comes to the housing bond bill coming up, I can try to get the units that were already constructed up at West Street counted. The other thing that would upend Ms. Gringich and the other plans before us here today. So I do not want you to go home and think that there's a silver bullet that we can pull out in that aspect. But I just also want to provide a little clarification on the amendments that were brought up earlier as well. So,
thank you, Ms. Bonelli. Your other question was to the estimated cost of a special town meeting. Mr. Morris can give us a thumbs up, but he said that he told me that the ballpark figure was about $15,000. To be clear, none of it goes to me, but the town manager is saying that it's not that high, it's a little bit less, so 8 to 10. Okay, the next speaker, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. Rob Peterson, 20 Fairmont Ave. I've lived in Wilmington for 38 years. I consider myself very lucky to have lived in Wilmington for 38 years. I was also lucky enough to be born to an upper middle class family who could afford to be in Wilmington for the past 38 years and put me in a position to, when I graduated law school, so I was in a position to go to law school, I was in a position to buy a house in Wilmington when I graduated from law school. But I was put in that position by 2 people, and 2 people only. My grandfather who moved here from Somerville and my grandmother that moved here from Charlestown. So where am I going with that? Where I'm going with that is when my grandparents moved here in the late 60s, early 70s, Wilmington did not look like it does today back then. And when those people were moving here back then, there was a lot of the same reaction for the people opposed to the general idea of this that we're hearing in this room right here. So I think that's very important to consider. But now let's take the converse side of that. I also am not enthralled with the way by which this sort of rezoning is being pushed upon us from a state level. But the reason it's being pushed upon us from a state level is because this is not an indictment on government here, but there has been almost like an inability to act or an unwillingness to act because we're met with pushback when we bring up these sorts of rezoning articles. So the long and the short of it is, and I believe the speaker, first speaker in opposition brought up the fact that more housing doesn't bring down housing costs. That is 100% correct. But more housing infill, more housing being built and allowed to be built helps. So this body here, we can't bring down housing costs. We can't bring down housing on our own, but we can help. We can't bring down the price of lumber, but if we have more units that are available to be bought and sold, that in of itself is the basic essence of what supply and demand is. So we have the ability to allow our seniors who are aging out of their single-family homes, if there is more units available in Wilmington for them to move to, then that by itself is going to give them more options when they age out of their single-family homes. That's just one thing. But what I'm also hearing here is we're talking about growing up here and our kids growing up here and wanting to allow our kids to stay here. I have 4 young daughters. I don't plan on going anywhere. Again, I've been here for 38 years, but what is most important for you to all know, that doesn't make me any better than anyone that's been here for a year, for 2 years. When you move to Wilmington, you don't move to Wilmington and think of, oh man, this place was great 20 years ago. We're not great what we were 20 years ago. We're great because of the community we foster year over year and generation over generation. So what we have to realize is Wilmington will continue to change. It's all about controlling the change and controlling the narrative. So what I'm hearing about the opposition to this is we're not controlling the narrative, and that is 1,000% correct. But what you also have to understand is we have the ability to control the narrative by being more open to these general rezoning ideas to allow an infill of multifamily housing, low-income housing. So if you're generally opposed to this, I would ask you to take a step back and think of why do we need something like this? We need something like this is because there has been just general inaction of addressing this issue, and it's going to be pushing us to a breaking point. So that all notwithstanding, Mr. Moderator, what I hear in this auditorium today, I agree with some of the people who are in favor of this. I also hear the concerns and agree with, to some point, the people who are opposed to this. So I'm telling you, I don't see any benefit of voting for this one way or another here today when we have until the end of this year to let some of the other things that are going on in the background here, and by the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, in the background, there are ongoing lawsuits. There are other towns dealing with this here. I don't think, a yes vote is necessarily the best thing for us to deal with. However, if I had to choose a side, it's probably where I would lie. Or B, I don't think a no vote is going to send the message that we want to send, or I don't think it's going to be received the way you think it's going to be received, because I think a no vote at this meeting today is going to send our planning board back to do the same exact thing and try to work something else up to try to make another effort for another rezone or another article at a future meeting. So, Mr. Moderator, I would put forth the motion on the floor that we refer this back to the planning board to be taken up, further explored, let the happenings continue to go on, and that we ask the planning board to report this back to this assembly at a special town meeting to be held no later than November 30th, 2024.
Invite 2 parliamentarians to a party, and this is what happens. All right, so first, is there a second on the motion to refer?
Second.
I just needed one. All right, so part of your motion, Mr. Peterson, is out of order. No action of this assembly could bind the calling of a special town meeting. So I'm going to accept your motion to refer this as to the planning board, and that is going to be the limit of that motion, okay?
Mr. Point of clarification. a motion to refer, they couldn't bind the planning board, but a motion to commit to a committee, and that special committee being the planning board would allow me to say that they had to come back for a special town meeting before a time certain, correct?
Well, I think the effect is the same, right? So what a motion to commit this to the planning board would do is it would not be a vote in the affirmative or the negative. There would essentially be no action except it was put back to the planning board. So if ever something similar to what's been projected above me were to happen, again, that could only happen through either an annual or a special town meeting.
Correct. I just want to make sure, and I'm not sure if town council, I believe that with the motion to commit, we can tell the committee that we're committing it to take a specific action as long as we give them a specific charge.
Yeah, so the planning board does not have the authority to call a special town meeting, the select board does.
Yes.
So the planning board could then really request that the select board to call a special town meeting.
We could go on and on like this for about all day.
But
I think that we're all going to be at the same point, and you get the gist of my motion. So.
Okay. Okay. Let me just. All right. So we have Mr. Peterson, was this a motion to commit or refer?
We'll go with refer, it's fine.
Okay. We have a motion to refer this matter to the planning board that has been seconded. Is there discussion on the, this is a subsidiary motion. So if this is passed in the affirmative, what would happen is that would be the decision on Article 30. There would not be a subsequent vote, yea or nay, on Article 30. So we have a motion to refer Article 30 to the planning board. Discussion. I'm going to, Mr. Peterson, as the maker of the subsidiary motion, I'm going to allow you first to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, this is, the intent of my motion is because I don't think a vote one way or another, going by applause that I'm hearing today, I don't think it's going to give us the true feeling of the community. And what I want to do is I want to give the planning board, who has put a lot of time and energy into this, I want to give them the time to take this back in and let all of the things surrounding the MBTA zoning kind of parse itself out, at least from now until the fall, and see if we have more and better information that we can be used to vote on in the fall.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to refer. I'm going to go to Mr. McDonald and Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I rise in support of Mr. Peterson's motion. I want to specifically explain something. If you do vote for this rezoning that I didn't mention earlier, and I want to use the example of the detox center.
So, Mr. McDonald, we are really just talking about whether or not to refer this to the planning board.
Thank you. The detox center.
No, Mr. McDonald, you're out of order on
this.
this.
If this zoning.
Mr. McDonald, you are out of order on this. Mr. Robertson, the floor is yours. What is your point of information, sir? No. Are you asking, was there a motion to move the previous question prior to the subsidiary motion? There was not. Mr. Robertson.
I just want to, I want to provide for context and edification of the audience that if there were to be any changes that occurred legislatively, statutorily, I'm not going to lie to you, I haven't before. It's pretty long odds, but there's two opportunities that I would, in my 2 cents opinion, suspect. The Senate bill that's overgoing the budget process, but they tend to be more progressive liberal than even us in the House. The other alternative is the upcoming housing bond bill. I do have higher hopes for that because most of the objections, as people have conveyed to my office, have been around the financial projections, construction, et cetera, et cetera. So you can expect potential, the long shot kind of remediation around some of the financial stuff potentially. But if we come back in November and you decide to go through and vote on this, which I believe it's a very interesting idea by Mr. Peterson, he's extremely intelligent gentleman, We might be looking at something somewhat similar, though, and I just wanted to hear for a second time, what the hell, Dave? So, everyone understand? Any questions? No. We have to get it all wrapped up by the end of this June, because then it's the election cycle. So anything that requires a statutory vote has to be by that day. So it's only, what, about another 8 weeks or so that we would see any changes developed. And I assure you, it'll probably be all over channels 4, 5, and 7 if that does occur.
All right. Let's. Conversation needs to be buying through the moderator. So if you have something to say, please find your way to a microphone. I want to at least allow Mr. Sorrentino to speak because he's been. Okay. So discussion on the motion to refer. Does anybody want to speak on the motion to refer? Ms. Sullivan, I'm going to go to. I'm sorry. I know you just said your name, woman in the back. But anyone else on just the motion to refer?
So I want to thank Mr. Peterson for this motion because I was going to come up and maybe suggest something, but he did it so eloquently and right in the right terms, which I wouldn't have. And I support this motion for there's so many things right now that are in play. And I first want to say, if we were to pass this, this is what we want to pass. The planning department worked really hard on it. They did an excellent job. They took a lot of comments from the public. If we're going to pass it, this is what we want to pass. Where I'm coming from right now is there's, the case that's in front of the SJC, and there's other towns that haven't passed it. So there's going to be a ruling on that. So there's people concerned about special town meetings. So if we were to pass this, and then the SJC rules the law unconstitutional under the state's Constitution, then we're still going to have to come back here in a special town meeting, and we're going to have to, I would hope, kill this article. And there's a lot of reasons for that, which I can't really speak to now because I'm just speaking on the motion, all right? So if I get an opportunity after the motion, if the motion fails, I would like to be able to preserve my spot still on the floor to be able to speak on the article itself and my views on that. But as far as the motion, I think it's right on the money. I think we need a little bit more time. We have time, and I don't want to see this go back to the planning board. If it fails and the planning board have to, refix what they've already done. So there's a lot in play. I think it's the right thing to do. I hope you'll vote to table it. Thank you.
Second. We got a line forward, so I'll recognize the people that I see approach the microphone in order, but I will recognize Ms. Scalezzo that you're in back of the 6 people that I see in line right now. So.
How many of us are up the original motion? Because I'm on original motion.
If you're on the original motion, then I'll cut you out of line until we get back to that. So is there any further discussion on the motion to refer? Just you in the back? Okay. We're going to go with you.
Hi. I think it's a good suggestion. I think practically it's not really going to make a difference because either way, if we vote this down, then the planning board is going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to take what they heard today and make changes so we can bring it back to a fall town meeting. And so I think in practice, it wouldn't really be any different than just taking what we've heard today and making some changes. I'm also pretty doubtful that the planning board could come up with a more fair and modest proposal. I think, there's a lot of probably sentiment that they just don't want this at all, but, I do think it's important that we are in accordance with state law. Also, the SJC will be taking up this in October, but that's just when it's going to start. They're likely not going to make a decision until after, until we're well into 2025. And at that point, if we haven't voted to pass something, we will not be in compliance. And even if the SJC, overturns things, up until that point, we could be losing grant funds and we could be sued. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to vote on this now. And if it ends up going in the negative, then we have the opportunity to talk about it more and bring it back in the fall. But
Mr. Boland.
There you go. Terry Boland, Planning Board Chair. So just speaking in terms of it being referred back to the Planning Board for what we heard today. I'll speak closer. It'll get the feedback, but okay. Speaking on the being referred back to the Planning Board, going on what we've heard today, just not speaking for the whole board, but as a member, you know, my thought would be, hearing what Mr. Robinson said, we'd be looking for, you know, any changes end of June, that kind of thing. But I haven't necessarily heard any issues with the proposal. So that's my thought on it being referred back is just what the last speaker said is sort of, you know, we might just be back here with the same thing, or, you know, we might come back with, if there are amendments made, you know, that would sort of spur us to action. But I you know, as a member, I probably wouldn't. I think we have the best thing that we could come up with at this point. So.
Anyone in the back wish to speak just on the motion to refer? All right, seeing none. Mr. Peterson?
Just to clarify to Mr. Boland's point, I believe that my making that motion was with the full knowledge that they likely won't take any action unless there's an extrinsic event that would cause them to therefore make that action. But the intent of the motion to refer back to the planning board is so we're not voting on something that is evolving, because as a practitioner, as a legal practitioner, I don't want to vote on something that is likely, that I have a very good belief that is either going to change or is under scrutiny for change. So I don't know why we would want to vote as Assembly now on something that we know is under scrutiny in the courts and what the AG is examining as well.
Mr. Sorrentino?
Mike Sorrentino, 1 Curtis Street. I don't think the fact that we would need a special town meeting should have any bearing on this. I mean, $29 million in free cash, we can afford to have a special town meeting. I mean, nothing's going to really change. If something does change, then we'll have a special town meeting. So, Mr. Peterson, I really like you, but I think it was kind of inappropriate to speak for 15 minutes and then throw up another motion here. I wish you didn't do that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to refer? Mr. Golden.
I would just add quickly about this that, you know, if we decide to do this, there's no guarantee that town meeting would be on a weekend. Am I correct in making that assessment?
So that would be solely within the purview of the select board.
Right. So because it's on a weekend, there's a lot of folks who might have different working hours who are available today, whereas if it ended up being on a weeknight, a lot of working folks might not be able to make the meeting. So we might have a better, more representative group of voters here than we would otherwise. Just worth considering, you know, because if we table it and come back and there's different people here, anyway, just a thought.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to refer? All right, seeing none. I'm going to take a risk that I could be wrong here, but I imagine if I try to do a voice vote, it's just going to be seeing which side of the room can yell the loudest. So I'm going to ask that residents find a way to a seat, and I'm going to ask the tellers take their place. All right, so again, residents, if you wish your vote to be counted, please find your way to a seat. If you are currently standing, the tellers are not going to be able to count your vote. So I think I heard a point of order, but I wasn't quite sure who it was. What is the point of clarification?
What are we voting on?
Okay, I'm going to get there. All right. So we have a motion to refer Article 30 to the Planning Board. What a yes vote would do is that would be how we would dispose of Article 30. It would not be a vote in the affirmative, and it would have the effect of not voting on the substance of Article 30, but rather sending the substance of Article 30 to the planning board for further consideration and possible action. All right, this does not guarantee a special town meeting in the fall. That would be something that the select board would have to decide at a later date. So this assembly cannot agree to meet in the fall, absent a change in the bylaw. Again, this assembly is not being asked to make at this point. The select board would have to make that decision at some point later on. Do you have a point of order? Go for it. That's a great question. So the question, and just because I know you weren't speaking on a microphone, but the question was, does this give the planning board the authority to then adopt this bylaw? So that is not the case, that this assembly cannot provide that authority to the planning board. The motion to refer, if it were to pass, would again just send the substance of this to the planning board for further consideration. Nothing can happen. Our bylaws cannot be changed without you folks voting on it. Yes. Further point of order or point of information. So the question was whether we could put this on a ballot in November, and the answer to that, I did not mean for that interference to increase the suspense. But town council is shaking his head no. So that's not something that this assembly can do. What is your point of order? Correct, that's a great question. So if the motion to refer fails, if the result of that is it is in the negative, we will be back for discussion on the main motion on Article 30. Are there any other points of order, points of information, questions? I want to make sure that everyone knows exactly what we're voting on now. We good? Did I hear a no? One more. All right. So we have a motion to refer that is on the table. If this were to pass, that would then take the substance of Article 30 and ask the planning board to take it up under further consideration. It would not be to adopt this bylaw. It would not be to reject this bylaw. It would be to send it to the planning board for further consideration. If this or anything like this were to be adopted, it only can happen through a town meeting vote. So if the planning board or the select board decides that they want to have a special town meeting at some point in the future, that will be something that the select board would then have to decide. So this is really, as a prior speaker had suggested, probably a delay. There is nothing that binds the select board and requires them to call a special town meeting. It would be up to them as to whether or not they were to do that. All right, what's up? So you would not, a special town election or a special town meeting? So the only way in which this or any bylaw could be revised would be through a town meeting vote. So if a special town meeting is not called for on this, there would not be something to vote for. So there's the risk that rather than a delay, this is the end of it. Correct. So to Mr. Sorrentino's point is that the town would be taking no action on this bylaw. The point of order? Ms. Galezo? That is true. That's a great point, Ms. Galezo. Resident can call a special town meeting with, I believe, 200 signatures. With 200 signatures, a resident could call a special town meeting. Are there any further questions? I'll be here all day. All right. Mr. Semaglia, can you confirm how much of a stipend I get?
Yes.
How much?
0.
Can you double that next year?
I will double.
All right. All right. On the motion to refer, we're going to try to do this with a standing vote, with apologies to the tellers for telling you to take your places a little bit early. Again, a motion to refer would merely just take no action on this and refer this matter to the planning board for further consideration. If you are in favor of referring Article 30 to the planning board, Please rise in your seats if you are able and display your hot pink voter card.
Thank you.
All right, you may be seated. If you are opposed to the motion to refer Article 30, if you are opposed to the motion to refer Article 30, please rise in your seat if you are able and display your hot pink voter card. All right, you may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the motion to refer, there is 131 in the affirmative, 110 in the negative. So the motion to refer passes. We are on to Article 29. Article 29 is on page 17. To see if the town will vote to accept as public ways the following described streets as recommended by the planning board and laid out by the select board, and the description of Green Meadow Drive continues to the bottom of page 17. Is there a motion, Mr. Kyra?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to accept as a public way the street known as Green Meadow Drive as recommended by the planning board and laid out by the select board as written in the warrant, and to authorize the select board to acquire by purchase, gift, or eminent domain such land in slope, drainage, and other easements as may be necessary to effectuate the purpose of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 29. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 29. Discussion. Mr. Sorrentino?
Mr. Moderator, I don't really have anything to say about this article. I just wanted to say that you're doing an excellent job, and I didn't get a chance to speak, and I just hope that you stay here for a long time, as long as I'm in town. And I'd also like to say that the planning board did a great job on Article 30. Rondi Holland did a great job mentoring them over her 23 years. Thank you.
All right, that was technically out of order, but thank you. Further discussion on Article 29? See none. If you are in favor of accepting as public way the street known as Green Meadow Drive as recommended by the Planning Board on Article 29, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 31. Article 31, to see if the town will vote to approve the Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District Committee's vote on December 19, 2023 to establish a stabilization fund. Mr. Fiore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town to vote to approve the Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District Committee vote on December 19, 2023 to establish a stability fund pursuant to Section 16G and a half, Chapter 71.
Mr. Fiore, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 31. Mr. Fiore. Or Mr. McIntosh, if you wish to yield.
Yes, I'm going to yield to the superintendent to explain it.
Again, Tony McIntosh, Superintendent Director, Shawshene Valley Technical School. We're bringing this article forward. The realities are we exist in a 54-year-old building that was built in 1970. We are seeing increased numbers of capital requests come forward just to keep the building operating and to keep our mechanical systems up to date. As I spoke earlier, we can keep 5% of our budget in what's called an excess and deficiency or an E&D account. The stabilization fund would give us another place to move some of those funds to. This can only be done through our regular budgeting process, so you would see any funding that would be moved out of E&D and into the stabilization fund either as a budget request that would come through the Finance Committee or as a budget amendment that we would do and be voted upon by our school committee. Again, we're just trying to get out in front of some of these capital costs. As we look into the future, we know that there's going to be a lot of things coming up around the heating system, power, lights, ventilation, and this will give us another avenue or another aspect to help fund our budget. Last year, I stood here, we asked for $475,000 to do a repair above a sectional wall above our pool area. I anticipate more of those requests coming up, and again, we would just like the opportunity to be able to take some of that excess and deficiency money and transfer it to another fund. The other thing that would benefit us is we don't collect any interest. The state holds that E&D funding for us. If we were able to create a stabilization fund, we can actually accrue interest from the money that's in that fund, which would then also, again, help offset some of those capital costs for us.
Further discussion on Article 31. Mr. West.
Hi, good afternoon. I was wondering if the Finance Committee...
Please identify your name for the record. Please identify yourself for the record.
Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road, been there for 36 years. I'd like to ask the Finance Committee specifically why they're voting to disapprove the article. And the other thing I'm wondering is that when you're talking about creating a stabilization fund, is the ultimate goal to knock down and build a new Shawshene Tech?
Okay, we'll break that down to 2 questions. So first, from the Finance Committee, it looks like Ms. Galezo is the designee.
Hi, yeah. So the reason why the Finance Committee voted to disapprove this article is because any extra funds that they have after their budget year will end up going into this fund. This will not be controlled by a town meeting vote for any kind of distribution out of this fund. This would only be controlled by their school committee vote. So any kind of money coming out of the stabilization fund would be by their school committee. And this was a big part of why the Finance Committee voted this to disapprove.
All right, so I'm going to go to Mr. McIntosh for any clarification on that, if you see fit, and also to Mr. West's question on whether there is any imminent plans to, I think he had said, tear down Shawshene Tech.
So to answer the first piece, that is correct. Any money that is put into this stabilization fund would be able to be spent by a vote of our committee. But again, in order for us to transfer money into the stabilization fund to begin with, it still has to go through the budgeting process. It still has to be approved by our sending communities. So we can't just move money into this fund. There is a process for that. All the communities will see exactly what's going into it on an annual basis, whether that's through the regular budget process or through a budget amendment. And in response to the other, we don't have plans to knock the building down, but we have applied numerous times, and we've just done so again recently to MSBA. We are looking at, we've outgrown the space. That building was built for about 1,000 students. We currently have over 1,300. There are additional technical programs that we'd like to bring online. There are some academic programs we'd like to be able to bring in. We don't have the physical space to do it. So as I think everybody here is familiar with through the Wildwood school process that I've heard about during the meeting, MSBA comes in, there's a whole timeline and a whole self-study. There's all kinds of things that go into that, and then they come back with some recommended scenarios. So if we were ever to get to that point, obviously I'm going to be out in the 5 communities talking about that, what that plan looks like, what we're talking about for square footage, what the maximum capacity of the building would be. One way or another, we're going to have to do something. One of the things that I've used in some of the other sending communities and with some of the finance committees, the main switch gear, the main input power for that building is original from 1970. The company that made it went out of business 35 years ago. If we ever have a problem with the input power there, you're looking at probably somewhere between $1.5 million and $1.75 million just to replace that one piece. So again, as we look at mechanical systems, we look at plumbing, we look at electrical, we look at all of those other capacities. One way or another, we're going to have to spend some money, whether it's through a building renovation, whether it's through a new building, or whether it's through potentially funding some of that stuff through the stabilization fund. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Mr. O'Grady, Mr. Fiore, Ms. West, and Mr. McDonald.
I just had 2 questions. Number one, is there a dollar amount that they're looking to have with regards to that stabilization fund? And number 2, what have the other 4 communities done on that end? Have they approved it?
Either Mr. McIntosh or Mr. Fiore.
We are not asking for any funding at this time. What we're asking for now is just the ability to establish this, and then what we'll do is in future budget cycles, we'll specifically identify what those dollar amounts would be. To this point, Bedford has already approved this. It has gone through all of the other finance committees, and everybody to this point has approved it at the finance committee level. Next week and the following week will be the other town meetings.
Mr. Fiore, Ms. West, and then Mr. McDonald.
I'd just like to make some comment on a finance committee that she talked about the control and the money. To clarify, it's like it's money that you've already approved to us. So it's like, I don't want to use the word surplus, but I guess it's convenient. It's like money at the end of the year if we find we didn't have to spend it. So it's like you've already approved it for us to control it, I guess you can say. It's Monday, it's not coming back. I guess I'll give a small example of like this year, the snow removal fund that we've had as well as in the town. We pay for that ourselves out of our budget, and it's been minimal this year. So we have some like extra money we had budgeted for that, but it's there, but we've actually felt deficit on something else, not, so it wouldn't go into this particular fund, but it's money like that that we think we can use for down the road for like that $500,000 wall we put in last year that we came into the finance committee, and we want to appreciate them supporting that. That was like brought our budget up to 12%, which is a lot more than we want. So we're trying to navigate monies that we may have at the end of the year we can put towards it, because there is a lot of different, it's an older building, it's a building built in the 60s, and there's a lot of high-end things that could go wrong that if we have to go back to each town to get the money for it, that just takes a lot of time, and depending on what it is that we need to fix, it might not be conducive. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. West, Mr. McDonald, Ms. Stewart, Mr. Turner, and Ms. Galazzo.
Karen West, 2 Birchwood Road. I'm just trying to understand this, and I apologize if it was asked and answered already, but when we give money to the Shawsheen for the kids that go there, if we don't spend all that money, does that come back to the town?
Sorry, I think this was addressed on a different article, Mr. McIntosh, but I think there was a certain percentage of over and above which would be returned back to the town.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And Mr. McIntosh, let me know if I'm wrong, but I believe that figure was 5%.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So if we agree to this stabilization fund, does that mean that we renege on that 5% coming back and it automatically goes into the stabilization fund?
Mr. McIntosh to provide an explanation.
It wouldn't automatically go anywhere. Again, if we were in excess of that E&D account, we could come back to the towns with a budget amendment asking to move that money. But there's nothing that's automatic about it. We'd still have to come back to the sending communities and get approval for those changes.
So the town could still say either A, we want the full 5%, or we will agree to take back only so much of a percentage before it just gets taken. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Before I make my comments, I just got a question for you, Mr. Moderator. For the benefit of the people here, is it possible for somebody to use an analogy or an example to make a point on a motion?
If ever there were a trap question. So yes, but I do have to preside over this meeting, and if the analogy is being used to be disruptive, I would call the speaker to order.
Okay. I think I'm going to actually support the Finance Committee's recommendation on this. They spent a lot of time looking at this, asking a lot of questions, seeing a lot of presentations. The one thing that I'm kind of disappointed on with multiple committees is that there's no transparency. When somebody has a meeting and it's a financial meeting, it's just a warrant number. It's not a dollar amount. And so I would like to see the Shawsheen Committee be more transparent before we vote on something like this. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Stewart, Mr. Turner. I see Ms. Bowden, and then Ms. Galazzo. Ms. Stewart.
This is actually a question. Susan Stewart, 169 Shawsheen Avenue. I am unfamiliar with Shawshene Tech. I mean, I know that the Wilmington directly has to pay for the high school, Wildwood, all of these things we've been talking about, but it sounds like Shawshene is an independent entity that we send some money to. I'm thinking almost maybe like a college. Do students have to pay for this?
Mr. McIntosh, now would be an excellent opportunity to give your admissions pitch.
So Shawshene Valley Technical School is actually a regional school. So we have 5 sending communities. We have a regional agreement that governs.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank everyone here for the patience that's been displayed by nearly everybody here. There's been some technical difficulties, but we have some staff that have been working very hard from yesterday and very early in the morning to try and make sure this works.
So yes, we are a regional school. We are governed by a regional agreement that lays out capital costs and operating costs for our sending communities. We accept applications from our 5 sending communities every year. As we go through those, again, there's some ebb and flow as we've heard conversations about Wilmington's numbers have been up the past couple of years. But essentially, we accept students based on an admissions criteria. And each one of our communities has a cap that they're allotted. And then what happens is if there's a certain community or a couple communities that don't fill their allotment, then we open that up to all 5 of them and then backfill from there.
Then I have a follow-up question, which I apologize is going to sound brutal, which is why hasn't all of these capital expenditures been in your budget? Why do we suddenly have to create this fund?
Well, this is my second year, so there has been an effort to do this, but what we're seeing is that the frequency of these requests coming up is getting more and more and more. And as we look at replacing rooftop units, as we look at replacing elements of the heating system, as we look at one of the other examples that I used earlier was we have some collapsing floor drains. Again, they're 54 years old. In order for us to dig them up and do the repair, all of the tiles in the hallways at Shawshene are glued down with asbestos glue.
I don't doubt you have a lot.
Again, we're asking for this fund because we're seeing more and more of this stuff, and as the building ages, again, we get into more and more of those things.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Mr. Turner, Ms. Bodwin, and then a member of the Finance Committee. So, Mr. Turner.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. So first, one point of clarification. Shawshene Tech gets funded, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Shawshene Tech gets funded through 2 mechanisms. One is an apportionment of capital costs, which come to the 5 towns equally, and then operating costs that get proportional by students. So the question I have is, if we don't contribute to the Capital Stabilization Fund, the next capital request, do we pay more because the other towns effectively prepaid? So to our next year's budget, would we have a higher proportion because we haven't contributed to capital stabilization?
Capital costs are apportionated just the same way that the operating costs are. The only difference is every one of our sending communities is required to contribute at least 10%. So that does kind of offset some of those capital costs a little bit. The stabilization fund has no impact on that. Those are based on enrollment, October 1st enrollment numbers. The stabilization fund is just a spot for us to put excess funds at the end of the school year. It wouldn't affect the we call them assessments. It wouldn't affect community assessments.
E and Bedford were to say yes, and Tewksbury, Billerica, and Burlington were to say no.
Then there's no stabilization fund.
Okay, it has to pass all 5?
4 out of the 5. Yep.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Bodwin.
I had a question maybe around process and how it would work, because what I want to make sure there's parity in terms of how we prioritize the needs of sort of, Wilmington High School and our school system and how decision-making flows. So there is maybe a moment, I guess the question is, how do you do decision-making around the capital budget that then gets sort of allocated across towns, and where we have the opportunity to sort of inform that, or whether it dovetails with our own capital process and planning process, so that we can make sure that we're sort of prioritizing it. It's not sort of independent of what we're trying to sort of support across the town.
Mr. McIntosh?
So our capital budget process is separate than all of our sending communities. We do solicit impact from all of our technical programs, from our athletics department, from everybody across the building. We also have a 5-year plan, just like the town does. So again, we try to plan, we try to push things out, we try to maintain a reasonable amount of capital requests from year to year. Sometimes we have stuff that pops up and something that's unexpected. Again, I'll point back to the pool wall repair from last year that kind of caught us out of nowhere. But no, it is our capital planning process is not connected to any one of our sending communities.
Ms. Manganelli?
So I just want to explain how this process works and what will happen. So currently, as soon as the tech ends their school year, and if they have any funds left over, they're allowed to keep up to 5% in their account. Anything over that 5% has to go back to the 5 sending districts. For the year ending 2023, we received $199,000 back to the town of Wilmington. Under the new scenario, what would happen is that $199,000 would be swept into another account, Capital Stabilization Fund. They would come and ask us if we would be willing to do that. I don't think that we would have the control even if we said no. I think that money would still be moved. That's where the big concern here is. We are sending them a certain amount of money. They're not spending it all. Instead of sending it back, they're putting it in an account to use without our authorization or input. And we do understand that all school buildings in this area need a lot of work. But just as we have been doing, if you have capital items, they should come forward in the budget. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. McIntosh, I saw that you were shaking your head, so just limited to either correcting any errors or providing an explanation, and then to Ms. O'Connell.
Again, for us to put any money into that stabilization fund, it either has to be done through the initial budget process or through a budget amendment. So the term that money just gets swept into another account is not accurate. Again, that has to, one way or another, it has to go to all of our 5 sending communities. We have to make them aware of where that money's coming from and where that money's going to. So if we were going to move, as an example, we were going to move money out of E&D and we were going to put it into the stabilization fund, it would either come through the regular budget process or it would be a budget amendment that was sent to the towns for their review and approval.
Ms. O'Connell?
I just wanted to ask.
Judy O'Connell, 11 Broad Street, speaking to you as a resident today. Just as a point of information to understand the 5%, just for this audience, who's dictating the 5% so we know where that's coming down, and has there been any discussion to increase that percentage beyond 5%? What I'm sensing that I'm hearing, and I certainly want to give Mr. McIntosh an opportunity to respond, is the concern of the large dollar amount being put into that rather than going back to the town of Wilmington. I understand the school committee is an elected body, and we do have some very valuable members from Wilmington that sit on that. However, the whole purpose of having the finance committee for the town of Wilmington is to look at our financials and kind of be the watch force for our community, and we would essentially go around that process, which typically isn't done. So I want to be clear that this is not directed at the 2 gentlemen to my left. I know that we've had a very fortunate and very valuable partnership with Shawsheen, and we do see an increase in enrollment, but I just want to state that we have had to increase their budget in recent years, and now we're seeing amounts, in essence, in surplus being given back. So I see, discussions about our budgets and how we're spending money. I think we need to be very cautious about how we step through this. Also, a couple of years ago, I informed our town manager that there was a statement of interest that was submitted by Shawsheen, and our town manager was not even aware of that, and I had heard that out in the community. So respectfully stated, and again, not directed towards the gentleman to my left, is that I think We, as a leadership team, need to have a stronger communication link with Shawshene, especially with our enrollments going up, to see that we get ahead of some of these projects and make sure that Wilmington certainly is supporting the educational endeavors that exist there, but that we have a voice at the table throughout the entire process beyond just on the town meeting floor. Thank you.
Mr. Fiore.
Oh, I just want to talk a little bit. Everybody, it seems like the Finance Committee and others feel like we're trying to get a secret fund to spend the money the way we want. That, and I can understand from listening to people why they seem to feel that way. But the whole intent of why we looked at this was because of last year with the extra money that we had to spend or come to you for that you supported us on. It's like we were trying to avoid the stress or whatever you want to call it, of having to explain to you why we need all this extra capital money for our next to go up to 12%. It was kind of like because we see a lot of stuff coming up that we're going to need that. So if at the end of the day this fails, it's fine. But I just want the Finance Committee and everybody else to know we're probably going to be coming back with higher numbers on our capital side. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Not that we're trying to secretly stash cash, as I mentioned, just to spend it any way we want. Thank you.
To the woman in the black shirt.
Do you want me to respond to the question, Mr. Mark, or not? The question about the 5% and who dictates that, or?
If you wish to respond to that on a limited basis, yes, but otherwise, I'm going to go to the woman in the black.
So just based on the last question, that 5% is actually set by the Department of Revenue. Any regional school district in the state of Massachusetts can carry 5% in their E&D. That's not something we can increase. We can't go to our sending communities and ask them to bump that up. We also we come once, we come to the Springtown meeting, we ask for, we come forward with an assessment for what we've projected for the school year, and then we live by that. So we're allowed to keep that E&D account because we don't come back to our sending communities. We don't go back to the sending sending communities and ask for additional money at fall town meeting or throughout the town meeting. So we are expected to kind of stand alone on our own and be independent, and that is why we're allowed to carry that balance.
To the woman in the black.
Hi, I'm Jenna Lesko, 125 Aldridge Road. I'm also the business manager at Shawshene Tech. One misconception I think we have is that the Wilmington students that go to Shawshene Tech are your kids, and you pay taxes for that, and we are a public school. I think that gets lost. We're not a tuition school. We're not a private school. Your tax dollars are going to your Wilmington students that choose to go take a vocational technical education.
Ms. Galezo and then Mr. McDonald.
So I just want to clear up one point that's been made. So Wilmington Public Schools, any kind of capital expenditure, you all vote on. This would make the tech school committee vote on it only. Town meeting wouldn't have any say on what they spend their capital monies on. Just want to clear that fact up. We all know anytime that the high school or the Wilmington public needs money, they have to come to the finance committee to expedite that money and bring it to town meeting. This fund would only be able to be touched by the school committee vote, not by town meeting.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Moderator, I previously asked you if I could use an analogy or example to make a point on a motion. I agree with Ms. Galezo on this particular thing. And what I'd like to use for an example is this. Our federal government sent money to Louisiana to solidify their levees, but they took that money and built statues and parks and water fountains. And then Hurricane Katrina hit, and the levees were compromised because they didn't take that money to solidify them. This particular stabilization fund, when you lose control of the authorization of where the money goes, they could do things like that. And that's why I'm opposed to it. So thank you very much.
Ms. Sullivan?
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
No? Okay. Just kind of a quick question. So when there has to be some capital project, it has to go to 5 different towns to get approved, correct? So this is kind of a way to, 5 different towns. So this is a way to kind of streamline that. I just want to understand it clearly where the proponents are coming from. Am I understanding that right? So for instance, at the high school, if they have a capital project, they only have to go to 1 finance committee. But if it's the Shawsheen, you have to go to 5 different finance committees, correct? And that makes me actually want to support this article because I feel like that's so difficult all the time to have to do for something like to have to replace tiles on a floor, for instance. So I think I'm kind of in favor of this article. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, it wouldn't be for maintenance. That's in their budgets that have to go before town meetings through the finance committee. This is for a special capitalization fund that millions could be voted out on by the school committee. It's not, it's like our capital stabilization fund, just for clarification.
Mr. O'Grady?
99,000 that came back, where did that end up going?
I believe that went to free cash. The general fund, so free cash.
Free cash, thank you.
What was the question? Could you just get to the microphone, Mr. Melarani? Sorry.
Paul Melarani, 176 Middlesex Ave. Just to clarify, that $199,000, where would it go now if we create this stabilization fund?
In essence, it could go there until we hit the 5%. We don't, I mean, if it passes, we don't expect we're going to put the whole 5% in this year or anywhere even close to it. But we could shift it to the stabilization fund.
So is your question, Mr. Melarani, could funds in excess of that 5% go to this capital stabilization, or only would the funds that might be put into that capital stabilization fund each year be limited to that 5%? Is that a fair representation of your question? Mr. McIntosh?
I'm sorry, could you
clarify
the question?
The question, I'm sensing the general curiosity here, would be for the $199,000 that was returned to the town for the previous year, if that same set of circumstances were to present themselves in the next year and Article 31 were to be adopted, would that same money revert back to the town, or would it be going into the capital stabilization fund? I guess, is the proposed capital stabilization fund limited to the 5%?
There's no cap on how much we can put in it over time, but again, just to address the specific question, so if this article gets passed, our intention is to come for the FY26 budget with a request to transfer money out of the E&D account and into the stabilization fund. By doing that, that then lowers the balance of our E&D account, which then gives us some room to absorb some of the surplus money. So again, we're kind of doing this this balancing act around that 5%. When we hit the 5%, we are mandated to return it to the towns. If we have a stabilization fund, we can start the budget money to go into the stabilization fund, which will then lower the balance of the E&D account, which will then give us some more flexibility around the end of the year accounting.
To the woman in the back.
My question is, sorry.
Just name and address for the record, please.
Sorry. Stephanie Nelson, 154 Federal Street. Do we not elect a representative on the Shawsheen School Committee as on our town ballot?
We do. We actually have 2.
And so my point is, this is why representative government exists. We ought to trust those members of the school committee to make good decisions on the things that they need to make decisions on. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, to the woman in the black.
Okay, is this not working? Okay. All right, so this is my final comment, I promise. So when you come back to the town of Wilmington and you say, here is the excess money, we'd like to move it into the capital stabilization fund, and Wilmington says, no, we want the money, and you say, well, we went to the other 4 sending districts, they all approved it, so we only need 4 out of 5. And there you go. That's where Wilmington has lost total control. And that was a big concern here. So thank you very much.
Mr. Kara?
Yeah, I don't know about the rest of you, but I have a headache over this. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this 5% in the overage of the budget, right? So 5% goes to this fund, and the $199,000 that was over budgeted would then go to the stabilization fund. Is that correct?
It could, and I don't like the word over budgeted, with no disrespect, but if we have surplus because we didn't have to spend, as I mentioned earlier on why I don't want to do any more examples here, but it could, yes. At the end of the year, we see this extra money because we didn't have to spend it here or there for the different reasons. We could go to move it into the stabilization fund.
If during your budget process you give us a budget of $10 million, but all you need is $7 million, right? And you have $3 million left.
So, Mr. Kara.
Where does that go?
Mr. Kara, I'm going to interject because I believe town council might have some clarity on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think what would be useful at this point, and I know we've been spending a long time, is to refer to the statute. If you look in the article, this stabilization fund is approved pursuant to Chapter 71, Section 16G, and it's useful to read that article or that statute briefly. The statute says a regional school district may, upon a majority vote of all members of the regional school district school committee and with the approval of a majority of the local appropriating authorities, that's you, of the member municipalities, establish a stabilization fund and may, in any year, include in its annual budget for deposit in the stabilization fund an amount not exceeding 5% of the aggregate amount of the apportioned to the member municipalities for the preceding year, or such larger amount as may be approved by the Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. The aggregate amount in the fund at any time shall not exceed 5% of the combined equalized valuations of the member municipalities. So that's the limitation on the stabilization fund. It would be included in the budget that would then be submitted to town meeting. If you recall, earlier today, you voted to approve the Shawshene Tech budget. This would now be included in that budget with that limitation of 5% of the apportionment. So that's the limitation. That's what the statute says. Thank you.
Over and above that would come back to the community. Is that correct? So anything over and above that would come back to the community? Anything over and above the 5%?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Well, that cleared that up. All right. Further comments? Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the Superintendent of Shawshene. You gave a long list of items that needed to be done in the school. Why aren't you bonding it?
All right, we're not going to get beyond the scope of the article. This is just to create a capital stabilization, stabilization fund for Shawshene Tech. Let's just try to keep to this meeting. Mr. Jackson.
I heard the word aggregate here, and it sounds like the two funds together cannot exceed 5%, which, if that understanding is correct, he's saying that's not correct. Okay. So if that's not correct, then the point is that there's the 5%, then there's this other fund in addition. My comment is, the Revenue Department had set the 5% limit. It seems like if we're going to be saving for the funds to do capital improvements, I'm in favor of having the town approve that year by year when capital improvements are needed. That's all.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes, we just sent a very important article back to the committee for referral. So most likely we're going to have a special town meeting that's going to come up. I would suggest that the school committee be more transparent, come back to us and let us know how much money's in each account, have a list of things that need to be done, and then we can revisit this. But until then, I suggest that we vote no against this.
Ms. Shukas?
Do you think for 1 minute, if you're going to put money into this, that somebody isn't watching it? Of course they are. They watch every single cent that goes into this town, where it goes, and how it's spent. So this isn't going to be something that's like a wild card. It's going to be monitored. And if they have certain amounts that they can put in there, that's all they're going to be able to put in there. And the rest of the money comes back to us. Simple.
Further discussion on Article 31. See none, we'll call for a vote. Oh, Mr. Fiore?
I just want to apologize to you for putting you on the spot and using an example. I'm going to brush up on my parliamentary procedures so it doesn't happen again.
Okay. All right. So if you're in favor of Article 31 to approve the Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District's committee vote on December 19th, 2023 to establish a stabilization fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. No. Oh, you're going to make me have a standing vote, aren't you? With apologies to the tellers, I'd ask that you take your places. If you are in favor of Article 31 to establish a stabilization fund for Shawshing Tech, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying your hot pink voter card. My apologies, you can be seated. If you are opposed to Article 31 to approve a stabilization fund for Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical Schools, please rise if you are able and display your hot pink voter card. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a nail biter, but 62 in the affirmative, 59 in the negative. The measure passes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for bearing with us today. We are on to our last article, which is Article 32. Don't clap yet, we're not done. Yeah. Article 32, which is to rescind the vote taken under Article 35 of the April 22, 2023 town meeting, creating a special opioid settlement stabilization fund. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023 to rescind the vote taken under Article 35 of the April 22nd, 2023 town meeting, creating a special opioid settlement stabilization fund and dedicating 100% of the opioid.
Ms. Maselli, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it does.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 32. Discussion. I'm going to go to Town Council for a bit of an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I know that it's late in the afternoon, so I'm going to try to make this brief without touching on all the statutes. So when the national opioid litigation was finally coming to a head, and there were multiple settlements, municipalities throughout the Commonwealth were receiving settlement funds. And under the state law at the time, those funds had to go into the town's general fund and then be appropriated out by town meeting. But the settlements themselves specified what the funds could be spent for. So we had this kind of interesting situation where the monies would go into the general fund. They had to be appropriated by you at town meeting when they became free cash, but they could only be spent for opioid purposes. So in recognition of the limitations on state law, we recommended that a stabilization account be established and that all the funds go into that stabilization account, which would still have to come back to town meeting to vote to authorize its expenditure for certain opioid purposes. That's a fairly cumbersome process because the settlement agreements say what you could do with the funds. So the state finally, after some time, established a new process for receipt of settlement funds generally, saying that with these one-time receipts, these could go into what's known as a special revenue fund. Instead of having to go into a stabilization fund and be subject to a vote out for expenditure, they could be put into the special revenue fund and be expended for the specific purposes that are allowed. So with that change, now the law has caught up with what the settlements are all about. That the recommendation is to rescind that prior authorization creating the stabilization fund so that the town can receive these monies, put them into a special account, and spend them for the specific purposes that are allowed by the settlement agreements. So this would allow opioid settlement funds to be spent for relief of the various issues that have arisen from the opioid crisis, being care and counseling and facilities that would assist those who are afflicted by opioid addiction, as is specifically required both by the state settlement documents and the documents filed with the court. So I hope that explains it, and I'm certainly available for any further questions. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. Mr. McDonald, and then the woman in the back.
A few questions. How much is in the fund right now?
Mr. Morris, do you have that number available to you? He says $232,000.
And where would that be going if this gets rescinded?
Any money that is currently held in the stabilization fund will now be placed into the special revenue fund, and any funds that are coming in the future would also go into the special revenue fund. Again, limited to expenditure as specified by the state. If you go on the Attorney General's website and you access the opioid settlement documentation, that website will tell you exactly what the funds could be expended for, only for those purposes.
So my other question is, it's in a fund for the purpose of the use for the community. We just had a very long, cumbersome article relative to the Shawsheen Tech. And I've spoken to some parents with kids at the Tech, and they tell me that the Barica police are responding to the Tech all the time, and there's a big drug problem there.
Right.
So my question is...
Mr. McDonald, we're venturing well beyond the scope of this article, which is really just how we're going to deal with these settlement funds.
I understand that. But my question is relative to where the funds get expended. And can the funds be used for any issues related to drug problems at the Shawsheen Tech?
Mr. Rich, to how, I guess, what could those funds be spent on?
Again, the expenditure of the funds is specifically limited to what was provided in the settlement agreement that the Attorney General negotiated, and that we were actually part of. The town was a party to that litigation as well. It's not for criminal action. It's not for investigations. It's specifically with respect to opioid addiction.
Okay, thank you.
To the woman in the back with the blue shirt.
Virginia Wilson, 48 Brand Ave. Since we were just discussing whether to establish a fund, I didn't know whether we have this special revenue fund already, or are we going to have to establish that?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The changes in the law, Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023, essentially allow the town to establish it. It's not a fund that's established by town meeting. It's more of an accounting process that the money comes in from these settlements. This is not tax dollars. These are monies that come from the settlements with the manufacturers and distributors of opioids based upon the settlements that were approved by the federal court. The money is paid out over a number of years to the town. In fact, there are ongoing payments, and there's a possibility that there'll be additional defendants and more money. Every time that money comes in, the town would then place them directly into the special revenue fund as allowed by the statute, and then it could be expended for those specific purposes. So it's not a fund that has to be created. It's essentially allowed for by the Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
Okay. Just to clarify, I think what you're saying is we are given money from the state, maybe sometimes from the federal government. It is for a specific purpose. We can't touch it for any other purpose, and it used to be that we'd had to put it through a town meeting, even though we can only use it for that one purpose. So rather than wasting the town's time, it's now 4:15, what we are going to do is we're going to create a special fund because we are limited in using that money to only what the government says we can do with it. We can't do anything else with it. We can't give it to a school. We can't use it to put up a statue in a park. We must use it for the stuff that they told us to. And then, so this just allows us to move it in and move it out to what we are required by law to spend it on?
Attorney Rich, there's a few questions in there.
Yeah, I think you're very close. The only difference, very close. The only difference is it's not money that's coming from the state or the federal government. It's money that's coming from
the litigation.
from the defendants,
From the litigation.
and you as the town were a plaintiff. But you are correct that previously, because of the way the law worked, and I spent a lot of time discussing this with the Attorney General and the Director of Accounts at the Department of Revenue, we had essentially a misfit in the statute. The statute required, because the money was received, required it to go into the town's general fund. That money then becomes your free cash, and only town meeting can appropriate the free cash. So you had that extra step. This change in the law now allows it to do exactly what you described, which is the money comes in from the defendants, it goes into the town under a complex formula in the case. It then goes into this special revenue account, and it can only be expended for those allowed purposes. So town meeting, that step really was an unnecessary step, given that you couldn't appropriate it for schools or fire or police. It had to go to these purposes anyway, so you avoid that step, and it allows the money to be expended more effectively and efficiently.
So question going forward then, are we going to use this same special revenue fund? Let's say there's another litigation where it has to do with air quality, and we all get another $100,000 to pay to people who got emphysema for breathing air, whatever. Would that all go into the same account, or would we have to create a special revenue fund for each different litigation?
So if I may, Mr. Moderator, again, town meeting is not creating a fund tonight. Or today. It's almost tonight.
It's almost tonight.
Town meeting is simply rescinding the prior action so that the stabilization fund, the special stabilization fund for opioids, that will go away. Then there's essentially, again, it's an accounting process. The money will now go in. But as to your question, say we know we're involved in PFAS litigation as an example, and I don't want to go down a lot of discussion about that, but it's a different type of litigation. Ultimately, there may be another special revenue fund to allow for that. It would be kind of the same process, but it all depends on how that settlement goes. I can't say it will definitely, but it's a possibility.
So,
okay.
Attorney Rich, if I understand this correctly, this article would only affect funds received through opioid litigation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on Article 32? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a vote. If you are in favor of rescinding rescinding the vote taken under Article 35 of the April 22, 2023 town meeting, creating a special opioid litigation stabilization fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you are opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. At this point, all matters of the warrant being disposed of, I need only a motion to dissolve this meeting so that I can go home. Motion to dissolve has been made and seconded. All those in favor of dissolving, so indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Do you mind if I say something?
My apologies. We have we're going to say a point of information by our temporary town manager, Mr.
Yeah,
Snyder.
I guess it's a point of information. And I was going to thank everybody out there for being here, because I do believe that we have the truest form of democracy where everybody's voice is heard. And I would like to thank publicly all the department heads that have come down here today and have worked so hard to get to this point, and especially our great, wonderful moderator, who there will be a stipend in the future, I think, for him. Thank you.
All right, if you are opposed to getting out of here, please say nay. Otherwise, this motion is, this meeting has been dissolved.
All right.